is about to enter its 5th year. And that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support. Despite the fact that the team running XboxEra haven't been to journalism school, we're still lucky enough to be supported by some incredible people. While we adore all of our patrons, we have to give a very special shout out to our executive producers who go above and beyond for this team, allowing us to achieve so much more than we could without them. Top, Not Jack, Croat56, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Jordan White, Assassin Entertainment, Mohamed Sherez, Terrin, and of course Grand Benefactor, Torn Raptor. You guys are fucking awesome, and we love you. If you want to become legend like this lot, head to patreon.com/XboxEra. Hello friends, and welcome to episode 216 of the XboxEra podcast. I'm Sika Mechanico, and we're here to talk about all of the latest in gaming news from across the industry, but overall, we're focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra or by becoming a YouTube member right here. And as always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news. I'm joined, as per usual, by Soul Blazers.
Hey, definitely. It's kind of becoming usual now, isn't it?
I know, you're like a familiar face now. I thought you were going to riff off of me here and give me a what's going on in replacement of Special
No,
Nick,
I can't even try. My Australian accent.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Only he can be that cringe. Thanks for joining us, Soul Blazers, in replacement of Special Nick, who is a bit poorly. You know, some people are poorly and just go to public events, infect everybody and power on through. Others cry off and have a little rest. But Jesse's here as well. Hi, Jesse. How are you?
I'm in shock.
In shock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we did a you can never watch it again because YouTube hates anything longer than 12 hours live.
You had to be there.
Yeah, we did our first Subathon yesterday. It went incredibly well. We made 80 plus new YouTube members, so you're going to see lots of green names in chat. We had a bunch of super chats. We had many thousands of pounds donated to that PayPal link that's still active up in the chat that's pinned. Even after finishing, more and more coming in. Like when we finished after 20 hours, it just kept going. I woke up to even more today. It's a shock. We're over halfway to our incredibly lofty dream goal for paying for us going to Gamescom. I know. It's like what we had humbling. Yesterday was more than I was hoping for, essentially, because the economy's not great. It's rough. It's a lot to ask for because we're sending so many people all the way to Germany to cover Gamescom. We'll be in person, live, doing stuff together for the first time ever. I'll be out of the country for the first time ever because being an American, it's really hard to actually get out of here. We're very big.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Never been out. America's got all the biomes, man. Though if we're if we're talking about it, it's got the deserts and the beaches and the mountains and the skiing and it's got all the things.
Driven 30 hours in a row in a car and not left the country, and I've never even left the East Coast. It's just going up and down the East Coast was 30 hours. So, yeah, it is incredibly exciting going to London, going over to Cologne, back to London.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should do a little bit of sightseeing. Like, I don't want to keep you guys trapped in the suburbs of rural Essex. Like, maybe we should have a day out in London.
I think I have some family in London, I think. I'm not sure.
You're just going to find some.
I don't know. My parents always mention that we have something, but like I've never actually friggin' been. So it's like, who knows?
Big hello to everybody in the chat. As Jesse quite rightly pointed out, not moments ago, I think, we have the best community in the world. And, you know, we were going to do the subathon, the big goal. Like, going to Gamescom is a big deal for us. Going to LA was a big deal, right? It was a lot of investment from a business that doesn't have a lot of money behind it. Oh my God!
Holy crap!
Torn Raptor just gifted 50 XboxEra memberships.
Speaking of incredible community members, I don't know that there has ever been.
It's just like he just popped up.
We've had so many great people, but our grand benefactor, the maniac of them all, a truly legendary individual. I can't say all these names when it's 50 people, but you all know it because you're all green now, and you get access to Nick's truly terrible opinions on movies and TV shows. The second Nick Flicks.
It's stuff
hey,
like
the
this.
last one was shared blame.
Ex-twat Fail Spencer just asked if he was gifted a sub. I'm going to guess that no.
Ex-twat Fail Spencer.
Before this, he asked if Halo was coming to PS5, to which I say, fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed. Let's hope it does.
Like, it is... We were going to do that subathon before the sudden news of 2 studio closures, right? And we quite rightly were like, let's not do that. I don't think the mood is great right now. Surprise, surprise, Xbox had a killer showcase. So despite, COVID or whatever bug it is, Jesse and I put it on, and the lion's share of all of the shout out really has to go to Jesse, because I dipped after like 13 hours. Jesse carried it on for another 12. Like, he went on till 8 a.m. or something my time, right? I'd woken up and he just stopped like 15 minutes before. He was like, I'm calling it.
And it broke anyways with the not keeping a VOD, so there wasn't. So in the future, when we do it again next month, wink wink,
we'll do another one in July.
Yeah, we're doing another one in July, probably mid to later, most likely. We'll give it some time. It'll be either 12 hours or I will locally record it and then be able to just upload it back in chunks. So I'll probably, if I'm going to upload it, I'll get chat into it so you guys can see yourself talking. Unless you're Fail Spencer, because I don't think he'll last.
Ex-twat Fail Spencer. Like,
we've got I think a strict, if you're just a shithead, you're gone. No 3 strikes and you're out, just you're out. Who's moving cameras around? You're fired.
Nothing happened.
I think someone just pressed a button.
The video's still really blurry.
Punish him. But on a super serious, we're super humbled note, like, to do that and have the amount of people that came through for us yesterday, like so many familiar names and so many completely unfamiliar and some crazy anonymous donors. It is, to be able to do this as a job, like genuinely as a job, is dream come true levels of never thought in a million years. I turned 40 this year. I've wanted to do something in gaming since I was captivated by it back in like my late teens, early 20s. And to be here now, powered by this community and enabled with this brand, with this company, with this group of people to be able to do what we want to do. And now the fact that we get to, like, it really looks like it's all going to happen. Like, we're going to be able to comfortably get to Gamescom, not freak out about not being able to afford it. It is. I can't put it into words, people. Like, you guys are fucking legendary, and it's so like, this is so cool. So we love you. We love this community, and I can't put it better than that. I know I tried to kill half of the community while I was out in LA, apparently with the XboxEra flu. But outside of that,
John taking out the competition.
Yeah, I know, just wiping them out from the inside.
I am going to put the dono box up at the top of the screen because obviously it's going to be one of the big things we're focusing on as we get closer and closer to Gamescom. The link is pinned in chat. I'll put it up there again. Again, there's zero pressure because we were talking last night a lot on stream. if you don't have the money, if you don't want to give the money, I get it. Trust me, there's so many different forms of entertainment out there, and shit's expensive. But if you can, there is that link. Otherwise, just watching streams, going through the website and letting ads play, all that type of stuff is a free way that really helps a ton. Like one of our main goals for growth is essentially ads on the website. So if you're just going to the website and you're going through shit, it all adds up. Like if you're like, oh, I don't have the money, even though I'd like to do something, that's fine.
Yeah.
And our website's pretty cool. The design's awesome. It's got some cool reviews, some cool
Our
opinions.
website's the best website ever.
It's honestly pretty fantastic.
Like I look at our website and I look at other gaming websites and I'm like,
just make sure you guys put
that's
on
rules. Not bad for a bunch of nobodies, I say.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, whoa, what a time. Everyone's feeling very high energy. It helps that obviously Xbox put on arguably one of the best showcases they've ever put on. I mean, I always think that predominantly most of the time Microsoft showcases are pretty good, but this one was just...
I don't know. I was listening to a rather successful podcast featuring some big industry folks, and after starting off by saying Xbox did well, it was then an half an hour plus of shitting on every part of it for having no real gameplay. Perfect Dark wasn't real. That's not real gameplay. That was fake vertical slice. It's like, I want an actual just chunk of gameplay for like 10 minutes. I'm like, that's not how these shows have ever been. What are you talking about?
Format.
In a 2-hour show, sure, with like literally 30 games, brother. I
know.
30 games were shown.
And the majority, there was only
Glorious.
2 straight up pre-rendered CGI trailers, which were live service games. You know what they're going to look like. You know what World of Warcraft and Diablo 4 are going to be. But yes, we've talked a lot about it. I think
WoW's might have been an in-game cinematic-ish. They've gotten really good at those.
There's no way it look like
Which
that.
ones?
There's no way it look like it's going to look like that.
Are we talking Warcraft and
World of
Diablo?
Warcraft and Diablo 4.
Right.
Yeah, because. But it is weird because, like, even other people on the podcast were like, no, it was really good. I'm hyped. And there's some people like, nope, no. It's been one of those things where the perceived decline of the platform has been real in a lot of people's eyes that cover gaming, and realizing that they were overstating things and overthinking it has been fun and annoying at the same time to watch. Like,
there was an example I feel that fits it really well. Is I was watching another kind of, not a podcast, say 20-minute video. I don't even watch these guys, but a friend of mine does. I put it on. They have an Xbox guy, a PlayStation guy, and a guy in the middle, right? And they're talking about Summer Game Fest and Xbox. And the guy on the left, who's the PlayStation guy, was like, yeah, I was really hoping that Metal Gear Solid Delta was on PlayStation show. It kind of made me sad that it wasn't. I was like, what, dude?
Why? Why does it make you sad?
Yeah, I know, right? It was there. Had a great showing.
It doesn't feel real unless you see those button prompts, I guess.
I guess.
And it is funny, like, it is interesting with Ubisoft now, because they showed off Assassin's Creed Shadow cinematic gameplay trailer. Like, it was gameplay, but from cinematic camera angles, which is a thing that companies do because it looks better than straight gameplay for selling a game. They had the cinematic gameplay, no prompts, no UI, but then when they were showing the game on their own Ubisoft Forward, it had PlayStation prompts. But then when they were showing Star Wars Outlaws, it had Xbox prompts. So it's like, it feels like more and more of the big third parties are moving away from that, well, you have marketing, we're only allowed to show your controller and stuff like that, which is nice. It was always stupid before to pretend a multi-platform game is only on this system.
They're playing both sides, so they're always...
Oh, God. Good news. There's an idiot in the chat. Watch this. This is really fun. Watch this, idiot. And... Oh, you're shadow banned forever.
Wow, that's 72 million. That was news.
Wow. Look at that.
Xbox had
It's
somehow...
so easy.
People had sold back over like 30 million Xboxes to Microsoft somehow. I don't know. I wanted to figure that out. But yeah,
I want to
it
trade
was...
mine to get that new Galaxy one.
Yeah.
It cracks me up that there are people sad enough. Like, literally, you are here, hate watching a show about a platform you despise. get a life.
It's the thing.
Lunatic.
The thing that a lot of we've seen a lot of it, especially with the Wolong, not you, Wukong devs Wukong devs sort of courting that alt-righty side and going after Rebecca Valentine because she dared to report things they didn't refute, just said, hey, she tried to get us, and so fans went after her, and she's a really good reporter. There's just always that side of people who they want to feel like they're in a group and they don't like this thing, so they're looking for this thing. And when you give them any attention for being a dick about it, like the 9,000 people going after us on Twitter because I really liked but didn't love Destiny's last expansion,
it always cracks me up.
Just insta-block, never respond. I never respond to anyone. You're just gone. There's no point. That you just want to piss me off, so why would I show you that?
I agree. That being said, it is always funny when people pop up like Xbox reviews.
By the way, we have merch.
Oh yeah,
we do have merch. We have a fantastic merch store. Yeah. Man,
you need to get us shirts for Gamescom now. If Gamescom's actually going to be paid for and not put us into massive debt like that book over there did.
I don't want to talk about the book.
Yeah. We have books for sale, by the way. Was it XboxEra.com/store?
Worth mentioning, yes. I'll put the link in the chat. We've made the link for being able to purchase the remaining stock of celebrating 20 years of Xbox available and live in our store. So I'll put a link up in the chat now.
It's not.
If you want to buy it, you can buy it.
But it is this book. It'll have the same content.
That book. It'll have exactly the same content. It just hasn't got the fancy case. Or the embossed cover. It's the standard physical edition. There are 30 left in stock.
Hey, John.
And that's it.
We're doing a 360 one.
So, I won't say too much about the 360 one yet.
There's good news about it for people
there is some really good news about it, especially for us. There's some good news about it in terms of, here's the problem with doing a 360 book, right? So if you've got the Celebrating 20 Years of Xbox standard book that we did, you'll know that for the most part it's got some really fun writing, a breakdown of the technology, a kind of story of the creation of Xbox, an interview with Ed Freeze, and then it dives into every single game that's come out on the platform. I think we got every single one. We might have missed like one or two, but 794-ish games, right?
Now, I was really pissed that we missed some.
I bet Pre-Drag is.
There was a video review. A guy who had like 4 followers, but someone sent it to me and said this was very funny, and he was furious about the book.
We missed some games?
Yeah, that we missed some games.
It was very done a video review of the book.
But the idea of the 360 book is, one, we want to celebrate that console. I don't know about you guys, and I can't speak for everybody in the chat, but for me, the 360 is one of the greatest video game consoles of all time. For me, it was a seminal moment in my life.
Yeah.
Like, it was the right time, it was the right games, it was the right combination of technology meets graphical fidelity. We saw them explode in popularity. A lot of 360 gaming and some of the friendships I made felt like real events that have channeled future years of my life from that one silly video game console, right? And that sounds like a silly thing to say, but it's not really. But we can't
it's defining.
We can't put 4,500 games that came out on the Xbox 360 into a book. Like, one, it would be unwieldy, and 2, it would probably be several compendiums, right? So that's not possible. So the spin then becomes, okay, we need to make it about the creation of the console, the impact it had. Yes, we'll have games coverage in there, and we'll have the community vote on what games to cover, but it's got to be a different flavour, and that means a lot more research and interviews and unique things and behind the scenes. And all I can say ahead of next year is that some of the conversations I had in LA while I was out there last week mean that I'm a lot happier going into that project knowing that we will have some support. That's the best way I can say it. And I really am grateful to the folks at Microsoft, and in particular Mr. Phil Spencer, for enabling that. So super cool.
And we won't be so far behind this time because we won't do all the wrong things again.
No, we know we've definitely learned some lessons. What's crazy is that is not the next thing we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Tease. Oh, I look forward to Gamescom because the week before Gamescom, we will all be here in this house, which is crazy, doing the first ever in-person live show. Right, first ever time that we would have all met for real life, as Bluey would say, and we'll be announcing something so ridiculously out of left field that many people will be like, "What?" and then they will be blown away by it.
It is still gaming related, but it's
It
not,
is definitely
not
gaming
a book or
related.
anything like that.
It's not a book.
No, we're not
a book.
developing the next Halo game, so keep.
We're not developing the next Halo game. It has been a ride though, and I am so pumped. Like the last few weeks, seeing so much of it come together, I genuinely cannot wait to show this community what we've been working on, because you know what we're like at this point. We always overshoot and shoot for the moon and go absolutely crazy despite our small and diminutive size. And I love that about us. I love that we've always dreaming big, and you guys watching make the big dreams possible. So many thanks. I love the people trying to guess. There have been some sneaky teases from me to our patrons in the Patreon lounge on the Discord. I would ask them if you know what it is or if you've already figured it out, to just not go blurting. Let the idea make itself apparent when the time comes. But if you know what it is, feel free to drop me a DM. We will be looking for feedback from a select group before we push the button, so to speak. But anyway, before we get into all of the news of this week, which is primarily on the incredible showcase, some of the games we're excited to see, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that's dropped since the showcase, as always, the Xboxera podcast likes to dive into, what we've actually been playing this week. And I think it's only fair that we start off with Mr. Soulblazer. Have you been playing any video games this week, Soul?
Yeah, I have.
What have you been playing?
Yeah, whenever I get a chance to. I wanted to beat Bramble before it left Game Pass today. So I started it, got like an hour and a half in, and then I got busy. It's a good game, though. I feel like I'm probably going to pick it up on sale. Have you guys played it?
I have not. It was, I think, originally reviewed by Harmonica for us, but it was one I never touched.
Wait, did I do the review video for it? I'll have to check. But
It was almost
which game are we
John,
talking about again?
Bramble,
I was
the
reading the chat. Oh, I played the beginning of it. I played the first hour and a half, and I was like, this is interesting, but then I got distracted. So
literally exact same thing happened to me. It's leaving Game Pass today. It's like a 3-hour game though, so if it hasn't left and anyone wants to play, you might be able to finish it. It's pretty enjoyable.
Okay.
More than that, the Diablo friggin' cinematic, which we'll talk about, right, got me back in a Diablo mood. So I finally installed Diablo 4, started playing it. Then as I'm playing Diablo 4, I realized, I never beat Diablo 3. So then I went back, watched like 2 hours of Diablo lore videos to catch myself up on the story. Now I'm 3 acts deep in Diablo 3, and that's primarily what I've been playing. And it's a pretty fun game. Yeah.
That's it? That's all you've been playing? Just Bramble King?
I finished BioShock for the first time last week. Which
congrats!
Discussion with Nick, because I did not have the mmoment spoiled to me at all, even the last one.
What?
Yeah, I know.
So the would you kindly hit home?
Completely got me.
And that's how video games are awesome. Like right there.
John,
that bit where you're like...
You don't get to talk about the first one that's on your list. It comes out.
Okay.
It still comes out next week. We had it that early.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But what's funny is I remember having to skip forward conversations in this podcast itself. The moment the word Basha will come, we're like, nope, 30. All right, they're all not talking about it. All right, let's keep moving.
We just got a new patron.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Confused Clarity just joined the Patreon. Thank you so much.
We've had a bunch of new Patreon members.
I know,
Big thank you to
and
all
people
of those
upgrading
guys
too. New executive producer we had to do that video for real quickly.
Yep, and they're in there because we're skilled. I love it. I love seeing this community. Like, it's just it gives me all the good vibes. It's very nice.
Yeah, they're added to the scroll.
One last thing I'll throw in.
Yeah.
I played Vampire Survivors co-op for the first time.
Oh, it's
I
great.
played myself
isn't it?
a lot, but never.
Did it
co-op.
confuse you that it gives you the upgrades in
Yes.
turn, and you're like,
Yeah,
wait,
and
where's mine?
And it limits, but you can also share the entire support items. I played with 3 people, not split screen, local co-op, and it was a blast.
It's so good.
much fun.
It's so
much fun.
good. It's a great game. I absolutely love it.
And we just got another $50 in donations on the
What?
Patreon on the PayPal.
Wow. Okay, we're getting there. More than halfway there, guys.
And I won't call out names or anything because it's actual people's names. So, but you know who you are. You are all incredible.
Yeah.
Quick shout out sorry from the chat. Yeah, Eid Mubarak to those who are celebrating it tomorrow or the day after. It's finally here. That came out in 2 seconds. And Haroon, I doubt he's celebrating Eid today.
I swear to God, you guys have Eid like every
Twice a year.
weeks.
Twice a year. But it goes.
Oh, okay, it's twice. And that's
twice a
why, because
year.
I'm always like, I swear, it's like it's not Christmas. It's not once.
Here's the
It's
thing.
twice.
It's twice a year, and it goes back 12 days every year. So that's why it kind of feels like it hits close to every single time. It's lunar calendar based. So like for like employers, it's like the worst. Like, okay, which day do you need off? Maybe Tuesday. I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know in a day in advance.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's awesome.
Oh man. But yeah, that's what I've been playing. What have you guys been playing?
Well, Jesse just kind of reminded me, and I just have to call it out. Cheesework in the chat, YouTube member. Cheeseworks like the stream you all, as he always says. So it's always, whenever I see Cheeseworks, I just associate with, then it's like a reminder. It says, hey, if you're watching the stream right now, just give it a little thumbs up. We appreciate you. But he asks, am I still stressed or did last night? How about? I'm stressed for lots of other reasons. Like I don't want to. What's the phrase? I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I'm still, unfortunately, juggling divorce arguments and stuff like that on monetary values and house and children and childcare and stuff. That side of things is pretty stressful because I don't really want to leave my home and have to redo all that, especially when, this is my workplace, effectively. So that side of things is stressful. But in general, yeah, yesterday was like... Today was just like, oh my God, we're going to do it. Like, I genuinely believe, like, I looked at that target of 8K, and it's not a bullshit target. That's not a target pulled out of our butt cheeks. That is a target of hotels plus flights all added together. That's it. There's no like, oh, would be nice. There's no premium economy for Nick, who's flying from Australia.
He can upgrade himself if he wants, but we're not.
If he wants. But yeah, to get halfway in one community stream, yeah,
it's incredible.
It's a pretty big stress reliever.
That like months before we go.
Yeah, like I am going into it a lot more calmer, and I'll be honest, I am definitely a creative person. I always feel like this is an excuse. Like I hate legwork. I hate bullshit. Like I hate the unfun stuff, right? And Jesse keeps me very honest on the unfun stuff. He is, regardless of the fact that I am now also full time, he is and remains the absolute spine of XboxEra in terms of pushing us to make sure that we're on top of things, and he has to be applauded for that on the regular. I say.
Still need to upgrade the who's a staff member and not on the forums, by the way.
Who's not been upgraded?
No, like half the people there aren't staff members.
Oh, okay. I need to remove some.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I definitely feel a lot better. But I love doing the creative stuff. So the fact that I've got this other project that we've been working on, that's the stuff where I'm like, I am on fire and I love doing it. So that's the stuff where you'll see.
And now I'm gonna force you to do more SEO articles.
You are. You're gonna be my taskmaster.
I'm not gonna say much.
Monday
not to toot my own horn, but the
toot
math,
it.
The math speaks for itself if you go to the breakdown of views of articles on our site for the last few months.
Yeah, I agree.
I need to get one out so I know exactly how.
It's not hard. It literally.
What do you uncheck to make it like not?
You make it a guide. So if you don't want it to show up as news and be in the feed. So for people wondering, SEO work for us is not clickbait. It's just, what are people going to Google in question? When is GTA 6 coming out? I put that article out. I did it in 10 minutes. I gave all the info I could find about exactly when it might be. And it's got like 10,000 views or something. And that's a lot of money for us in ad work. And it's like 10 seconds of... So those are the little things we do that pay for the big expensive to do, but don't make any money really, reviews and stuff. Because like playing... Chengiz did 100 hours of playing Shin Megami Tensei 5 to do a review. In that time, you could write 3,000 shitty little articles that will make 5 to 10 million times the return. But it's not fun. So you do the little shitty SEO articles that aren't front-facing to let you have fun and do the stuff the Patreons are essentially paying for. So if you like our reviews and you like our streams and all that type of stuff, you have the Patreons to thank, because they are the only reason we still get to do so many of them.
Accurate. But anyway, that was a tangent. In terms of what I've been playing Still Wakes the Deep, but I am not allowed to talk about
Comes
any
out
of my thoughts.
next week, so we'll talk about it next show.
We'll talk about it next week.
My review's been done and dusted for so long that I forgot I had already done it, and I was like, "Oh,
I
that's coming out." But yeah, it's
love
nice.
it when developers and teams give us a decent chunk of time and not like 2 days.
You mean unlike Elden Ring? I do not
Unlike
have
Shadow of the Erd Tree.
I do not have Shadow of the Erd Tree. I don't know of anyone that does, that didn't get it back at Summer Games Fest when Tom Henderson said it had gone out. And that is across all platforms. It's not like a specific platform thing, because they know I would have taken PC. For some reason, I have no idea. We just didn't either make the cut for early. Maybe we'll make it for late, because I'll still do it no matter when I get it. But yeah, so no Shadow of the Erd Tree review when those hit sometime prior to, I think it's Thursday night launch.
Yeah.
20th, yeah.
I mean, I know the embargo. I'm just not going to... See, I'm not going to break the embargo. You can always trust me, even though I know it.
Yeah. We play by the rules. But outside of that, I've been, like, obviously I've been away, so I haven't had much gaming in, but the gaming I have had has been mostly Balatro focused, and going back and replaying Death's Door. Because,
oh, interesting.
Fun fact, the PC Windows Store version is a separate achievement list to the Xbox version. So, as I really loved that game, like, I thought it might be nice to boot it up again, and I've been enjoying playing that.
Did you go with the umbrella right away, or did you...
Nah, like, I can't be asked for that
All right,
achievement hunting nonsense. But it's just nice to be able to replay a game like that and unlock everything again.
Do you have a handheld device, John? Like a ROG Asus Ally or anything like that?
No, I'm not rich and affluent like many others in the gaming sphere.
We have been unlucky for outside of the US ever getting anything like that. It's tough.
Yeah, like I'd love one. I've got an
You travel a fair bit. I feel like you'd actually make use of it. You know?
Well, I probably, but I also like I've learned, and I refuse to do this anymore. Like for the LA trip, I'm always like, right, I'm going to need to load up a device with games, and I loaded up my work laptop, which is it's a Lenovo. Not Lenovo? No,
like
it's
an
not.
Idea
It's
Pad
an
or
Asus.
something?
It's an Asus ZenBook.
Okay.
Right, so it's not a gaming machine, but it does okay. It can run some lightweight stuff,
Like Balatro.
like Balatro and Death's Door and other bits and pieces. But outside of that, I barely touched it because I was so busy and/or ill. So, and I've often
And you're in LA. You're in America. Like, you know, like...
A good one for the plane? Playdate. Now, it's not cheap. This is $200, but it's because it's a small batch item. But it's just a ton of like micro, super fun little things. I still need to do the review. I'm very sorry to friggin' the PR company who sent it. I just keep... It's been really busy. It was a busy time of year. They're very nice. You get the press account, can just get every game for it. So I have gone through like 100 games already.
That's pretty cool.
And they're only like $2 to $5 each. They're like mobile pricing because they are smaller, but very repetitive things that you can do a lot and have fun because they've got the little crank mechanic, which is always really,
cool.
It's just this different way to interact with stuff. And when the games are built for it, that's good. The Legion Go, I would say, is good if you can charge it at your seat because you will get 3 to 4 hours of very light indie games. It's
Same
lower,
for the ROG Ally, I'd say. Essentially, I wouldn't even consider that if I wasn't planning on playing it. Just sitting down.
And maybe if you've got a couple of power banks that can keep it going. So, so that is going to be my stuff. I was contemplating bringing this with me to London, but I don't want to lose it. But
well, I've got one
in the plane. No,
anyway.
but for the plane trip as my own personal movie theater.
Yeah.
Oh,
honestly, and that's the lesson I've learned about traveling now is I end up weighing myself down with all this shit, and then when the reality hits, it's just too much of a faff to use any of it.
Yeah.
Part of me does want a handheld though, just to be able to be like and just play something.
Because I'm gonna want to be reviewing stuff while we're there because there's so much coming out.
It's going to be interesting juggling that world, like even producing the podcast, because I'm like, I don't think my laptop particularly has the guts to do it. So
I would set
we'll
up
move the rig.
We can just set up a very basic OBS that is just a StreamYard thing, because your laptop can run a video, it can run a web browser, like it can do that. The stuff I push harder is all the transitions, all the showing gameplay, all that type of stuff. If we make it basic and we're just essentially using H.264 CPU, it'll be fine.
I am thinking though we should for the live show the first ever. We're going to do 2. So the weekend before Gamescom, Jesse and Nick, and maybe Soul Blazers if he's traveling to London, will be around.
Yeah.
And we'll do a live show. I feel like we should do some sort of live in-person hilarious game show type thing just for laughs, just to make everybody giggle.
Let's play Risk and destroy all our friendships.
Well, yeah, we'll certainly play something, I think.
Maybe.
But yeah, and then we'll do one after Gamescom as well.
I just have to be careful not show, like if I'm on your TV trying to review Star Wars Outlaws or something, just make sure you're not.
Yeah.
Don't show it.
I've got 2 Series X's here, which we can load your account on and we can download stuff. The internet is more than capable of downloading big games, so we'll be able to get plenty done. I'm not concerned about the juggling act that it's going to be. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Stations and
A
stuff,
fun
like the
bowling
Rogue
act.
Ally, whenever you go to the hotel, just plug it to the TV. You get basically a full-fledged game console ready to go.
Yeah. I do want roll on Microsoft making a handheld, but we'll talk about that in a sec.
Yes, we will.
Jesse, any other things you want to? I know you did release one review.
Yeah, I only did it
this
text.
week.
It was too late for a video, really, by the time I was up, because I did Alan Wake 2. It was through one specific PR company, and then the Alan Wake 2 expansion was just through them. I actually talked with Thomas Puha, who was very nice from their PR department.
Remedy.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he's a nice
straight
guy.
through Remedy. Which would be funny because a lot of people online seem to hate him for his Twitter account, but I don't know, he was really nice. Yeah, so
man. It's not real world.
did the Alan Wake 2 Night Spring expansion to keep it spoiler light as possible. If you are into Remedy's recent releases, Alan Wake Control, Quantum Break, there's a lot there, and they don't own the Quantum Break IP. So without ever explicitly mentioning the IP, it is the major part of this expansion, funnily enough.
Interesting.
The first one, you're playing as Rose, the waitress at the diner, and it's like her. So these were all stories Alan Wake saw while in the dark place, essentially. And so he wrote them, and it became a TV show hosted by Mr. Dorr. And the first one is Rose and her over-the-top fandom for the writer. And so there's like an evil... It hits all the soapy, melodramatic stuff story-wise. Like there's an evil twin brother and stuff. But it's just ridiculous. She's got a shotgun and just kills all the enemies from the main campaign. And you have 700 shots, so you never run out of anything. The second story features a Jesse Faden-looking Courtney Hope. She's in Night Springs, which is like the in-universe fake version of the actual place in the game. She's in Night Springs. She's looking for her sibling. She doesn't have any powers, though. And then the third one, you are playing as Sean Ashmore, the actor who played the main guy from Quantum Break. Yeah. And from Alan Wake 2. He was the sheriff. So you play as Sean Ashmore. It also heavily features Courtney Hope, who was Beth in Quantum Break. And for fans
I did not know that.
For fans of Quantum Break, it is very interesting on where all of their games are probably going. The whole Remedyverse thing that they've been talking about, and why would different people be playing, same people be playing different characters and stuff, is like a big focal point in a really cool way. I think they pull it off pretty well. Highly recommend. It's $20 for the expansion pass, which gets you this, and then the Lake House DLC, which comes out most likely in October, because that's when their physical edition comes out. So,
how long was each episode? Like 30, 40 minutes?
25 to 35 minutes, depending on if you do any exploration, maybe 40 minutes. So it's about, I think I finished it in an hour and 45 total.
That's cool. It's like an episode of a TV show.
Yeah, it was essentially an episode of the show. The combat was...
Okay.
The first episode, you had a shotgun and a rifle. The second episode, you had a pistol with a ton of ammo that didn't hit that hard. And then the third episode, you had a big, like, 6-shooter revolver. So... very good if you're not Nick, really carried by the story, because I gave it an 8.5. Nick's like, oh, it wasn't that good. It's like, you skipped every cutscene about a thing that was mostly about the story and not the gameplay. And it's like, Jesus flipping, but whatever.
I'm still a little surprised Nick liked Alan Wake 2 as much as he did, because that's
because
very
it played
much
in a
narrative game.
It played in a way he liked, and it's not
Even
the
the playing
quality.
a lot of times
It's
was, like,
not the
showing.
quality of stuff if it hits tonally what he likes.
Fair enough.
Because he does. It's not the actual story. It's not the writing. In the parts he is forced to see, is it cool?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So it's like that game. Just it was a 10 for him the moment he saw it, And unless something went terrible, it was always going to be a 10, and that's just the way he is. Astrobot's going to be a 10 for him because he's already seen it that way. Like, that's just how he looks at stuff.
He makes his mind up about games before he's touched them or smelt them.
He still can't admit Balatro is like a 10. He's like, no, it can't be. And it's like, why? Because it didn't look to him that like him at first. And so it's just stuck forever not being that.
I love the fact that he's still not won a hand of Balatro yet.
He said he got to endless mode, but it didn't give him the achievement. But he made it one time. It's like,
I think I'm just going to claim that he just
like the basic, like before you.
He said there's a lot of people I've seen that said they've just never won a hand of Balatro, and I think it's because they're always trying to play it like poker. They're trying to play it like a hand of cards instead of this thing where you use hands of cards to play a video game.
Like
that
literally
has
at one
nothing to do
point,
with cards.
if you have a straight, it's going to give you less points, and you're upgraded too. Right?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
You can upgrade a high card to be better than a 4 of a kind. Like,
literally,
it's just,
But
yeah.
John, really quick. Speaking of Balatro, have you played Slay the Spire?
No.
You feel like you'd love that game too, man. It's different, but also very similar. It doesn't have the poker theme too. It's more fantasy, blah blah blah. But it's just also a fantastic game and a great.
And it's one you've got to really work your head around exactly how it works because you have to. What moves you make in the first, like as you're learning, like the early moves you make, everything always matters. There's nothing you can kind of you can never fully recover from a big mistake. So
also, I feel like it is more RNG heavy. Like sometimes you just get a bad block and it runs shot. You should definitely give it a shot though. It's fantastic. It's still on Game Pass.
Maybe.
And there's a sequel coming, but and it's on Game Pass, but it's not Play Anywhere. Your PC and Xbox saves will not be the same. The only bad thing, and it is on phones, I think too. But the big thing, the other big thing I've been playing a lot of, and I played some on stream last night, is Mullet Mad Jack.
Yeah.
I
saw you playing that a little bit. I was very confused.
It is only on PC. It's essentially a roguelike where every you're going. It is very 80s Japan anime inspired aesthetic made by a Brazilian dev team who have some of the nicest PR people I've ever talked to.
Okay.
You are a guy who is, and you can change it. You can just have it be like a boomer shooter if you want. Otherwise, it's a reality TV show in the future where you have to make viewers excited by killing people or killing billionaires, the evil robots who are all billionaires. You have to kill them in more and more creative ways as you can to get more seconds onto your life. You can only have, at default, you can only have 10 seconds of life. Every time you take damage, you lose seconds. Every time you kill something, you gain 2 to 3 to 5, depending on how you kill them.
How long does a run last? Like 2 minutes?
Each level can be 35 seconds to a minute, depending on if you really just want to kill everything or if you want to get through. Okay. And I just want to get through because there is no benefit for murdering everything as far as I know. It's a very long... You can probably get through the whole thing in about a couple hours if you just want to get from every level, but then there's all the difficulties and different things to go. Every 10 levels, you hit a boss stage, which has no timer, but then introduces a new mechanic. Every time you kill a boss, you get your permanent unlock for the meta progression.
Oh, that's cool.
So every time every time you clear a floor, you get to choose 3 upgrades, and they're really limited at first. But as you get through and kill bosses, you get way more and more upgrades to the point where there's a bunch of different weapons, different ways to use them, all that type of stuff.
Wait, this was a game I saw you playing where you're playing a man with no clothes and you just chop someone's head off.
No, that is Half Sword. I'll talk about that too.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay, because what you were describing and what I saw did not.
Yeah, Mullet Mad Jack is a 2-button game. Left mouse button shoot, right mouse button dashes or kicks, or does the glory kills, essentially. It should eventually be coming to console. It's only on PC right now. Smaller team, so focusing on one thing. It's a very
silly-looking game.
It's fantastic. Cool. It's super fun. It sounds great. It looks really good. It's going for that full-on adult 80s anime look, but being like actually 3D for the most part, even though it doesn't always look it. It's super fun.
Really cool.
Yeah, the other thing you saw, and I'll get gameplay up for it because there's no easy way to describe it. It is just a demo. It's not even listed on YouTube because it doesn't have. It's just a demo for now. But you start out as a naked man. As you wake up, you've got to start finding. Here, let me get it before he's all dressed. So you are essentially
confused, man.
Yeah. You look like Saitama from One Punch Man, and it controls weird, kind of like that Baby Steps game. But you've got left mouse button, right mouse button control your hands. Left is right, right is left. Oddly enough, and you're just moving your cursor to move the hands and swing weapons and try and kill guys. And you've got to get. It's a roguelike essentially. You're finding armor, you're finding weapons, and you've got to just murder everyone. It's a little demo. It controls weird. It feels weird. It looks weird, but it's
weird.
You started to
fun.
sound weird when you were playing this. Lots of noises. I was like, what are you doing?
It's super gory. You can chop people's legs off. You can chop people's arms off. You can bash their heads in. Like, it is super gory, super dumb.
Very
but
cathartic.
I'll jump ahead because like you'll see as you get higher and higher level, you become a full knight, and you got swords and boards and like. It's technical too in a way where like you do have to start blocking and you got to get through people's armor. And right now it's just a demo. It's free. It's called Half Sword. It's experimental demo 0.3. If you actually look at their videos and stuff on the store page, it looks a lot better. Like this was just their proof of concept, and now they've been spending like the last year and a half, and people still play it a ton, even though it's been. It's just so fun. It feels so good to play, and it's that mix of not controlling great, but just you control it just well enough, and the computer is just broken enough where you get some of the funniest moments. Like when you get good, you can like pick up weapons and you can let go right as you're moving. And I've seen people throw a sword like 20 feet and just go straight through a bad guy's head and kill him. Half sword.
You're enjoying the game way too much.
I don't know how it would ever work on a controller. I don't know if they could figure that out.
Currently installing.
It is incredible. I played it a bunch on stream last night. Sadly, it's gone. I'll try and play it more on like a Coffee with Cabeza, though. Coffee with Cabeza might just be me reviewing.
When you were
Shadow of the
describing the
Tree.
first roguelike you were playing, all I could picture was this game that I saw you playing. I'm like, how the hell does that turn to this?
Yeah, because like there's one point you get a scythe and people don't have armor yet, and the scythe just fucking wrecks them. It destroys them so bad. You just chop them in half like it's nothing. You take their heads off like it's nothing. Like it's really goofy. Like here's a guy's head just coming right off because the scythe is so sharp, but the scythe can't get through armor, so you can't use it the whole time because as they start getting armor, it just tinks off of it. So you need things that are going to go through armor. It is really goddamn fun and very excited. The music is also really good. Like there's a guy named I think it's Good Malware who's making all the music for it, and it's really friggin' it's like it fits perfectly. It's kind of dumb, but it's supposed to be. Also, I hear myself through John's earbud. It is
Decreasing volume.
If you have any type of decent computer, laptop, it's not hard to run. This demo, a lot of fun and free. So.
Okay.
Yep. See, his intestines popped out and his arms got chopped off, and it's just really fun.
Yeah, sounds great. Who wouldn't want to chop someone's intestines into itty bitty pieces? All right. Well, that's what we've been playing. So, friendly little bit of housekeeping. As always, if you're watching XboxEra podcast, be it for the first time or your usual time, please do hit that like button. It does help us out. And if you really love what we do, if you love the forums, if you love the website, if you love interacting with us week in, week out, be it on YouTube or in our Discord, discord.gg/XboxEra, consider subscribing to us on Patreon for as little as like a Starbucks a month. Starbucks.
Less than a Starbucks. Starbucks is
less than a Starbucks, really. in the grand
That's not
scheme
even
of
Dunkin'
things.
Donuts now.
You can do that on patreon.com/XboxEra. Anywho, I want to switch gears.
Ha! I see what
Xbox
you
put
did
on
there.
their showcase. Look, we got the time. It's our show. We can do this, right? We've had time to chew on the fat of the show, right? And there's been a lot of fat to chew on.
Yep.
They revealed a silly number of games. Some of them we already knew about. Some of them were brand new gameplay reveals. Some were new things. I want to go through them. I want to go through them and talk about them and just relish what a great meal was
the
put out.
needed win Xbox has been waiting.
Was it though? There wasn't.
Only if you.
They didn't have like
Only if you're
25-minute long
subscribed to that
uncut
nonsense.
gameplay, so it was all fake.
Yeah,
Let's do
little
it, John,
fake.
100%. And also, John, after every game we talk about, I want to know how the crowd reacted because you were there. Physically,
Yeah.
in person watching.
I mean, I can tell you that I'll give you some anecdotes in general.
Yes.
I couldn't tell you what the crowd reacted to every single one.
Of course.
I can tell you generally the vibe in the room, and it was very positive.
I still don't forgive you for not recording it, man. Come on.
Honestly, I was tripping. I was tripping balls. I was so ill. Like I actually, as much as it was cool being in the Xbox theater, rewatching the showcase at home when I got back and just being like, oh, I'm no longer feverish. Let's enjoy this again. It was actually nicer the second time around because I was just like I could not.
God,
I was so out of it. It was.
That's
I hate being ill and not being like near my things. That's my house and stuff.
Yeah.
Like it was horrible. But okay, so they started the show with Call of Duty Black Ops 6. We got a kind of like a rundown at the showcase. It's basically a little advert to say, stick around. We're doing a direct afterwards. I want to get that bit out of the way. I think, like, I don't think the direct
most important part of the podcast. I mean, sorry, of the show.
No, well, important in terms of revenue, certainly. But I think
Crowd size too.
Yeah, I think though, in general, and you feel free to disagree and let me know if you do. I don't feel like the direct was anywhere near as exciting or as interesting.
It's not for
as
you.
The one we got for Starfield.
For that audience, what it talked about and what it said was like for that actual audience.
I don't disagree with that, but in general, for me, I was just like, okay, it's Call of Duty. Okay, you're doing some other things like Omni movement.
The big
stuff.
thing, the comparison was. The last few years had felt so rushed in comparison.
Yeah.
This felt like a proper one. And just getting that even, like, hey, this had enough time and isn't a rushed thing. This was the...
This has been in the oven.
This was Modern Warfare
ready.
2019, which they obviously hadn't had for the last 4 years. Like, everything, Cold War and all those other ones, they always felt rushed and an incomplete package that had just as much money and human misery thrown at it to get something out that would make many billions of dollars. And it worked, but it was still why they were in the position of looking to be bought. Like, people always talk about...
Great.
Yeah. For this, I know it's so hard to enjoy the showcase with how evil the corporation is because they fired people, but that doesn't get brought up for every other showcase. But
every other company fired people.
It's all bad and dumb. Like if you can't like something because the company behind it's kind of shitty, you're not going to like anything, which is fine. But I thought Call of Duty. This is the first one that's really gotten me hyped up for it. I won't do the multiplayer much, but like the campaign and zombies I would be all over. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it looks really good. Like it's also the first one to fully require you to always be online to play its campaign because
interesting. I didn't know that.
To keep the file size down, the textures looked incredible. And the reason they did is because you have to download them as you're playing. The streaming tech that they've been using already is now mandatory, essentially, it seems. So
interesting.
Yeah.
I'll be honest,
I agree with you though. Like the Call of Duty's campaign is probably the thing I will play. I won't dive too much into multiplayer except unless lots of friends are. I mean, I imagine a community night with the XboxEra community in COD would be a good laugh.
Even just zombies, like that co-op part is always fun.
How people rush.
Yeah, you can't beat co-op, right? But I do like. For me, Call of Duty is like playing a Michael Bay movie. Like it's full of American patriotism,
and they've been missing that.
But I'm fine with it.
They've been missing the bombasticness to a point where you had it in the very first mission for last year's, but then it became an open world thing because that was just all they could really get out. Man,
I'll be honest, I didn't even watch the direct, man, and I was sitting right here, and it was on my main screen playing it. The entire time while the direct's happening, I'm out there scouring Xbox Wire articles to get more information, figured out the Gears Tactics article, figured out Gears 6 stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I was like kind of watching it, but that's it. Like,
anecdotally, so the theater where they held the Xbox showcase for media and for folks that went to FanFest, you had media all in the top rows at the back, and then you had all the fans in the front of the auditorium. And as soon as the main showcase wrapped and it went into the Call of Duty Direct, so many media folks were just like, yep, okay, I'm done. And they were leaving the room because they don't care about Call of Duty.
I know, and that is one of the problems with media coverage is they don't cover the things that people really care about.
Like, you guys know what that this trailer hit, right? The initial, by the way, John, I kind of disagree there. The initial trailer wasn't just a stick around. In fact, the trailer doesn't even mention stick around on the trailer, right? That was the first full-fledged reveal of Black Ops 6.
Yes, yeah. No, you're quite right. I mean, for me, it was
yes.
to say we're going to do more
that
of
trailer.
this in a bit.
I think currently broke a statistic which no other trailer's ever done, which is the most viewed Call of Duty trailer ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Like 60 million views.
And almost right
on the
away,
content.
like really quickly.
Yeah.
And with Game Pass and Xbox all over it, it was that is always one of the problems with gaming coverage, where so much of it comes down to not being a job, but being I focus on the things I care about, which I get. I understand, but also
when it's your job though, you gotta treat it like a job.
Yeah, John.
Unless you love Nintendo or PlayStation games.
No, even then you'll still be talking about Xbox half the time.
I do feel, if Xbox ever did leave this industry, half of gaming journalism would be dead overnight. Shit, what do we write about? There's no one's talking, no one's doing anything interesting. Oh no. Yeah, it would be funny.
Yeah, in terms of the trailer, all I'll say is the initial trailer comes out and I'm like, oh dang, I'm interested in Call of Duty in the first time in who knows how long. A big part is because it's on Game Pass, right? Definitely. But then by the time the show ended, like that interest got near the bottom again. I'm like, yeah, sure, COD's coming, but I am way more excited.
Also, you won't even have, not just outside of Game Pass. They seem to like us and gave us a bunch last year, so you probably won't have to buy it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like last year I had the opportunity, like you guys were offering codes, like I don't freaking play COD, man. I remember one time I split Modern Warfare, or I think World War II with my brother. I did like once.
I didn't like that one.
It was a waste.
Yeah. Another thing that was funny is people were trying to make it like, oh, the whole tiers thing was just because you don't get multiplayer unless you have Ultimate. It's like, yeah, that's every Game Pass game. You don't get multiplayer in any game. That's not a tier thing. That shows how few people actually freaking use the platform that cover gaming, because they're like, oh, there's this tier thing. You don't get multiplayer without Ultimate. It's like, yes, that's the point of Ultimate. Funny. You only get, you need either Game Pass Core or Game Pass Ultimate to play multiplayer games that cost money online. That's just the way it's been forever. The only difference was free to play. You don't have to pay anymore. That was a new thing, but people trying to spin it as
catching up.
They're doing something different now. You don't get the multiplayer if you don't have Ultimate. That's what they're making. They're charging them. You've got to get Ultimate now. It's like, no, you.
John, what did you think of Phil's not so subtle snide remark at both PlayStation and Xbox in the past?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean slimy platform things?
No. That happened after in the IGN interview. The one beforehand, where he's like, for the first time in more than 10 years, everyone's gonna get the same game at the same time.
I liked it. I mean,
the Warriors were like, oh, why is he going at Sony? He's like, well, no, he's going at both of them. He's talked before about how he didn't like that they did it. Yeah.
He specifically said first time in more than 10 years, right? Which means
he was literally celebrating the fact that for the community of people that play these games, there's no longer a bunch of haves and a bunch of have-nots. It's one platform. The game is the platform. Everybody gets the same thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing that should be celebrated. Yay. But it amuses me that he called it out. But
2 weeks ago, like a random Hogwarts mission got available on Xbox, and people were like, "What the hell is this?" And they're like, "Oh, this is that one mission."
Oh yeah, Sony paid for that for a year.
Like, what the hell?
Why?
In one of the Call of Duty games, they reduced an Xbox loadout slot and just had PlayStation as one more. Like what?
Yeah, it's dumb. It's so dumb. That is slimy platform shit, and I'm glad it's dead.
It definitely is.
What else? I'm gonna jump over some games and not others, but I do want to touch on every single one. I'm doing this in the order of the graphic that Microsoft produced, which is basically all of the game logos. So I'm just going to do it from the top left down in a row. So the next one, this isn't in the order they were shown in the show, is basically what I'm saying. So next one I have here, Flight Sim 2024. Flight Sim's a beautiful game, all right, and I think this sequel to the rebooted Flight Simulator is basically adding things to make it more of a game, so you can choose a career within the world of Flight Sim and focus on that from a game perspective.
How career-centric is it? Like, I've played a bit of Flight Sim, right? And the UI is very sim-like. It's like, hey, just pick your plane, go and go. Are they going to streamline that a little bit? Are they going to make it like, hey, pick your career and everything's already laid out for you? Or it's going to be like, pick your career and then everything again, just like
we'll find out. But they've dived into all sorts of careers, from crop dusting,
aerial advertising
to cargo delivery.
It was even more than they showed.
Ambulance.
They showed so many last year, and then they just added a bunch more. The thing I'm curious, as someone who always really liked flying around, but wanted more of a reason, Like, this will pull me in, where, depending on the timing, I don't know, we'll try and review it. It's coming out in November, right in the middle of everything, so it might be really difficult, too.
Last time? Was it
John?
I did.
Oh, John reviewed it. Interesting.
Yeah.
It is.
I think I was the only one that had a semi-capable PC of running it, and my PC fucking struggled. It wouldn't struggle now, or maybe it would. I don't know.
But because this looks way better, which is shocking to say. It's not just like it's going to be the same world, but they've changed that so much and refined with all the world updates. But the to the ground stuff, especially getting out of the plane and taking shots of deer. Like, that did not look like that at any point before. It is crazy. So I'm gonna guess the jobs are in specific areas that they really touch up. I mean, that's the only way it makes sense. It can't be I want to do a cargo plane in every single strip of land on the ground on the freaking planet Earth. It's like, no, that wouldn't work. But it looks
I mean, if
stunning.
you're doing a campaign-ish, it should be like that.
But they've done like 15 world updates or something that go into huge swaths of regions and countries.
15, dude, I think.
But like the full world updates where they go in and we've just now completely rendered almost this entire thing. Like it's crazy how detailed and large it can be.
Dude, I mean, I did the thing everyone does a flight sim, right? They load it up, they fly over their own hometown, their own city, and
crash into your house.
Crash into your house, obviously. The amount of stuff that, I mean, when you go down to a little neighborhood, just not detailed, right? But like the Ambassador Bridge was there, the GM Towers were there. My friggin' university I went to was clearly written, like the name of the university on the tall building. I was like, whoa. What?
Yeah, some of it's nuts.
Yeah,
and it's definitely in terms of like, it's a weird one. Hey, Flight Sim, guess what? It's actually massive, really popular, and I believe it was a 90 rated game for Microsoft Studios.
Doesn't count though.
Doesn't count. Obviously, obvious reasons. Doesn't count for none of the planes are sad.
And it's a huge live service game with a big marketplace. That would make sense to be in as many places as possible for the future.
Yeah, 100%. Would not surprise me one tiny bit that Flight Sim would get a multi-platform release at some point in the future. Like, absolutely wouldn't surprise me.
The only thing that would make me think it might not is if like future releases really leverage like NPUs in future Xbox consoles. You know what I mean?
Well,
then I can see it.
The way game console technology evolves and works. Yes, Microsoft might be doing something a little bit different this time. We know that Phil pretty much out and out said, I want it to be a local handheld, right? Like, so that's cool. Yeah. But if you look at the last few gens of console hardware, they've always been roughly the same thing.
Yeah.
So like, I'm not worried about one game being able to run on another. The days of unique console hardware are pretty
technically
dead.
I mean, if you look at Microsoft hardware, right, this year 2024 they announced a bunch of hardware and every single one of their laptops has that NPU chip in it, right, leveraging AI and Go Pilot. Heck, now laptops, the second Windows button, actually it's not even Windows anymore, I don't know what the hell it is, but the second button where Windows used to be is now
Copilot button
with the Copilot button, right?
Boom.
So assuming we'll talk about consoles as they go on, but assuming this holds up for next year after, and they put NPU chips in Xboxes too, and Flight Sim would be the kind of game that would actually use it, considering it's already using Bing and all that fun stuff, then I could see it being restricted, like in those specific scenarios. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it plays out. But I think the general philosophy of exclusives were great, but now are they really? Because the biggest games in the world are everywhere. That's just fact. Minecraft, GTA, they're everywhere. Right? Fortnite, everywhere. So why would we want to not have big games when we have the capabilities? We're the biggest first-party organization in the world. We're $3 trillion Microsoft. We can support our own hardware, but we can also just pick and choose case by case if it's live service, if it's for these reasons, those reasons, whatever. And the question is, can they get the community to support it? And I think if you were to ask Microsoft, hey, wouldn't you want to keep hold of all of your Tim dogs? Aren't those guys important to you? Microsoft's answer is,
who?
No. What's a Tim dog? No, I'm joking. Mike Minotti and Tim dog. I saw Mike Minotti, by the way. I gave him a big hug.
Nice.
You didn't get to eat his cake? They made a cake.
I didn't eat his cake.
His RoboCop feed cake.
Amazing.
That doesn't make any sense out of context, but it's a thing, trust me.
No, but it's a thing. But yeah, Flight Sim looks beautiful. Big one for me. This one, seeing this again and seeing some of the fidelity on hand. Fable, trailer number 2. I love the tone of these trailers. Like, as a Brit, like, I could not see this in any other developer's hands at this point. Absolutely. And it's not just nailing Fable humor, because really, if you take old Fable, it is just fart jokes and a bit of Monty Python, right? Yeah. But this is dry, satirical British humor, and they've got the cast to watch it. I was sitting in the theatre with... Yeah, I was sitting in the theatre with Kat, and she was like, "Oh my god, it's Super Hands!" Right? Who is in Peep Show? Which is if you've never seen Peep Show, okay. I've not seen it. To any of my American brethren watching right now, Peep Show is like peak British comedy. It is. You want to? It's all done like from like if everyone was wearing GoPros. And it's like internal monologues and stuff like that of like their lives, and it is just
like Big Brother, like kind of in a way.
No. Like picture like we're having a conversation, except like it will have my viewpoint. It will be like I'm from a first person perspective, and then it will be like my internal monologue of me doing
still
things.
Like a scripted television show.
It's still scripted, but it's so good. It's so stupid and funny and brilliant. It's so cringy. You actually want to curl up into a ball and
12
die.
years? Holy crap!
Yeah, it's an old school show, but. Yeah, love it. I'm going to pause for a second and just read out a lovely super chat from Buck, who dropped $10 and said, "Supporting your Xbox coverage, good work. Much love to you. Thank you."
That's 10 American bucks too. That's real money.
Yeah, it's real money. It's none of this monopoly money like we have over here. But Fable, just the glimpses, and like I can understand some of the criticism that could be levied to say where was an extended gameplay sequence that was definitely gameplay. But look. I know I've spoken to people. It's in engine. That is the gameplay being captured. You're just not seeing a HUD for personal presentation reasons, cinematic reasons. Maybe that stuff hasn't been finally finalized.
UI. I mean, UI's not finalized until like
exactly.
And
there was a good video from your friend Alana Pierce where she went into working at Sony Santa Monica now and talking to devs so much in the past. Like wanting more and more of these long extended gameplay demos for something that's not coming out very soon is an insane amount of extra work. It's not like we're just going to take what we got and throw something together. It's like it can be 6 months of having to have a team ready to make a vertical cut of what you have, and because it has to be gussied up and prettied up in a way that nothing is until you're in the polishing phase. Like Avowed now is able to just jump in and do more gameplay stuff because they are in the polishing phase. That is really the time you can go in and it's a part of your pipeline already. It's already there. You can pull things out and just go and maybe touch up some stuff, but you don't have to completely make something new just for a show.
I had a friend ask me, "Oh, why this Avowed trailer was great? Why didn't they show this in January?" I'm like, "They didn't have this in January, man."
Yeah,
like
the game is an actively being built product. Yeah. It changes and updates, and you know, there are some games that suits, and there are some games that it doesn't. I mean, we'll talk about South of Midnight, which I think had an exemplary gameplay showing.
And iterative sequels you can generally do earlier if they're not changing that much. Like you can show, they showed Spider-Man a lot earlier because they were reusing a lot of stuff because or like the Yakuza games, they reuse a lot of stuff, so they were able to go and we've got this already, it's already game quality, we can get a cutscene or a gameplay there type. Like there's always differences. It's not a monolith, and I think so many people are like, well, they had it for this, why not that? And it's because it's different studios, different everything. It's always different.
Vertical slices, right, that people are used to seeing. They can go one of two ways. They can go the way of God of War, where you've seen they spent a lot of time on that vertical slice, right? That they showed in 2017, either the year before, 2 years before it released, blah, blah, blah. Then they had to make the game so it was that slice. But then you also have games like Anthem that spent a lot of time on the vertical slice, but they weren't able to make the game that the vertical slice showed. So it's like, do you really want to just be lied to constantly? It's okay. Like
the compromise of having developer directs in the year that the game's coming makes way more sense.
Speaking of which, January's fucking developer direct. Sign me up. Doom, Fable.
Oh, you mean next year? Yeah.
South of Midnight.
It's gonna be nuts. South of Midnight. Oh.
According to Tom Warren, maybe Gears. Like, you never know.
Maybe Gears.
But also, I've seen a lot of people saying, "Oh, we're forced to be a woman in Gears," and it's like I don't think
they Fable. You mean?
Oh yeah, Fable. It'd be fun. It'd be weird if it was Gears.
People didn't watch the trailer properly.
But yeah, because Fable is I thought they've already said it's the full character creator again. I don't think
To be fair, Fable's never had a character creator. The first game you played as a young boy. 2 and 3, you just chose a gender. That's it.
Yeah.
From what I
So
remember.
I think they said character, like you choose things in the character. I doubt we're gonna go through childhood and all that stuff again. But I'm pretty convinced, and it just makes sense the way it was talking. The character that everyone's talking about directly as a woman or a girl who made all the wrong choices isn't your character. It was most likely the other person that was in that
Not even most
trailer.
likely. It is 100%.
Yeah.
The way, I mean, I've seen that trailer like 15 times at this point.
Yeah.
Her, and then the twist in the trailer was, hey, she's here.
Yeah, and you saw the staff come in and the twist and the magic. I mean, it says to me, and get your Fable lore hats on. It sounds to me like it's going to be, it might be like a prequel in terms of lore. Like we're going to go back to the Age of Heroes, so before the whole industrial side of Fable came in with all of the guns and stuff. So it's going to be more arrows and bolts and magic and swords. But I wonder if she's going to be the storyteller, the narrator from the previous games as the villain.
The main character's sister that I 100% killed, and she should not be alive right now. Because I'm sorry, I could do more good with that sword. All right, I'm just saying, I could do more good with that sword.
But like seeing Albion in such high quality, you know, and seeing the twisted pathways and streets going out, and seeing some of the gameplay transitions when you go up for a conversation, it kind of does this nice pan
All
and zoom.
faked.
All faked, but like I look at it and I'm like, I cannot wait to get into this world again. It is like they've gone all out with the cast
and the music was so fitting.
That was a big thing. That was a big thing for all the trailers. I think they all had really good music, like music that just stuck with you in a way for a lot of them.
100%. And when I'm listening to 11-minute track, I'm listening to it nonstop for 3 days now. But we'll get to that. If you ask about John, we will talk about that. But like, you know what's funny? Every one of their shows, every one of their trailers had a little label in the bottom, right? I missed it for some. Only thing Fable said was in-game, not cutscenes, not engine. It just said in-game. Same thing they did last year. Yeah, which makes you think this is straight up just, hey, this is in-game. Yeah, obviously.
Just cuts off cutscenes in gameplay, and and it would not surprise me.
Showing her, into the hall. That's honestly probably the intro of the game, like an hour or two into the game.
I can't wait. And there was a nice image of the troll, like before she fought the troll. You can go back and see a troll from past Fable games, and the difference in quality of texture work and animation.
It's crazy. It's not that long of a time. Like, it's not like it's been 50 years. It's been 20, and yet we've gone from what would look like the cheapest, worst Rise of Kong mobile game, which was great at its time, to this, which looks infinitely better than any CG movie that you were used to.
I'm comparing these characters to my character in Forza Horizon 5, who looks like a child.
Yeah.
These guys.
But people focusing on the main female character that's been in both trailers now and going, right, it's just a stand-in for whatever you end up choosing, because like you can be assured that the dev team know that one of the quintessential things about Fable was you pick who you are, but then your actions determine how you look. I don't know if they're going to go down the full route of a character creator where I can choose like color of my hair and stuff like that. I don't know. I presume so, to a degree.
Yeah. Right.
It's fun. It's going to be fun to find out.
Yeah. For fidelity, I wouldn't imagine. For fidelity on the faces and animations, I wouldn't be shocked if it's a very limited set of faces. Just because to have that, you're always going to see your main character and stuff. So to have it be as high as possible, that's why you don't have a billion different choices normally and stuff like that.
To be fair, games these days are doing that, right? Dragon Age is, you can fully customize your face, and that's very up in front of you, right? Heck, Mass Effect did it in 2007, right? You didn't have to play M-Shep or F-Shep. Like,
also,
you wanted.
I am loving. I think Fable is one and Perfect Dark is another. Oh, look at what they're doing to women. And then it's like, oh, fun fact, they're both real people and their faces have been modeled on them.
Paused it on
fucking incel dicks.
I've paused it on a picture of her. She's very pretty. I don't get
pretty,
it. I don't. It's also like, and Fable was always super stylized and wasn't going for like model beauty. It was going for kind of goofy looking
real person.
Yeah, but now this new one, and the same thing with Perfect Dark, which we'll get into. Like, it is American anime essentially is what Perfect Dark Zero's Joanna Dark art looks like. But now it's just
people are
an
just-
actual, yeah.
People are so used to just every time they see a woman on screen, or men too, but they don't realize. But every time they see a woman on screen, they're obviously fully
Full
decked out.
makeup,
Even makeup that is designed to make you look like you're not wearing makeup, right? That's very much a thing. Very much a thing.
Yeah.
So it's like a character here, which if they're going for more authenticity, it probably has very light makeup. But either way, it's common sense,
Yeah.
Like,
Quick tangent. Little super chat from Crimson Eclipse, a wonderful YouTube member of the XboxEra community. Keep up the grind. Potential for full team coverage for Gamescom looking good. Soul Blazers needs to grow his Jerry curls back before then. You need to have your flowing locks again.
yeah. They're getting there. I mean, I was fully bald like.
If you want to know what they look
4
like,
months ago.
you can go join discord.gg/XboxEra and just type in, I think it's Ursel or Soul, and the emoji pops up and it's got the full hair. And away you go.
My missus says you look like Will Wheaton.
I feel like you mentioned that before.
When you cut your hair, she was like, "Oh no!" Wasn't happy. Anyway, so Fable, wowie, probably one of the highlights for me. Like,
If
I
it's
love that
real.
series. If it's real, I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Yes.
Like,
God.
perfect.
The most anticipated game next year.
Yeah, it's up there, man. It's up there. Like, Playground, do not miss. Like, I cannot wait.
Dude, they already showed glimpses of things like the morality system. Maybe not upfrontly, but you watch the trailer and it's like another hero's judging but whether I should do this or not. Another person feeling this. It's just, oh god.
And seeing some of the combat moves and there was little magic glimpses where the what are they called? The hobs.
Goblins?
No, they weren't goblins. They were hobs.
Right.
I'm sure they were
Right.
called hobs, and they were floating like up, hanging by their legs because she'd done some sort of spell.
Magic straight into range.
I'm just like,
the crux of Fable, right? Is synergizing all 3 of the attack types, and it looks like they're keeping that at least a bit of it. I'm so excited, man.
I'm so excited, and I'm hoping they don't do what Peter Molyneux and Lionhead did do, which was oversimplify Fable to the point where there wasn't a challenge anymore, and it was just spam buttons. Like, I want a little bit of depth to my combat for this.
Fable 1 was what? Berserk, time stop, and just smash away, right? That was the go-to.
Yeah. Man, it's been a long time since I played Fable 1.
They were like definitive games for me. Like, straight up, like one of my core memories ever. When we got the Xbox, the main games we wanted, the Xbox 360, was Halo 2 and Fable. Those were the 2 that we need to get these.
Very nostalgic showing from Microsoft this year with having Fable and Perfect Dark in there. It's just like
Fable, Perfect Dark, Gears, like
And
it was,
Gears?
yeah,
Back.
and more. Like they brought a lot of stuff back.
Another super chat from Cody Bishop, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Says, I'm having weight loss surgery next week and undergoing anesthesia. I'm a bit scared, but I'll be listening to this podcast when I wake up. I'm sure you'll be fine. Anesthesia is a bit scary, but once you've counted to 10, which you won't manage to do, you won't remember being scared anyway, and then you'll wake up and it'll all be over and it'll be fine. So don't worry about it. Best of luck. And if there's anything this community can do, let us know. We're all here. Best of luck to you. Next up on the list, State of Decay 3. Now,
Fake of
I think
Decay
this was
3.
This was the most interesting to me because this felt like a statement more than a direct gameplay capture, perhaps.
You
This
know
was
what it is, and it's what they've done in the past. This is them running the game in their engine, but using cinematic camera angles to capture everything. So will it end up looking like that running on Xbox hardware? No idea. But they didn't call it like in-engine or cinematic. They didn't call it cinematics or anything. They called it in-engine. Like this was supposed to.
Actually, if you go in the bottom, it says in-game and cinematics.
Yeah.
So
So like this guy driving cinematic, but the actual going around fighting zombie stuff was supposed to be in engine, but they're using the camera to swoop around and give it the tone
some of the
they
shots
want.
look straight up gameplay. The over-the-shoulder shots where
Just no UI and very specific movement because they might be puppeting stuff. So getting like a long uncut gameplay segment, that wasn't that, but it is much like Gears. It's just supposed to be what the game looks like.
Yeah, and I like State of Decay is an odd one for me. Like I'll be upfront. I want to love State of Decay. Like
Have
I
you
want
played
a
it?
world.
Have you
Yes,
played
I
it?
played both.
Since
I've
they
played both.
updated it and you didn't have to do all the busy work if you didn't want to.
I haven't. Now I'll say what I have played and I'll try and frame my position. I went in like State of Decay. I played a bit of the first one. It's not for me, all the management side of things. I just want to survive the zombie apocalypse, right? So when they said the sequel had this idea of co-op, I was like, okay, working with my buddies, having an outpost and having to go out and gather resources and stuff, this could be more my jam. But then it came out and they had this weird tether system where your progress didn't really count. So as soon as you left, well, shit. Now, we've learned a lot about what State of Decay 3 has done to overcome some of that, including it using... Who did they work with within Xbox Studios?
Obsidian.
Yes.
Which,
so
actually, Obsidian first used Undead Labs technology for Grounded.
this is so cool. This is this kind of stuff I really want to see Microsoft do more of. You've got these cool teams, get them working together, because this is a great story to tell.
Let me very quickly shout out Gary Baruch for his donation on the PayPal. Thank you, Gary. We love you.
Whoa. Has he just donated to the PayPal?
Yeah, it was part of the ones earlier. I think it popped up.
Thank you very much, Gary. Absolute legend. But yeah, so I bounced off of State of Decay 2 because that frustrated me. It wasn't
We should
what I
go
wanted
back and play it.
for in the game.
Honestly,
For
that'd be a
Hangouts.
really cool streaming game for you.
Because, John, they added in difficulty sliders for everything,
Okay.
for management, for combat, for how tough the world is, for everything. You can make the management part non-existent.
Imagine like the fun part of the game.
But
though, it's what makes it
if it's not what you're into, if you like doing it occasionally but not constantly micromanaging it, you can now make it so that occasionally you go out and get some supplies. Instead of having to do it, and like they'll use 1/50th of the resources essentially, and you can just fill up. The systems are still there, but you don't have to focus on everything at once like it used to be.
You know what's interesting? I watched a lot of reactions to the show, right? I do whenever it's a good show. And when State of Decay came, personally for me, I played the second game for like 5-6 hours. I thought it was good, but like the your character dies is dead mechanic always made me super stressed out, going out of my base. But like I'm watching reactions, and while the person reacting to it, I'd be like, "Oh, this looks okay." Chat every single time was like, "State of Decay 2 is fantastic. Undead Labs have updated this game nonstop. It's super good. You gotta play it." Like every single, even like
Maybe we should then, Jesse. Let's put this in a Hangouts. I will get it downloaded. I'm willing to give it another go. The point I wanted to make was
No, I'm going to talk over you again.
I played a lot of DayZ, like cast your minds back. DayZ was like this crazy seminal moment just before the Battle Royale genre hit, right? Because I played it a lot, and you would go in and you might have the best session ever, but the second you died, it was all over in a heartbeat, and it made those moments when they occurred feel so visceral and like, oh my God, you felt terrified that you might lose everything. Like I have this really fond memory of like I was trudging through, I was playing multiplayer on PC with like 3 or 4 other people, and we all had packs, and we all had guns, and we felt pretty secure.
Yeah.
And we hear in the game, and then this fucking piece of shit European trashy car comes hurtling through, mows down 3 of us, or no, mows down 2 of us, like just bundles it and kills them instantly. They're dead. They've lost their stuff, right? Now I dive off into the bushes, and this car empties out. There's 4 dudes. They're all
my God.
right? And I have to drop. On them. They think they've wiped out 2 of us, and I just remember, like, I had a decent gun, and I just remember getting it, crouching up out of the bushes, just unleashing and murdering them all, and being like, okay, everyone needs to load back in and get back here. I've got all your stuff. And then it was just a race. It was a race about whether they would get back again or these guys would. But that moment is like a memory that's seared into my brain. And I thought, when I think about a zombie co-op game, I wanted that DayZ type experience where it was nerve-wracking every time, and I wanted it to be permanent, and I wanted our outpost to be permanent. Now, I don't know what State of Decay 3 is fully going to involve when the time comes.
Yeah.
But I hope that they've brought the technology forward enough that it is something that my group of friends, or our community even, can work towards as a community. Like, I love the idea of that, and I really, really hope they nail that
I feel
vision.
like the trailer specifically showcased what it did for a reason. People major complaints were the tethering, right? And the trailer starts off with people in different parts of the friggin' map
And coming together.
Exactly, right?
I
And
love
I
that.
think that's definitely on purpose. Even when you go down to the Xbox Wires gets more detail. They specifically mention co-op. They know it's a big part of what they want to do. God, talking about these games making me more excited for them. Even though we didn't get a date, right? State of Decay 3. Nothing.
No.
No.
I don't think it's 2025.
26 probably. Right?
They
I
have
think it's
so
20 I
much
think
for
it's
next
a
year that, yeah,
2026
I don't think they'll feel a need to push it. So the sliders you can change now, John, from super easy to unbelievably hard are action. So like the actual combat, how hard or easy do you want that? Map, do you want the map to just be full of plague hearts and be super difficult to get through? And community, which is how much community management do you have to want to focus on? Like, do you want to do a little bit of community management? You can put it on slightly easy. You want to do barely none, put it on easy. You want to really focus on that. Like you can make the map and everything easy and then just make it like a community management simulator on lethal. So those sliders were huge for making it more what I wanted, which was some community management, but not a ton of it.
Yeah.
I feel like the tethering was probably so painful for Undead Labs in the sense where like they definitely didn't, because like the whole fantasy is, hey, you guys are like the strike crew, right? You guys go out, supply runs, blah, blah, blah. I'm back at base, managing everything, making sure everything's running fine. You know what I mean? Like that's the fantasy of a game like this, especially in co-op. And not being able to do that because of that system must have been like, come on. I think they've got it. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful. So, watching it with keen interest, an interesting trailer. But yeah, there's definitely gameplay snippets in there. Yeah. I don't think that's bullshit, but it definitely looks way better than
it's
State of
also
Decay.
Unreal Engine 5 worked on with the Coalition in tandem. Like this has way more budget than they ever had. And I don't know. You haven't played 2 since like around launch, right?
Yeah, I think I played it again a little bit after one of its first big graphical updates.
Yes, the big
nicer,
the big graphical updates. Because if you go back to launch and then compare it to now, it's like it looks okay now. It doesn't look great or anything, but it's got way better color and all that. It is funny going back because if you compare Xbox Live Arcade State of Decay, launch State of Decay 2, and now 3, it feels like they jumped 4 or 5 generations of hardware. It is insane the difference.
Do I think the game will look worse than what they showed on Xbox? Probably, right? But the whole point is it doesn't need to look fantastic. It just needs to look not super duper janky that it gets in the way of playing the game. You know?
Yeah.
For all the studios they've bought, it feels like Undead Labs might get the biggest bump because they really were going. Thankfully, it seems, I don't know what the story is, but the founder is gone. Everything he's done has exploded horribly. Which really sucks for all the people who have lost their jobs. But I am very excited. As someone who's played a lot of State of Decay 2 and really enjoyed it, this was everything I want. I want the same game, but bigger and better.
Yes.
Just that. Because they always had that vision they couldn't reach because of tech and money issues. And like they don't have that now as much. They've got insane tech with the Coalition and everyone helping, and Obsidian helping, like Unreal Engine 5 and all this stuff. Unreal Engine can actually do this big open world stuff pretty good now. So yeah, I'm way into it.
Yeah, I realize this is going to be such a long show because we are 4 games into 30 games.
It's the same thing. You always say we don't have to do the live service games updates. But still,
fair enough.
But still, never call.
I will touch on everything, but we'll spend more time on big stuff than other stuff.
Ursula and I did Summer Games Fest, and there was stuff we really enjoyed there that wouldn't mind hitting on a little tiny bit, not as much.
Okay, I'll try and G things along as best I can, and hopefully, chat, you're enjoying the conversation. Like this is. It's important to remember we're just like you. We actually play on this platform and we love gaming. So expect to see the excitement. Just as you guys are excited, we're excited too. So
it feels like a victory lap almost. You know what I mean? Like us just discussing about the show.
I wouldn't even describe it as a victory lap. It's just I love talking about games, and when you see
fully agreed.
So like this, the sheer variety on display as well for me, like last year, everyone was talking about how, was it 2023 was like, oh, this is going to be such a bully year. Like, I can't believe how many great games. For me, wasn't that much stuff that I really wanted to play personally. This year, so far, though, I am eating. I am loving life right now. And there's so much more to come. So it's like this is hitting the right cadence. The next game up, it's going to be one of my games of the show because I think this was the first evidence to me that they 100% nailed how it felt. And I saw a really important part of an interview with Machine Games on Indiana Jones about focused on from a movie perspective, and they focused on the 2 best indie movies, the best one being, of course, pop quiz. So, what's the best Indiana Jones movie?
The first one, man.
No, third one.
Friggin',
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. The right answer is Last Crusade.
Raiders of the Lost Ark or whatever. Wait, no, you think Lost Crusade's the best movie?
Yes.
It is the best
Of course
movie,
it
mate.
is.
No.
Yeah, it's the best movie. Raiders is brilliant, but Last Crusade is the fucking shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, babe. It's all right. Look, it's okay to be wrong.
We got a very
I'm
important
right.
super chat. Get to it right now.
Xbox Expansion Pass, Xbox Era rocks.
Did you meet Xbox Expansion Pass?
Let's pause for a second. Tangent time. Luke Law, aka Xbox Expansion Pass, right? Go subscribe to his channel right now, because not only is Luke a consummate professional, he's a thoroughly decent fellow. And yes, I did have the pleasure to meet him and infect him a little bit with the Xbox Era flu.
Wow.
But he's a smart man. And I'll tell you why he's a smart man. Within hours of being back from a very tiring trip, despite being ill, he managed to ring up his buddy Cliff Blazinski following the Gears of War trailer. Like, Cliffy, come like, hey bud, come tell me how you feel about this. And boom, he has a viral video on his hands on the Xbox Expansion Pass channel, showing off and talking to his pal Cliff Blazinski about how he felt about watching the Gears E-Day trailer. It's a good watch. It's a great interview, regardless of your interest in just Cliffy or if you're really just hyper interested in Gears. But again, Luke, really lovely bloke, great little channel. Go give it a subscription so it's not a little channel anymore. Go bump up those numbers, baby.
We just got Destiny.
So yeah, I got a lot of time for Mr. Luke Law. He is a super dude.
And
Fun fact as well is we were both doing the Monster Hunter Wilds presentation with Capcom, and we were lucky because it was the celebrity filled version where suddenly royalty walks in and we've got Phil Spencer, Jeff Keighley, Jeff Rubenstein, and like Phil's handlers and stuff, and they all came in for some of the demo, and we're just sitting in there like, and then the demo broke because it was a real demo, it wasn't a fakes demo, and the demo broke, and they were like, we're going to load up like the hammer and the charge swords or whatever it's called, and we'll give you guys, no one else saw this, we'll give you guys some exclusive gameplay of that, which was really cool of the developer to do at Capcom. And the way it presented was really cool. But me and Luke got to be like, oh, this is fun. And then when we were sitting outside, Jason Ronald and Sarah Bond turned up as well.
Dang, full
so
circle.
it was a cool little trip. But
I have put up a
nice to
poll.
see you, bro.
YouTube only lets you have 4 options, so I left out the 4th movie.
You watched Last Crusade be the one picked here as the best Indiana Jones
Yeah, it's the
movie.
Raiders of the Lost Ark by far right now.
It's fighting for it. But
Yeah, I always will allow Raiders as an answer because it's a technically correct answer.
Okay, all right.
But people that really love Indiana Jones,
They shouldn't.
Genuinely love
he's a hebephile. He
That's in the books. All right, we're okay.
Shut up.
That was the 2 men who came up with the character joking about him having banged a 15-year-old Marion Ravenwood.
It's catching up. Whoa, chat, come on. Raiders is clearly the better movie, guys. Don't.
It's not the better movie. What are you smoking? You can't beat.
You
the
could call it
buddy
like the more
dynamic.
fun, or but the actual
Sean Connery's
movie
great, don't get me
quality
wrong.
of everything ramped up. Like even Temple of Doom as a production is crazy when you go and you actually look at it and remember. Oh yeah, and they didn't do all the crazy CGI they had for
age the best. But,
Crystal Skull didn't age for shit because it was so much friggin' bad CGI and dumb stuff.
I meant more socially aspect.
Yes, but I'm one of the weirdos who I really liked Dial of Destiny because I was going in expecting it to be very different because he is so old. It was never going to be
the first 15
same.
minutes of Dial of Destiny. I'd watch a whole movie on that.
That was essentially what if we kind of made a real life Great Circle video game.
Yes.
Well, this is and let's get back to the subject at hand.
Yes.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Thank you, Jesse. You could see it like this was this is an interesting one for me. I feel like this is coming in hot. I'll be honest. This is just my personal take. I didn't speak to the developers or anything out in LA. Like December, we got a 2024 still, so they're confirming. Yep, it's still coming out. We know that that's probably going to be in December, according to reporting from Tom Warren and The Verge and others. The gameplay clips that we saw all fit within what we saw in the developer direct in January, but we didn't get like an extended sequence. What we got instead here was a general feel for the kind of Indiana Jones story they wanted to tell, and they nailed the Indiana Jones humor. Choo-choo is going to go down in history as like the reaction in the theater when that happened was uproar of laughter, and it cracked me up. And it's like, this feels like an indie movie. not like a new indie movie. It feels like an indie movie from back then. And indeed, the developers reportedly said, we just watched Raiders and Last Crusade over and over and over because Temple of Doom is terrible.
You want a big reason why? I know people will go at him and say he's in too much, but it is not just a voice job. It's not just a VO from Troy Baker. It is a performance capture. He has done, they said he did all the physical. He did tons of stunts and bumps and all that type of stuff. It's him as Indiana Jones in this game, and he is, a super fan of that franchise and Harrison Ford's performance. So if that feels like Indiana Jones, it is because he has done a really good job. Yeah. And not just a really good voice job where it's a pretty good sound alike, but he is embodying it physically too, which is really impressive.
Yeah. And I loved it. I'm a little bit like,
show me more gameplay.
I want to see, because it's been still quick snapshots, right? First person puzzling, fine. Yeah. That's going to be what it is. It's that feel for the combat flow that I'm still curious about, and I still feel like they're just refining that in the run-up to the end of this year. Hopefully we'll see more. Gamescom's not far away. We'll probably... Yep. That's the opportunity, I think, where we might get some hands-on. So glad the XboxEra team is going to be out there, baby.
That being said,
I'll be elbowing you fuckers out the way. I'll be like, get out of here. Let me get hands on this thing.
I am twice your size, so if you do that, you just go flying.
I'll be politely nudging you. Hey, Jesse, do you mind if I just...
I'll be like, don't touch me. You're going to give me COVID like you did everyone else.
He definitely nailed the tone. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Choo Choo Man is going to go down in history as well.
Even like his German, the English accent with the German, even though it was like a thick German accent, it was completely understandable.
Yeah, they nailed it.
They talked about him a lot in that developer interview. It wasn't really a deep dive. It was an interview. And they talked about that character a lot, which makes me think he doesn't die in this cutscene like we saw him be thrown off a mountain. I mean, he was thrown off a freaking mountain.
He might be back.
There was snow right there. He's okay.
Yeah.
He landed in a nice snowdrift.
Somehow there's a battleship on the top of a mountain in the Himalayas, but he...
Right? Ooh, mystery.
What happened, bro? But
history.
I feel like that's going to be a big set piece, too. Because, I mean, in the big interview, they talk about how, like, Wolfenstein's known for their big set pieces a lot of times. So a big cutscene leading up into it, and then probably you playing as a ship's like rolling down the mountain, like some really
cool. And here's an interesting thing: they had a gameplay Raiders callback with the big rock.
Yeah,
what's that about? Are they going to be like, we couldn't make an Indiana Jones game without having like a memory flashback to that? Are we gonna flow back to it a little bit? We don't know. We'll find out.
Timeline wise,
so excited for Indy.
It's between 1 and 3. So because there was a decent amount of time there, and 2 was a prequel, which people don't always remember.
Yes.
But yeah, so I am very excited. Can't wait to review that one. Sorry, John.
Wait, what?
I mean, can't wait to work on SEO articles for one while John does the review.
Oh, John, that's better.
I mean, I'll get the code, so you keep me happy.
That's right. How long do you think the game's gonna be? I was thinking like 12 hours with cutscenes.
I think 8 to 10.
Yeah, right.
I think it's gonna be a single player experience. I think they'll probably put in like if I think back to Wolfenstein, there's a bunch of replayability there, different difficulty levels.
2 was really focused on replayability.
2 was, yeah. So but I think we still need to see more on Indiana Jones, especially if it's coming out this year. I'm not concerned. If it's delayed, it's delayed.
Sorry, John.
I'd rather have it come out and be the best it can be. But I'm hopeful that it's going to land this year. And I really look forward to playing it.
88 votes, 46% for Raiders of the Lost Ark, 36% for Last Crusade, 12% for Temple of Doom, 5% for Dial of Destiny.
Not everybody can be correct. It's fine.
I feel like Sean Connery elevated the movie a lot for a lot of you old heads. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, movie quality-wise, like it was a stellar production. I like the story quite a bit. The story in they have frozen for me. What's going on with StreamYard? Oh, StreamYard reloaded.
Frozen?
Hey, StreamYard's back. Is it? Hey,
yes,
there we
again.
go.
John's still frozen.
Yeah, StreamYard's hitching. Let me see.
Wait, but John's video in the back is moving, but he's not.
Yeah, no, he got you so hard. Oh, come on, man.
Dude,
sorry, I was like, I wonder if he's going to realize the video behind is moving. I
was like, I was about to say, what the hell? What are you talking about, man? But then, yeah.
That was funny.
Oh my God.
I'm just I'm overheating here. Like, I'm still ill. Unlike Nick, not a pussy.
See, it's not always me. You got to remember when we used to go straight through StreamYard and then we'd have like a minute where it was just dead, and I was like, what the hell? But the internet's a bunch of tubes, and those tubes sometimes get crossed. But yes, I'm very excited for this game.
Yeah,
yes,
very excited. Are you worried at all about the gameplay, John? Really quick, because that's
machine games.
About
that's the bit I'm like.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like there's some bits still coming in. I trust Machine Games in terms of what they do.
Yeah.
But I'm like,
you know why I don't think they
did.
They didn't do super deep dives, because it's not going to be a murder simulator. It's not Wolfenstein. Like they talked about it in the interview, and when you show puzzles, you ruin puzzles. Like you don't show the Talos principle too off a lot, because the only thing you can do is give away puzzle solving or see people fail miserably. Like it's not exciting. So you're going to show cutscenes and some of the heavier action stuff. You're not going to show the moment to moment. This is where you're going, and you got to figure out where this goes and where that goes, because it ruins it.
Yeah.
Even in the trailer, he missed his shot. Like
He did with the pistol.
In both trailers,
Hip fired.
In both trailers, they've hip fired, and the person being shot at has not moved an inch. It's been weird.
Yeah.
Okay,
Very
sorry.
strange. So yeah, I agree. I think I'm keen to get hands on with it and then be able to get a feel.
Maybe in a couple months.
We'll see. Roll on Gamescom. Next up, we're going to fly through this one. World of Warcraft. You know how World of Warcraft plays. It got an expansion trailer thingy. Who cares? Great, lovely.
Many millions of people care a lot for this October when it comes out.
I know, but it's not on Xbox.
It's not on Xbox, but this is the first time it's had its Xbox associated.
It might have
branding,
perks,
right? Yeah, actually, it might have. But more than that, I feel like they are slowly building up to a console release, bit by bit. You go to even like the Reddit post on the WoW sub, all the comments are, hey, is it coming to Xbox? Is it coming to console? You go to the trailer, all the comments, hey, is it coming to Xbox? Or glad to see it on an Xbox show. You know what I mean? Like
there's crazy people like they should just put it in Game Pass. It's like, no, that subscription costs the exact same amount as Game Pass Ultimate. It's the exact same.
Yeah. It's not going to be a perk in Ultimate. I'm sorry. You might get a mount or something, but otherwise. But yeah, Warcraft got a showing. Next one up on the list here, Mixtape. I mean, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I saw the Beethoven and Dinosaur Twitter account before the showcase, the day before, just post some eye emojis, and I replied, it was like, Johnny, you better not be fucking teasing something here, man. Like, I'm not ready. Are you doing something else? And he liked the tweet but did not reply. And then I'm sitting in the showcase and the Mixtape trailer comes out. We don't really know how it plays yet. I'm getting of like a combination of Life is Strange kind of.
It had the behind the back look like walking, and then it had the going sideways platforming. So I'm guessing it's a mix of everything.
It will be like a genre medley, right? But what a soundtrack. Love letter to that genre, that year, that era. As an 80s kid, yeah, all right, let's go. I'm really excited to get hands on.
You say 80s?
That one. I'm more of a 90s kid, but I was born in the 80s.
This game's the 90s. It's not the 80s.
Is it really? Is it the 90s?
Yeah, it's like late 80s into the 90s.
Late 80s. It's basically
it's the
my
transition
childhood.
period. It's the transition period of 80s to 90s, and not disco to 80s, which I think a lot of other stuff hits, where it's the early 80s. Because it always is that thing.
Incredible soundtrack.
There's a very big difference between the early 80s and the late 80s, like a really big one. Like it's almost like early 60s, late 60s, where you were starting to go from like doo-wop to friggin' soul and funk and crazy shit. It's so people always group them together, but it can be very different.
Yeah, but I'm excited, and I think it looks very, very
2025 on Game Pass.
Artsy-fartsy. Yeah, 2025. Clearly, Game Pass working quite well for. I think it was published by Annapurna, and again Beethoven and Dinosaur doing the development work there. Looking forward to it. Like I trust those developers, like Johnny Galvatron. Artful Escape again is one of those games, much like the recently released Hellblade 2. You just hold right.
You do some jumping.
Press some buttons and do like, let's just boil it down to the basics. It is an incredible experience, if not a challenging platform. But
you hold the button. Yeah, you play songs just by holding X, and it's still awesome because it's just such a cool thing you're going through.
Yeah. And I can't wait for Mixtape. Looks
really
great.
cool experience. Yeah.
This one I really need to watch the trailer again. Wu Chang. what do we think here? Like, this looks interesting to me. Again, another surprise reveal.
I mean, one thing is it wasn't a reveal, which is the interesting part. There was no world premiere when before it came because apparently it was already revealed. But I feel like someone said this, and I fully agree, is a Souls-like or a Sekiro-like can look as pretty as you want. It can look fantastic, amazing. But until that game is in your hands and you're playing it, you have no idea if you're going to like it or not.
And even if the gameplay is good, what is their take on the loop? Because sometimes people just miss it. Where From Software games are great because their level design and their progression systems are so satisfying. So it's not that like their gameplay is pretty loose, especially early in their games. Like there's nothing super crazy special about early Souls games and how they played. It was the whole progression loop and going around and getting 5 gifted subs from J Duds. Thank you very much. It's part of the stream yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah, everyone got a sub.
But yeah, the feel, what is the lore? Because so many of these games are show don't tell. So you see stuff and you read things, and that's how you kind of get the world and what's going on. Like one of my favorite things going through Elden Ring and these other things are reading the descriptions on items to understand why this whole thing is what it is.
I mean,
like,
From Software is a master, right? They're masters at. You guys had this discussion a long time ago about how games stories should be told in a way that you can tell stories through games, right? And with the environment, with the art, things like that. And From Software are the masters of that. Like their environmental storytelling, the way they build up this universe without expressly building it up in front of you is so cool.
Yeah, yeah. It looks great. I mean, it's arguably not really a game for me, but that's fine. Not everything has to be. I'm not going to
unless you play it on PC.
I thought the combat looks cool.
Play it on PC, put it on God mode with your cheats, and then maybe your ass can finally get through it.
Did you play Sekiro at all, John?
No.
You didn't even try it at all, right?
Nope.
I would call it one of their hardest. So that would not be a John game.
I would call it the hardest.
Yeah,
period.
you can't you can over level and everything. Elden Ring's not a hard game. If you can break Elden Ring and make it piss easy with builds and with over leveling. But like if this is anything like Sekiro, it won't be for you because Sekiro was your progression was getting some moves that would allow you to use them well if you were good. And there was no leveling system. It's like I can just destroy everything easily now. You could do more damage, you could take more damage, but it wasn't the same way.
That being said, when it does come to Game Pass, because it is an Activision published title, it should be on its way there. Hey, Nick will be right about that 4 years later. When it does come to Game Pass, you should give it a shot. Just because, like,
I would. Yeah, I liked the look of it.
Once you're in the flow of it and you're parrying an attack, very few games are as pretty and as I don't know how to describe it. It's you got to play it.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. Good to know.
And it's not a Souls game. I agree. It is not a Souls game. It's a completely separate. It shares Souls like similarities.
Yeah. Next up, Sea of Thieves got a interesting reveal.
What did you feel about this?
Well, you know the Flameheart ship that they showed off with and it was bigger and it was more threatening. Like there's a tiny part of me that's hoping that are you going to give me a 6-player galleon type ship, like a Man o' War kind of thing at the end of this? Like Sea of Thieves is an incredible game. I just, as I said in my review, I've had my time with it.
It needs a sequel.
I've had my time with it. I've done that gameplay loop, and I don't want to do it anymore. Like, I love it to death, and if we can get to the point where we've got, like, a community server where we could load it up and invite everybody in and, like, do some sort of crazy survival.
That was my first thought, was your team inside that giant raid ship of a battleship,
and everybody fighting us,
everyone trying to take you guys out.
I would love to do that sort of stuff again. And interestingly, Sea of Thieves have started up their own official community news Discord server, which I got into, and I really want to just interview the guys at Rare about Sea of Thieves and talk to them about some of like my dreams and wishes. Maybe I'll be lucky one day, but I've just played it so much that I can't get excited too much for it anymore. And that's not to take away from the millions of new fans it's got, as it's now the best-selling game on PlayStation for May, I believe. Kudos to Rare. It's a great game. It is a brilliant game. I've just played lots of it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like I'm over it, Like I'm not saying I hate it. There's nothing there for me because even with all the expansions and these new things that they're showing off, I know that the gameplay loop will still be the same fucking thing that I've played 1,000 times. So I don't care about the story. It is what it is, but
All
it looks great.
That one stream where it was, I think 3 ships versus your ship, and the ship that took it down would get something was one of the coolest streams I've seen because they got so close. They got so close at one point. Man. But Subathon is really quick. I kind of thought they moved on.
No,
full development.
They still have a team on it. It's just a seasonal team, but they have
these are
obviously.
big updates.
Yeah, I mean, it's a seasonal update team, and they've got a plan. This isn't the only announced one. There's more they've already talked about and stuff. So why would they stop it? They literally just released it on another platform.
Yeah.
They have no plans to get away from it, I'm sure.
One day it'll drop the Xbox One. Then you'll get your Man of War, John.
Whirlpools. I think how cool Whirlpools would be. Never mind. I can't get everything I want.
I hate Whirlpools.
So Sea of Thieves look good. Next one, big one. The biggest one could argue. The one more thing, as Sarah Bond said, Gears of War E-Day. I mean, what is there to say?
Everything.
I think it was a pitch perfect, did all the right things, focused on just the right characters, gave us just the right vibe for a perfect return of Gears of War. I can't think of anything else I need to say about this trailer.
That's the one I want to know how the crowd reacted to the most, I want to say, because it's a confusing trailer.
It was crazy. The room went mental. Because the red came up and someone went, please be, I could hear people, please be Gears, please be Gears, please be Gears. And then it was Gears, and then when they realised it was Dom, and then when Dom's hand caught Marcus, the cheer was absolutely room-shakingly loud.
Oh, man.
The place was on fire. People were insane. And hearing Mad World, jaw on the floor.
Soul was so stunned. Him and Nick, I don't think realized it was because I was like, oh, because I heard the music. It was Mad World. It was really interesting because the whole time, why is this extremely young Marcus Phoenix, who looks very much like JD, which is, I think, tricking people into thinking, because Nick was like, that's JD. It's like, well, no, it's young Marcus, which would make sense why it looks like JD. But the idea of prequel only hit me halfway through. I'm like, oh shit, maybe Gears 6 isn't, or maybe I was like, maybe the collection isn't a thing, and they decided to do a prequel instead of the collection. But then, it makes a lot of sense, especially with how much we heard about how Rod made all the major, or made some major story decisions that other people may have pushed back on. I remember hearing that, with calling it Gears instead of Gears of War and stuff like that was him making an executive decision. And now with a new leadership team, a lot of the same people, but the leadership isn't Rod anymore. It's different people and putting their own stamp on this universe in a way that is not the freaking survival horror Nick always said he wanted, because I kept telling him, you don't want survival horror, you want survival action, which is what they're talking about in their interviews here, where they're not as
bringing back the vibe of horror,
the enemies are scarier because they don't have the weaponry that was designed to kill them easier. They're not as, he's 21 years old. He's like Marcus Phoenix. It's 14 years before he was this grizzled veteran that could just kill the grubs. It's a very
in one of the
different feeling.
I think they mentioned that you're going to essentially make the Chainsaw Lancer in the game.
There will be, I think they hinted strongly is probably the best way of putting it. It hasn't been invented yet, and maybe you'll find out why it got invented, because they talk about how the Locust armor is so unpenetrable, and why he struggled to make in his one fight against a singular grub.
Is manhandling Marcus.
It's on the ceiling. It's oh my god.
They hadn't invented the superroids that made every cog a gigantic muscle beast like Brock Lesnar. It's a really nice compromise for trying to get away from the you just kill 17,000 grubs or friggin' swarm.
That being said, I think they did also mention it is still gonna be a Gears of War game in the sense that you are still playing. It's not gonna be survival horror or anything like that.
Yeah, you're a soldier in a giant organization with a lot of weaponry.
Yeah.
That's not the survival horror thing that I was always trying to say to Nick, and he put out a tweet. He was like, fuck you, ha ta. And it's like, it's not what you were talking about, having some friggin' survival horror is you don't do combat, you like run away. That's survival horror. That's not survival action.
Is the Hammer of Dawn, was it online at this point?
I was just reading the chat as well. The Hammer of Dawn was part of the Pendulum Wars.
Yeah, that was tech. Wasn't it tech?
They stole the technology from the Russians, and they basically used that to end the war, right?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it would be more of a thing now, really, because it was at its height.
It's interesting. I'm reading in the chat. I want Nash or wall bouncing MP. I actually hope they completely throw everything they ever did multiplayer wise out
and
the door.
They have talked
and
about
give me something completely different.
What is the package going to be? Because Gears of War is known for being single player, multiplayer, horde, and they said you can expect the same thing. Like it's going to be a Gears game. It is a mainline Gears title.
I want the multiplayer to be less about
Halo
bouncing. No, I don't want it to be Halo. Like, look, end of the day,
if you got
every Gears multiplayer has kind of failed.
What if you got Unreal Engine Forge for Gears?
I mean, you could argue that's the case for most games. Not counting the big games as a service hub, like Gears 1, 2, and 3 had pretty successful multiplayer. They had successful esports scenes.
They had successful multiplayer, but I don't think it ever went big because it was the skill gap was way. Like the wall bouncy skill gap was too big.
If you make it something that you think will go big, you lose that core audience. Because Gears 5 tried that with arcade mode, right? And I played it a little bit, but I'm like, it's just not my thing. And then what ended up staying around was the core mode with even more.
I mean, to be fair, I shouldn't demand anything from the multiplayer because Gears as a series for me has always been go on, co-op the campaign, have a bloody good time, and never touch it again.
If this clip gets out in Mexico, you're going to go on some kill lists.
I know. Like, XboxEra, fuck those guys.
Hey, you go to Xbox top play in Mexico, Gears 5 is right there in the top 15 or something. Like, and it's been there for 5 years. What a long the game's
Amazing,
been out.
Isn't it? I would still go and play Gears Horde mode community night.
They're going, straight up, right? If they're going back to not classic, if they're making essentially a nostalgic game, right, which this is, the multiplayer is gonna be also return to more classic things, in my opinion. I feel like that's
Gears 5 especially went in the very colorful, over the top, bring in wrestlers route,
and Terminators.
I think this one they'll keep it a little more grounded and less, which means it'll be smaller because people like their crossover IP. They demand it half the time. If you could get cool Doom and Halo armor and stuff like that for the COG, I think that's as far as the fan base would want to go. So that would be nice. Like, it never happened with Infinite, especially with all the turnover and turmoil at 343. It never seemed like a thing. They were just trying to make it good itself as far as the live service goes, which they got to. But as you can see, if it's not this huge free-to-play crossover IP focus, it's just never going to really take off on the competitive side, it seems.
In general, the multiplayer, I feel like John, me and you and other people that play the campaigns but don't play the multiplayer just gotta kind of just tell ourselves it's just not gonna be for us, Yeah, and that's
I agree.
There's a big audience that wants
I really liked Gears 1 multiplayer. Like it was simple and it did what it said on the tin. Like I think as they progressed, it got far too.
I have a feeling it wasn't even by design.
No, it was
like
fluke.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It will have a big esports scene though. For those wondering, definitely it will. Gears 5 had a decently sized esports scene. This one will as well.
Yeah. I'm excited, man. Just play Gears again. It's good.
Straight up, dude. When the hand comes, that's the moment I realized. Oh, it's a prequel. The moment the hand comes, right? Because I should have realized earlier, but
I called it earlier because I knew the chords, and I was like, "You're playing Tears for Fears, you motherfuckers!" Like. Because it was very boom, 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 boom.
It's not even, but it was never Tears for Fears version, right? It was a cover.
No, it was Gary Jules' Mad World. But playing those chords, I was like, "You're not." And then I was like, "Okay, it's Marcus. Okay,
it's a locust.
Okay." Yeah, I was just like, "This is crazy."
In this CG trailer we're watching, as Jeff Keighley made sure to point out.
God.
Oh, Keighley.
And it's like, I'm not technically wrong, but it's like the inference is that it was pre-rendered, and it wasn't pre-rendered. It was a puppeted movie inside of Unreal Engine using their assets from the game with a, this is what it's going to look like, is what their claim is. And normally you'd go, Jesus, that looks way too good. I highly doubt it. But with the Coalition and Unreal Engine,
I will fully
I
believe
wouldn't
it.
be shocked.
Dude, after Hellblade, is anyone shocked of games looking great? Hellblade looked better in its final game than the initial trailers.
The scope on this one, especially at the end, I think is what gets people, and just seeing that fidelity at such a tight, like Hellblade, that fidelity was small, and then you got these gorgeous vistas that looked incredible, but the fidelity for that entire city, just insane and over the top.
I can't wait.
But I don't doubt it.
I can't wait.
He got community noted for that tweet, which is very well
Glorious.
because it came out the moment the trailer finished, and I'm literally reading the Xbox Wire where they're talking about using in-engine things and that, and I'm like, is he just lying? I'm confused here, right? Turns out Blur was there. They helped making a CGI or making, let's say, a cutscene in general, be it in-engine or pure CGI, isn't just pressing buttons and boom, CGI done. There's directing involved, cinematography, lands, you know what I mean? Like all the usual stuff that comes into making a movie or a TV show. Yeah, guess what? That's all involved here. So when you bring Blur in, a team known for making, by the way, Blur did like half the flipping episodes of Love, Death, and Robots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't only make CGI trailers. Getting them in using their assets is for a reason.
Yeah.
God.
Never mind. Jeff Keighley got ratioed hard on that, so there it is.
John met Jeff
Next
Keighley.
up, I did meet Jeff Keighley.
That's cool. Honestly,
He looks down at his phone while I said thank you.
Okay,
And
so
then I
apparently
thought,
Jeff reads.
He
every
lives on
single
his phone.
comment ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what Greg Miller said in an interview. I like Jeff. I've been watching him for 15 years at this point. Spike TV, game trailers. You know what I mean? I do think he's maybe a little too focused now. Like, let someone else host. Let someone else take the spotlight. We know it. TGA's you. ONL's you. We get it. Right? Like.
No. And let me quickly, I got to clarify something. Confused Clarity was already a member. He upgraded, but Patreon is so bad at making that clear. It just said he's pledged now instead of he's upgraded on the thing.
Wow.
So, but thank you, Confused Clarity. Means a lot. You're now in the tier where you'll get cool shit every 3 months too.
That's cool.
It is cool. God bless that loyalty program. We really need to get shifting along here, lads.
Yeah.
Like we are already on the third.
Look,
column.
I know I streamed 20 hours yesterday, but I can go as long as we want. Because I might end up doing 70 hours of streaming with friggin' Erd Tree if it comes in late.
Oh God.
Okay.
Game too.
Next up, Dragon Age. The Veil Guard got its kind of like stylized intro to the world. I think.
And 15 minutes of gameplay. You can merge that all together.
Yeah, well, the gameplay came later, but the gameplay looks fine.
It looks
interesting.
As somebody who's into Mass Effect, like it is Dragon Age Mass Effect. They're going for that, and you can see because they're making they're making the games essentially one after the other, so sharing tech between them makes a lot of sense. As somebody who has played all the Dragon Ages and really enjoyed them and wants to see that story conclude, I'm way into it. I'm very excited for it. It's a fast character action with big role playing game, which is cool. They were never turn based. They were always real time with pause, the RTWP. So now this still has the pause for using abilities or telling companions to use them like Mass Effect. So I'm in. I'm very excited, except for it's probably going to come out at the same time as everything else, so I have no idea if I'll get to review it.
We'll find a way, bro. We always do.
I want to do all of them. I know it will get reviewed, but I want to do
We're going to have to divvy them out.
All my favorite
I'll
ones.
do the simple non-RPG stuff.
As long as you give me an embargo, I'll get something out. No embargo.
I will give you
and
a
embargoes
time.
don't mix, so.
No, embargoes work well. It's the other way around. If I don't have an embargo, then it's like...
I will start giving you my own embargoes of if you don't get it done by this point.
Yeah,
don't
just
bother.
start making them up and lie to him so that there are embargoes, even if there isn't.
Yeah, but Dragon Age, I haven't played a single one. I mean, I played the first one. The combat was not for me, and I stopped.
Yeah, I'm very similar, but from what I understand of people that love Dragon Age, there's some... Initially, as I understand it, and keep me honest here, Jesse, the stylized trailer that we got at the Xbox Showcase, people were like,
it's too bright, colorful, and
sure.
cheery. Dragon Age is not bright, colorful. And this is still bright and colorful, but this gameplay was not cheery, which is much more in line with what Dragon Age has been.
And then the gameplay hit, and most people are like, oh, okay,
the gameplay trailer hit, and the previews hit, and a lot of people are like, okay, yeah, this sounds good.
Yeah. Next up, probably the biggest one of the show for me outside of Fable, Perfect Dark. It's real.
Yeah.
It exists.
Is it? I don't
The
know.
initiative,
I've seen people saying it's just completely fake. That's not real.
I've seen that.
off.
I've seen that too.
It looks. Who'd have thunk that I would be like, are you going immersive sim on me? Perfect Dark?
If you want.
Oh, okay.
They're giving
I'm
you
like,
those options because that's one thing that made me really excited is their idea was giving you these bigger levels that you can then tackle how you want. So if you just want to be a big crazy shooty lady with your woke chin, you can do that. If you want to be sneaky stealthy, no one knows you're there. If you want to use your gadgets and keep people away and immersively sim it, it's up to you.
I just like this. Everything about this. When they first showed the trailer, I was like, "Oh no, you're not doing CG again, you fools!" And then she landed from the plane. Yep. We got the first look of Joanna Dark, and it's a real person. Stop freaking out, incels. It's a real lady with a real face that just happens to be in game. And then we got transition to gameplay, and I'm looking at this future city, and she's getting gadgets out, and she's sneaking around and activating things, and I'm like, oh, and then she goes all parkour, and I'm like, oh, okay, you've mixed a little Mirror's Edge in here. Now I'm even more excited. And then they produce first-person shooter combat and fisticuffs, and I'm like, I'm so keen to understand how this works. Is it contextual? Is it canned? Do I determine how and what? Like having someone pinned and killing people and then, knocking them out. Like, oh, so many vibes from this trailer. As a big Perfect Dark stan from back in the N64 days, I am tremendously excited at the potential on display here. When did you notice
it was Perfect Dark when you're watching the trailer? When did you realize, oh, damn, this is Perfect Dark?
Within the first... As soon as they said the word Carringtons, I knew it was Perfect Dark.
I've been watching some reactions, and some people get that character. I've not played the game, so it was nothing for me.
So full on reboot, not using stuff from it, but this is a different world where instead of working for Carrington and going against Datadyne, she's working for Datadyne, going against Carrington, but seemingly very obviously gonna learn quickly that Datadyne no good and go work with Carrington. I would be shocked.
And like we got some hints about the weird orb in the jungle, and like, so if you've never played the original PD, it's all about there's an alien in it called Elvis who's like a traditional grey alien, and the corporations are actually run by an alien race called the Skadar, if memory serves. Have you never played the original Perfect Dark?
Me? No.
Okay.
I knew there were aliens in it, but this is
so there are like alien Starship Troopers style bug-like aliens that can assume human form, and it gets very broad, and you're like, whoa, and it's quite like ambitious for the time, but like if they're going to really reboot that and bring all those different elements in, like I'm intrigued. I am intrigued and excited, and I can't wait
spoil
to
a
see
30-year-old game.
Spoilers. I'm spoiling the original Perfect Dark, but as we've clearly seen, they've twisted some things around here.
Right,
so.
and like, did they not get the James Bond license? Like, what was like the?
They'd made GoldenEye, and then they weren't. Yeah, they weren't authorized to make a sequel, so they took everything that they learned. Perfect Dark is GoldenEye 2, the much better game. Okay. And like I played so much Perfect Dark multiplayer on the N64 that I became so good at it I could beat a dark sim without dying. And the dark sims in the game were like AI, but they could walk through walls and they knew where you were and they were 100% accurate. And I used to be so good. And this is childish 16-year-old me, so don't judge me. But there's a gun in the original Perfect Dark called the Devastator, which it was like a grenade launcher, but it had an alternate firing mode where you could bounce them or they would just instant explode. Okay. And for some reason, my group of friends and I called it the gay estate agent. I don't know why.
Teenage boys.
Right? Teenage boys being teenage boys. But I distinctly remember there was one time, like, because we used to have our N64 pads and people had taken Sharpies to them. So my mates all had their own pad and had drawn like their own, like, and so like my mate Ben, he was like Mr. Pop and Fresh, and he'd made his character in Perfect Dark look like the Pillsbury Doughboy. And I used to play as Mr. Blonde, which was like this really tall sim. But I remember I loaded back in once, and while I was out of the room in my bedroom, my mates had all changed all their characters to be my character. and I went on this insane rage-filled, like I'm untouchable, and killed all of them, and they couldn't kill me at all. And I just felt like God. But I love that game, and I can't wait to see.
It felt like a Nick story, just making yourself feel good.
It was a Nick story. I'm sorry, Nick's not here. I'm channeling as best I can.
It's pretty
but even the
impossible to get.
multiplayer
Your
now-
head can't get that big. This is only single player though. This game.
I know, but the multiplayer of the remaster that's available on Xbox Live Arcade and on Game Pass is still so good. There's still so much. There's so many levels. There's so many weapon options. There's so many game types. There's a map called, I can't even remember what the map's called, but it's basically like a symmetrical there's four-way symmetry basically. We used to play this game type where you had the Slayer rockets, which had a rocket mode but also a fly-by-wire, so you would control the rocket, and the game type was basically you open the door and you shoot your rocket out, and then you have to try and get to the other person's door before they close the door and hit again. It was very stupid, but lots of childhood memories for me with Perfect Dark. So I'm very keen to see what a story-driven immersive sim light fast-paced action shooter platformer parkour extravaganza is going to be like at the end of the day.
And it exists.
I don't think we've got a date though for
we didn't
Perfect
get a
Dark.
date, which makes you think
not even a year
later.
2026.
But like it exists, which is I think
it exists.
And this was possibly the most important thing they showed in the entire show, because how many rumors are going out, right? Saying,
it's in such bad shape.
Exactly, or it's not being worked on. I was watching a reaction video, and like the person on the top, when Perfect Dark was shown, the person's like, "What the heck? I just wrote an article saying this game doesn't exist. They're showing it, and then they show it, and they show a lot of it. You know, so it's I feel like that was like a statement by Xbox, like, hey, yeah, we hear you guys. Now we're not blind. This thing exists. It needs more time. Obviously, here's a look. Let us cook. Right?
But it was a very bad weekend for insiders.
Rumors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's why Nick's not on. He's embarrassed and ashamed.
Ashamed. He's hiding. Head in the sand.
His face after the end of the show was the best.
I was like,
I don't know anything.
Well, he was like,
Microsoft,
he was so shocked, like, wow, he's not used to being wrong all the time. Despite
they're
what
so
everyone
happy.
thinks.
The Microsoft folks I spoke to were so happy that it's a live stream and how much it had kept secret. Like, I was there when the State of Decay 3 got posted early, and they were like, ah! But otherwise, they were so pleased about how much would get secret, and they were playing it so cards to their chest, man. Like, I won't name the individual at Xbox, but I was like, excited for the show tomorrow, and they went,
"Hey, Sarah,
it's the best show we've ever done." And I was just like, okay,
Matt Booty, I can't believe you said that.
I did not name the individual, and I wouldn't do
named
that
3
because
of them.
this
I could
wasn't
be
an
right.
interview.
I have no idea.
But yes, it's super cool. It's super cool. I love Perfect Dark. So yeah, kudos to the teams that showed that off. I think it definitely looks tantalizing. Can't wait to see more. Man.
Go.
There's still more big first party.
Elder Scrolls Gold Road. That's out now if you like Elder Scrolls MMO. Atomfall from Rebellion got shown off.
This is
British
a game
Fallout.
Yeah, do you know the Windfall incident? I think it was called. It's based on that. So it was an incident back in the 60s, I think, where there was an issue at a nuclear base in the UK.
Okay. Well, there's the Windfall.
Why are people saying Fallout, by the way, when they saw this? Like,
because it had the power armor type creatures.
Okay, yeah.
And I got Fallout vibes, and it was all like radioactive signs, and then it was called Atomfall.
Yes. At that point,
and I'm like,
like this trailer made a lot of waves. Like when I saw it live, I'm kind of like, okay, cool, just another game. But like a lot of people were pleasantly surprised by this.
Yeah, I mean, this is from the guys that made
Sniper Elite.
Yeah. So they're very competent. And it's not Windfall, Jesse. It was Wind Scale Fire. The worst nuclear accident in United Kingdom's history on 10th of October, 1957.
Yeah, this is an alt history of if that had gone way worse. And so, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
one thing I do
made some good games.
Yeah, I haven't played a single Sniper. I should. But one
Zombie
thing
Army Trilogy would probably be up your alley too.
Oh, yeah. They made
it's good fun. Zombie Army Trilogy.
Speaking of Perfect Dark and Nick, really quick. Yeah, he got some things wrong for sure. but in Perfect Dark, he friggin' nailed it. Nailed it completely, and that was years ago. Mirror's Edge like running, John Wick-esque combat.
Yeah.
When Nick's right,
He
he's
did nail
right.
it.
Yeah.
You know
was
what
right.
game
He was
Rebellion did? They did the original Jaguar Alien versus Predator. That's how old they
Yes,
are.
they did.
Yeah.
It's an old
Been
game.
around for a while, Rebellion. But yeah, looks interesting. I have a feeling that's going to be one of those kind of like it'll come and then it'll go, and then like I don't want to disparage it. I think we need to see more. But
Well,
that's a
Game
2025
Pass keeps
title, right?
those. Yeah, Game Pass keeps those in the discussion. They also did a Tiger Woods PGA Tour Golf for the Game Boy Advance. Just looking up some stuff they did. Very
Oh, yeah.
Miami Vice, the
That
game
game's
for the
next.
PSP.
Interesting.
Rogue Warrior. Don't people like that one?
Rogue Warrior was great.
Yeah, that was them in 2009 for Bethesda.
There you go. This one I thought was interesting, and I actually do want to play it. This was from, I think it was from NetEase, which was Fragpunk, a 5v5 shooter with game card gameplay changing elements. Like you snap the card, boom, everyone's heads are big. You snap the card, boom, foliage grows everywhere to give you cover. I thought that was a really unique idea.
Yeah.
Probably a little unsung hero from a multiplayer trailer perspective
I mean,
of the
it
showcase.
did its job, I want to say, which is like
Yeah.
people are tired of hero shooters. It was a 1 minute trailer, instantly showed you what it was, what makes it different, coming on next year. Keep an eye out for it. That's it.
Yeah,
And
I have to admit, I looked at that and was like, that looks genuinely interesting. Like, how does that work? How do all these abilities work? How does it work in the game? Is it balanced, or is the whole point it's completely unbalanced and it'll go fun?
A graphical style that didn't just look like everything else.
Yes.
A mix of the super colorful and the militaristic, but without feeling dumb. Like the colors look cool. The character designs are kind of whatever, but they're not annoying, which some of the other things, like especially Concord, hit, and it's just like I don't like looking at this. And like this game looked nice.
Yeah. I genuinely I want to try this. Like I want to give this a go. I feel like it could be some good fun to be had here.
And it's NetEase, so it's probably going to be free to play.
Well then, was that one in Game Pass? I don't remember. They wouldn't have said it if it's free to play.
I don't think it had the Game Pass.
Yeah,
They said 2025.
And speaking of hero shooters, we'll have coverage from you and Cengiz on Valorant on Xbox as you two are in the beta.
Speaking of Valorant, I forgot to mention that when I was saying what games we played. I played one round of Valorant, like 2 hours, I guess, before the podcast started. It's fun. It's very different. Extremely strong aim assist on console, like to the point where I'm literally recording it. I'm just moving my cursor across the screen, right? Same exact speed, and it gets to like the robot that's in front of me, just stops, and then goes back, and then goes back again.
Okay,
but you kind of need it. People, and
it's
also
a
guns
game
aren't
that is
good.
entirely about just hitting someone in the head and killing them as quick as you can. Like it's not a Halo. There's no I'm going to take your shield down and then I'm going to finally hit you in the head. It's I hit you in the head, you're gone.
The Fragpunk closed alpha is like June 27th. I might as well sign up for it.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to try it out. I might sign up for that as well if I can.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go, Fragpunk. Okay, big one. Plenty of good discussion. This one set the tone because it happened right at the beginning of the show.
Yep.
Doom: The Dark Ages. This was a trailer that just went badass. More badass. We're still going. Yeah, there's a giant mech. Yeah, you can fly that fucking thing. And I'm just like, this looks incredible.
I'm still mad at Tom Henderson. Imagine if this had been the surprise.
Spoiling it.
Yeah, if this had been the surprise, it should have been to open the show after Call of Duty. It would have melted brains.
Yeah.
Because it's the thing I wanted. Like having played Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, and both DLCs, seeing all the stuff that they talked about with the Doom Slayer when he was this unstoppable killing force of the gods that you eventually, spoiler, fight in the sequel.
DLC.
Because so this is and this one makes perfect sense to be one of their multi-platform, case by case basis, because it is the beginning end. It's the end beginning of a trilogy where this is a direct prequel to 2016 and sort of capping off that story and letting you see all the stuff and why those two games went the way they did story-wise, because they do have pretty good stories. Looks incredible is way more old school horizontal focused Doom, where it's things coming at you. It's not, you're not an acrobat and jumping around, which I know turns some people off. I loved it because I was really good at it, but I can understand when you're old and you don't have the greatest eyesight, and you've got really bad allergies and weird mohawk hair, like you might need it to be more grounded. What?
Watching this in the theater as well, and that soundtrack hit and the bass, and it was just and then just the drum and I was just like,
yeah, immediately start. Yep. I got you.
And the fucking gun with the skull, and it's like, I'm just like, this is nuts. Yeah, very excited to play Doom: The Dark Ages.
I would just say it's not snitching on the report that Tom Henderson wrote and put live on Insider Gaming weeks ago. That's just that's Insider Gaming.
He wrote it.
That's like that's been their bread and butter, is getting these exclusive NDA embargo breakers to tell them stuff.
There was sorry, really quick. There was an interview on Games Radar about Doom: The Dark Ages, right? And he mentions this line, which is pretty relevant, where he's like, if you were an F-22 fighter jet in Doom Eternal, which you're flying around like crazy, which not everyone liked. They said this time around, we wanted you to feel like an Abrams tank. So likely less maneuverability, less dashing and jumping around the place, but just, like that feeling of unstoppable force moving forward.
Yeah. Like, there were so many cool little bits, like outside of the pure escalation of that trailer where it just getting nuttier. Yes. Like the bit with the
chainmail.
Hell Knight comes forward and he boom with the shield, and you see the Hell Knight's like, whoa.
Eternal went in a very video game classic arcade floating neon stuff style, and this has done away with that completely because it was a different time, way in the past, and a lot more just like, this is rock and heavy metal instead of being like this weird, crazy industrial house going crazy Mick Gordon stuff. I will be curious, what is the music like with Mick Gordon gone? I know people are like, how could they have gotten rid of him? But he's talked before. And it was a both sides thing, because he had issues with them, they had issues with him. He's like, there were things, it just didn't work out anymore. So I did like the music quite a bit in this trailer as well.
How did you like the music in the 2 DLCs? Because it wasn't him for those either.
It was a lot of remix of the same stuff. Okay. But better than the main games, because he would always have the main game soundtracks would always have if you actually get the soundtrack, there's just a lot of not the thing you think of. There's not a lot of the da 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 da, like that was the big one, the big riff, the BFG division. And they would use that a lot in the game, and it felt like that was some of the friction, because he had a ton of music that you actually didn't hear much in the games because it wasn't as memorable. And I think they wanted those super memorable riffs. I'm guessing the music in the games is always very different from the soundtrack. So as long as they can hit a couple of things that feel like a medieval take on this style of Doom, and it sounded great in this. For me, I really liked the song in this trailer. So
I did too.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it.
Massive respect to id for essentially making this is a relatively big risk. I mean, it's a very different style Doom in terms of how it's going to play. But
they're going for that because Eternal was massive. I think people don't understand just what a huge game it was. It's, I think, probably one of their biggest ever by far. But it was extremely different from 2016 in its gameplay style, and finding a way to blend those together where it's not as grounded and kind of, I think, a little too repetitive as 2016 was, where you just have the super shotgun and you're good. Giving more things where you can just always, you have the super shotgun in your hand, but you got the shield and you got other stuff. You can grind skulls and shoot the bits out. You got your chainsaw shield, like having all that stuff, and then that big emphasis on melee with the friggin' the mace he had, the Morning Star and the kicking, it seems to
carrying essentially.
Yeah, the friggin' rail spike launcher that just stuck the demon to the wall.
That was really cool.
Yeah,
every part of this looks awesome. Trailer, they showed a lot, and they gave us a year, which is more than enough. You don't need a date more than a year out. You don't.
Yeah, and you know that they'll nail it. That will be a beautifully performing game.
It's not going to be all orange and red, which is a plus, right?
Yeah, it'd be browns and
the
reds
DLCs
instead.
had a lot of color in them. If you never played them,
yeah.
Because
I need to play Doom Eternal. Period. I love 2016. I've been waiting on Eternal.
It's good on controller. if you feel
Yeah.
comfortable on mouse and keyboard, it is way easier there, I think, on the shooting, on the aim, because you do need to hit a lot of weak spots. It's very, you need
I'll
to
try on
count.
controller first, get a feel for it. And
You're just going to know
I
Doom
like-
Eternal is a puzzle shooter. To kill every enemy requires, in general, if they're hard, a specific gun, sometimes using a specific attachment. Especially the first DLC was the hardest thing I have ever played. They went back, they completely readjusted it. It's nowhere near as difficult as it was on normal anymore. You can still bump it up if you want. Don't bump it up on console. It's really friggin' hard, especially when you got to constantly ping weak areas with certain guns to be able to kill anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, on the whole, it's that expansion pass is one of the best values you can get because both of them are incredible.
I already own it. I'll be honest. I already bought everything for it. I just need to play it. Yeah.
Amazing. Next up, we had Assassin's Creed Shadows, which got a little gameplay trailer at the Xbox Showcase. Looks great. I'm definitely keen to try Assassin's Creed this year. I still need to play Mirage. Like, I need to try and find some time to pick that up. It's just because it's short. I like a lot of the Assassin's Creed games, but it's not short.
It's
20 hours.
It's shorter, but it's not short. It's not Alan Wake.
Yeah.
Like it's still a.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you get really into it and you just want to start clearing the map, you can do a lot of stuff. But Mirage is good. This is very different. This is not like anything they've ever done. Not the gameplay, like between Yasuke and Naue and just their own differences, but also they've never had anything like him as a samurai. Her more super stealthy assassin stuff. I still think they haven't really had anything like that as much. That taps into the older style, but I'm real interested. I know people said, "Oh, it looks rough," and it's like, well, yeah, because I think Ubisoft has gotten so much shit in the past. They're in that same Microsoft angle where they don't want to fake it. Unless, because they have gotten hit so much for having The Division and Watch Dogs and all these things that were extremely canned and had bad voiceover, and the Watch Dogs never looked like that because they were making a game for hardware that then didn't end up existing, and they had to really downgrade it to make it exist. But this one looks awesome. Tonally, it looks really cool. It's also way more violent than they've ever been before.
Yeah.
Even with the stylized, you never chopped a head off or anything. So seeing that even super stylized was like, oh shit.
It's very cool.
Having a character who can't climb, also very interesting.
Really interesting, and like limited stealth mechanics, very interesting. John, did you watch like the gameplay that they showed at the Ubisoft Forward?
Yeah.
What do you think? You want to play this game? And what's the last EC
I do. I want to try it out. I like that it caters for two different play styles.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's, and someone keep me honest here if you do know. I don't think it's a case of you are forced to play as both at various points. You can pick one or the other.
Whenever you're about to start a mission, it pops up and asks who you want to play.
Yeah,
that's what they showed.
I'm intrigued. I would like.
What's the last Assassin's Creed game you played to completion? Like you finished the whole story?
The last one I played to absolute 100% completion.
No, not 100%. Just beat
Black Flag was the last one I played to completion.
Okay.
I played about 70 hours of Valhalla.
Oh, flip.
And then I went insane and just said, no, this is stupid. I'm not playing it anymore.
John.
Mash, 10 XboxEra memberships gifted. Many thanks to you. Look at these people picking up an XboxEra membership.
Ooh, baby Jesus.
Welcome to the best Xbox community on the internet. I don't care about all the other ones.
Atreyu's
We are the best one. I do care about them. Some of them are very nice, but we're still the best.
It's the one I've played the least recently, even though it's the newest one. There was dismemberment in Valhalla.
Yes. Yeah.
I've played so much Origins and Odyssey, and I don't remember much, if any, of that. But yeah, I played 50-ish hours of Valhalla, and I ended up giving up 2 because I was too busy doing other stuff for the site.
It's so many. There's a lot of games out there that just want to be your forever game, and Assassin's Creed nails that sometimes.
There's not that many anymore. Honestly, outside of the live service ones, there has been... I think when Sony started moving their stuff to trying to be 40-plus hours, that it started to feel like everything was doing it. But on the whole, there's still a lot of games you can beat in 10 to 20 hours for the most part.
That's what it should be like.
Yeah. One thing with Shadows is just yesterday, they released a limited look at the soundtrack. The main theme, which was they're playing live at the Ubisoft show as well. I think a theme for Naue and a theme for Yasuke. And then the AC Shadows version of Ezio's Family. Right, which has had a variation of it in every single game. And right away, if you guys listen to it or chat listens to it, it's different. It's not your typical style. It's like they merged modern and like, I guess, traditional Japanese music in a way. It's cool. It's different. I know in our Discord, someone, a regular member, didn't like it, and I listened to all 4 yesterday a few times, and I kind of liked all of them, especially the Etsos family. It's very different, but you guys should give it a listen. It's gonna be good.
I will do. This one, the next one here on the list, big surprise, I think, for the show. Very unique looking, which is Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Now, I have to admit, probably in the end, not going to be my kind of game, turn-based RPG. But it surprised me, which is always a nice thing to feel at these showcases. I wasn't expecting it. I'd never heard of it. And it looked really good. A very small team, I think based out of France.
It's a lot of ex-Ubisoft devs, 30 people using Unreal Engine 5 and one hell of a band to make some killer music.
Yeah, but looked really unique and really cool.
It's one of the coolest premises I think I've seen in a game like this. It's French Persona. Except instead of being high school kids, you're 32-year-olds probably trying to not.
Well, the female character looked a fair bit younger, but the main character probably.
She's short. I don't think she was young though. I think she's just short. But
the premise is that every year this totem gets updated with an age, and that age just evaporates from the face of their
she's
world.
been painting numbers, and every single time she paints that number, everyone of that age just vanishes from reality.
And older, I imagine, is
well, no, they're all dead already.
Concept.
She's been going down for a long time, and every time every year they send out an expedition to try and get to the paintress to stop her, and every time it has failed. And it is a reactive turn-based RPG. Every single attack, whether it's you or the enemy, you have a button press to time to either dodge, like when you gotta jump if you want to dodge, you've got to parry at the right time if you want to parry, and you got a meter probably, I don't know, for like a super parry. And it's
interesting.
It's a really cool. Yeah,
I think possibly
Gorgeous
one
too.
of the best edited trailers I've ever seen, and not just in terms of like what it is, in terms of how they bring you into the game.
And
right?
the sound effects add to the
Oh my God.
the sound effects and the timing with the music are perfect. Like when it first
literally
shows the combat and it's got all the hits, but the hits are adding a beat to the music.
Yes,
It's friggin'
Very
perfect.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
But it's like, I mean, it was genuinely like, whoa, this is, whoa, and it just took me by surprise, and a brilliant showing for that team, and congratulations. They posted a really lovely little video on Twitter of that team
Really loud
reacting
video.
to the trailer coming live.
If you find it, turn your volume down first. It's very, very loud.
Okay, I gotta give that a shot.
They're very happy to see it there. And that's the wonderful thing about shows like this. And you can't forget it. As much as they are big adverts for the next thing that you might be excited about to play, there are a lot of teams, especially smaller teams like that have poured their heart and soul into those reveals. And it's a big moment for them as much as it is for us. So, congrats to those guys for pulling that off, because it was a great trailer.
You know who seems great as well is Kepler Interactive. As many issues as I have, they did Sifu, which is really good. They did Scorn. They did Chia, which is really good. They did Ultros, which is really good. They did Pacific Drive, which is really good. They've also done Cat Quest 3, which people seem to like those games. They're doing Flintlock, which is coming out next month, which I should actually get for review, unlike another certain Souls-like. And now they're doing Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. People wondering what Claire Obscure means. It's essentially like Twilight, the word Twilight, or the feeling of Twilight in France. French.
Big praise to whoever organized the order of the show, because putting Expedition 33 where it was, which I think was either the 4th or 5th trailer shown, a brand new IP, no one's ever heard of it. The trailer starts off kind of generic, and then this looks pretty, to what the hell is this? You know what I mean? And then the moment the trailer ends, I've seen a lot of reactions, and a lot of them were like, "Wow, brand new IP! No, didn't expect that at all." And then that's
nice,
the tone for the rest of the show in such a great way.
It was a very, very well set out showcase.
And very
they did a good
evident,
job.
they had so much. It was like an embarrassment of riches to be able to make a dream show, which is why I'm really excited this is the year we're going to Gamescom.
I can't wait for Gamescom this year. It's going to be
the first
good.
of many, hopefully.
Why are we going to Gamescom, Jesse? Thanks to this community, because they're awesome.
Yeah, there's a little thing
and in
directly
case you
above Soul
missed it-
Blazer's head. You can see that gigantic amount of British pound sterling that has already been raised. at the
It's
PayPal
just worth
link.
mentioning, if you missed the beginning of the show, yesterday we did a subathon, our first ever subathon.
It's gone forever.
Where we're trying to raise money. The PayPal link's in the chat to send the team to Gamescom, because guess what? It's really expensive running a video game publication. We are completely independent. We're not owned by anybody but, well, me and the team. And it costs a lot of money, and we looked at all the prices and we figured it all out, and the hotel and everything for Gamescom for all of us is about $4,000, and then you've got Nick's flight, Jesse's flight, and the flights from the UK to Germany and back, and it was like, oh god, this is going to cost like $8,000, and that's the target we hit. And this community in 24 hours has smashed through half of that target. That is insane. We love you guys for it. Because you're making it possible. You're making it possible for us to live
And
that
it's not
dream.
even like even that. There was 80 gifted subs on YouTube yesterday. There's been 65 today. Like all of that
Holy
adds
crap.
to just us getting to exist. There's been so many people that have joined the Patreon, which is like the number one consistent way for us to keep doing reviews and streams and all these different things. Like, yeah, it is.
Humbled and privileged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
See, I don't need
Feel a bit
anything,
teary about it.
AJH. I don't need euros. It's John getting these, and then he gets to pay for everything. So it's all on him. Sorry about Brexit. It's going to make it tougher on you.
And
Yeah,
it's gonna
yeah,
stop
sorry
card that has no foreign transaction fees. We're good.
We're nearly through all of these, nearly. Next up, I know that there's a contingent of people out there that are sad that this wasn't at the PlayStation showcase, but it's Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. I'm not a big Metal Gear Solid fan. I thought it looked fine, if somewhat janky, but I understand it's a remake that's paying specific homage to the original. Cool for those that love it.
We
right?
just
Is
had
that-
a
is that
new
the gist?
patron named DJD. Now it might
Nice.
be an
Welcome.
upgrade. I don't know, but is the
Welcome to the Cool Kids
DJD
Club.
welcome or thank you for upgrading? Either one.
Hooray! Thank you very much. We love new patrons. We love all our patrons. I don't. I think they're all jerks. But everybody else on the team loves the
Well, at least you
patrons.
can admit it now.
I don't want to say it ever in case they actually think I'm serious. I love all the patrons, all right? This is all a lie.
Unlike Nick,
It's
who's
like-
not here, he couldn't even be here to thank the patrons for
doesn't
everything they
even-
did.
Doesn't even care enough about you. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid. Any deep dive thoughts on this? Big fans? I'm
hate
like, cool,
Kojima's,
whatever.
I do not enjoy Kojima's writing. I know some people do, but the gameplay in these games could be really good when you actually got to do it. So seeing it from the new camera angles too, not the old PlayStation over the top and stuff ones, and be able to swap between those two will be really cool. And then the entire time, I'm just gonna be like, I hate all these characters. They're trying so hard to be cool. I don't like it, but I know people who love it. So if this is a good, faithful adaptation that plays well and looks this nice and Unreal, I think people are going to be super happy with it on the whole. I'm really curious. They talked about in their extended deep dive thing with Xbox, which is always neat to see because Xbox going after a PlayStation-focused IP in the past is always funny. But they're talking about like, hey, maybe if we do more of these and people really like them, and then we end up doing a new one. I'm like, oh, it'd be really interesting to see a
Without Kojima's writing, I mean,
without his writing and stuff. Actually, a new Metal Gear game would be really weird. It wouldn't be Survive either, which was just terrible.
Personally, I haven't really played Metal Gear, but again, it kind of goes back to the person or the team that organized the showcase, right? And the trailers they chose. People always say, hey, Xbox doesn't fight for marketing or things like that, blah, 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 blah. They got this on their show. And even though it didn't really hit with me or with Jesse really, and I think Nick hit it
It was important as a statement.
I've seen reactions where people lost their minds at this. When the moment they heard David Hayter speak, they're like, oh my God, the opening cutscene. Say the word, virtuous mission. I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. I get it. If like Legend of Dragoon was ever shown, I'd feel the same way. But like, it was a great pickup by Xbox to have this put it in the middle, smack dab middle of the showcase, get people like that maybe are tuning out, because it was a long showcase, man, and it had a lot of games shown, right? Just overall, just such a well planned and executed event.
I agree. We mentioned it earlier. Flintlock, the Siege of Dawn. I thought this was a good showing in terms of more gameplay from Flintlock, but I feel like
Just
I've seen this a lot
Just give me the game.
already. It's
Yeah.
been in
Yeah.
several shows. And I'm like,
I think it was only here because it was a this is out in a month thing that they could say, hey, look, this is coming to Game Pass in 1 month. It's got a demo you can play right now on Steam Next Fest. Like it was one of the only things that's right away, and that you need some of those in a show like this.
Also, it plays very different than what I thought it'd play like. It is not a Souls-like. Like I've seen some gameplay footage, and
that's their light, where it's gut.
Yeah.
So people always think, what is a Souls game? And it's not just that lock-on slow gameplay mechanic.
Or that enemies respawn when you die.
Yeah, it's everything. It can be parts of that, which is where you get the light thing from. So you never really know exactly what that's going to be until you touch something. But like the way they run and turn and shoot, like that's never been a Souls game. It's already going to be its own thing a fair amount. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Next up on the list here, I've got Mecha Break.
It was a weird one because it was at Summer Game Fest and it looked like crap, and then it got shown here and it looked really good.
To the point where we're like, me and Jesse were like, this is the same game, right? But it looks much better. What's happening?
I'll be honest. If I'm going to play my mechs, it's not the Gundam style super fast turn into playing mechs. I like my hulking American Western mechs. All right.
Yeah.
This is not for me. But Jesse is a massive Armored Core fan. Are you looking forward to this one?
I mean, if Armored Core played like this, I probably would have liked it more. Another one of those ones where it didn't connect with me, and people got very mad because they both hate hive minds and everyone thinking the same way, but then also get fucking pissed if you don't think like they do.
You can't diss From Software, man.
Yeah, it's like it didn't grab me. I'm sorry, but yeah, no, I have no interest in this game.
Yeah, I mean it looks nice enough. It looks like absolute carnage in terms of combat, but it's big, anime Gundam mechs with giant swords and big guns and carnage everywhere.
I think it's mostly PvP, and that's why I'm just not that into it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nah. Okay. Next up, I know you two are big fans. Avowed.
Yep.
Got its best trailer so far, I think.
And then the deep
better
dive, which was even better.
After. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like RPG. Obsidian, Avowed. Everyone's very excited who loves RPGs from Obsidian, understandably so. How was the deep dive for you guys? Did it nail everything it needed to? Do you feel more confident than ever? So
it was that, yes, this is an Obsidian RPG. It is a big focus on writing and choice and consequence from a different perspective than we've gotten from them in the past, especially in this world of Aora. They had their like a Road to Avowed where they were just playing Pillars and talking about dev work, which was nice on Thursday. Because if you ever,
I've played like a regular series.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Pillars, but never all the way through either one. Because it's just come down to various. Austin T has just, I believe, upped their pledge on Patreon to $12.
No
I
way.
think.
Dang.
Or they're new. I don't know.
Man, I'm loving it. I'm feeling the community love. Yeah. It just, you guys are making it possible. And you're also cementing XboxEra as the community to be a part of. So, love you guys.
We have a lot of patrons. So if I don't always remember if it's new or an upgrade, I apologize. But we are very lucky to have many, dozens and hundreds.
Yes. Avowed looks great. The deep dive showing is much better. Showed combat. Showed all the skill tree. Showed how easy it is to respec. And
that's
showed
the big
me something.
Thing. Yeah.
Which straight up. Showed me something which I really should do more often. Which is just because an enemy is hostile to me doesn't mean I can just wipe them off from the face of the earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because if
that's how I play video games.
You were trespassing in their domain, and like,
but they shoot me, so I'm well within my rights to
so they showed you go through, you kill everyone. The lady at the end's like, "You just killed all my men. I'm gonna fuck you up," and then she kills you or attacks you.
It's a boss fight.
If you spec into stealth, because you can respec all the time, you get the shadow step. You can literally just shadow around and not be seen, and get to her. And she's like, "Oh wow, we haven't seen anyone in here in forever. It's really cool to meet you. Yeah, I can give you that thing you want."
Like just immediately here. I don't need it. Take it. Why not? It kind of blew my mind. And maybe I got to reapproach how I play these games. But more than that, the magic continues to look so cool. Just the way the sigils look and how it looks at first person, third person confirmed, which is a big deal for a lot of people. I think real time light of day confirmed as well, which is interesting. What that means
it's Unreal 5, right? So it's also using Lumen and Nanite and all of the global illumination techniques.
We never know if it's always using all that stuff because that stuff can be extremely performance heavy. So they might not choose to if they don't. You never know when things jump from when to what.
I've got to just quickly shadow ban Korkenstein. He keeps bringing up some
Wow.
salient point, and I've got to get rid of this guy before other people notice. Just
You know, that
everyone
is true. I did say if we had a stretch goal, if we reached 2,500, I'm going to give away a
Korkenstein,
copy.
you are now going on the list with SJ, who yesterday said that Soul Blazers should replace me as a permanent face of the pod. Replace me? Motherfucker, I am the podcast. Like, what is this? Anyway, Korkenstein, you're on the shit list.
I've got a
I
giveaway
thought
to
you
do
were
right
cool.
now.
Don't do
in
it.
chat.
Don't mute.
If you want to join a giveaway for Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, join the XboxEra Discord server. That was a stretch goal for last night. I forgot. We smashed it now.
Yeah.
So-
We've definitely smashed the stretch goal.
We'll have John playing Alien Isolation at some point soon. We'll see when. And join that. I'm going to put that up right now. I'm going to bring that channel back because I put it in the dumping grounds because it was going to just be retired until our next one.
Speaking of replacing John, me and Jesse talked about Avowed at length on the Tuesday Hangouts. So if anyone's curious about what we thought initially right after watching the deep dive, take a look at that. Otherwise, yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing the damn thing, man, this year.
Yeah. It's coming. It's coming this year. And on that note, big thank you for stepping up and
Oh yeah, of course, no problem.
replacing me for headlines and some other shows.
And if
while
people
I was
like
out.
headlines, because it's become really popular, getting over nearly 2,000 views every episode, that Patreon is the best way because we are at a position trying to become a real company, paying John and myself real salaries, and it's tough. We're close, but we're not fully there yet, and the bad part of that would be if we didn't get there in the next few months would be John having to go back to shitty real world job and no more
because
things
I
like
have
headlines.
a mortgage and 2 children to look after, so I have to think about these things. But yeah, headlines is I love doing headlines. I like it because we can focus on the stuff that's more immediate. And you know, you and I, we don't make the same point 9 or so times.
Yeah.
Slower every time as well.
And you bring up relevant topics, which is
Oh,
nice.
do we? Shock. But yes, there you go. I'm not reading your chats, Korkenstein. You're dead to me now.
Giveaway is up on the Discord server. Anyone wants to join, it's free. There's no entrance. There's no hidden behind anything. It's just the Subathon giveaway channel in the gaming section of our Discord, which I put in chat not long ago.
Yeah. Discord.gg/XboxEra.
And
Gotta be a part of
SMT5
it.
Seems like it's a pretty good game. We got our review up by Genghis a week or so ago.
Yep.
He liked it.
So many people are like, why are you playing it in Japanese?
Yeah, that was
and it's
interesting.
like, because he can speak that language.
And read it too. Yeah.
Shock. Oh dear. Anyways, okay, Val, looking great. Congrats to Obsidian, out this year. Stalker 2, a sterling showing from the dev team here at GSC World. Looks really good. Now, I've played Stalker 2. It was a little bit rough around the edges last year at Gamescom, but it's coming. It's coming in September, if memory serves.
I believe.
Yeah, that date wasn't
Game Pass.
new, which was funny. A lot of people who cover games were like, wow, this September, huh? It's like, yeah, I got that date, I think, back in January. It's been, that's not the new thing. The new thing was just seeing more of the game. And because before I know showings had been what they were going for more than what they had. Obviously, with trying to make this game in the middle of the country being invaded and many members of their staff going into military service, it's delayed it significantly. But
crazy.
They committed to that September 6th date a while back, or September 4th, I forget which. All I know is it's going to be really hard to review now with it being so close to Gamescom. But still, it looks great. It is. If you don't know what Stalker 2 is, it's not a fast pace, focused on shooter. Gary Barwick has pledged $12 via Patreon.
He's back. He's back. He couldn't stay away.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary.
All
Welcome back
that
to the Cool Kids Club.
all that GSC Game World had to go through. Stalker is a more realistic feeling and difficulty focused shooter with a lot of world building, and you're in this Chernobyl nuclear fallout zone where there's weird gravitational anomalies and tons of radiation, and you've got your little metal pieces. You got to toss them to
And beasties.
Yeah, just lots of weird stuff.
And it's like brutal, right? It's not
it is
like
extremely
unforgiving,
brutal.
like-
Yeah, they might have difficulty options with this one being so different, but who knows?
That bit in the trailer where he knocks the wing mirror off and then gets the guy and just
Ooh, yeah.
thunk.
Yeah, it's not a happy game.
Grim.
Yeah.
Yeah, but looks wicked. So I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people that are big fans of that when it releases. We'll obviously look to bring you our coverage when the time comes. We're going to be juggling
Burnt
so much.
Toast has pledged $6 via the XboxEra Patreon.
Oh my God, Patreon is just exploding. I love it. The great thing is, and this bugs us, but we are proud of what we offer with the Patreon, right? Because there are so many video game Patreons out there, and we've looked at some of our competitors, some of the biggest brands and outlets out there, and they don't give you fucking nothing for your money. They give you fuck all. You're like, here's a Discord, like that's it. That's all you get access to, and we'll record you a show. And it's like, motherfucker, we're doing like 4 shows a week, and we give you merch. This
is a nice problem to have, but if you don't see your name coming up on the Patreon scroll, it's because I've hit the OBS limit on pixels for text. So I might have to start splitting it and have 2 of them that run next to each other. It's an awesome problem. Thank you. I might have to get rid of little dots.
That's a great problem to have. Sign me up for more.
I might get rid of all the spaces in between. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure it out. It's incredible, though. Jesus. I'm going to have to cut down Happy Bread Crimson. It's going to be HBC. That's a lot of letters.
Yeah, smart. He's got too many letters in his name. Now, this one is in my top 3 of the show. So the first 2 being Fable, the second Perfect Dark. No, South of Midnight.
We missed the big one.
I am in love with this from top to bottom, from the art style, the vibes.
This fake trailer?
It's not a fake trailer. I loved it. I think it looks absolutely incredible. And I'm in awe of it. Like the decision to skip frames for that animation, and I get that might not jibe with everyone. I think it will feel 60 to play, even if it might not look it, which is important. But it's just so good. I can't wait to play it.
Burnt Toast just popped up again. Did he go higher? I gotta go look. His name popped up yet again for Patreon.
But yeah, no.
$12 tier now.
The last thing I expected, that's damn. The last thing I expected, John, was like straight into gameplay. You know?
Yeah.
Like seeing the game, sure. I'm like, oh dang.
He upgraded
right into a decently extended gameplay. It's like, dang.
Yeah, he's an XboxEra supporter. Amazing.
Oh man, great day.
It is a great day. It feels amazing. Yeah. It's so cool. Anyway, yeah, so South of Midnight, the fact that it transitioned from beautiful trailer, you had the little compulsion sign on the back of the car in the Bayou, and then straight into gameplay. And oh my goodness, look at that. It's a third-person action adventure game.
Really? Impossible.
Delighted. Love it. It looks great. Like, I have no criticisms for this. I think it looks fantastic.
I do get it. Some people, the stop motion like thing can be a little jarring. I think once you play it though, you'll get used to it. You know. And
they said they were looking into giving accessibility option for people who that does give a headache to.
I'm gonna keep chat turned off.
You know that I read it, and you read it at the same time I made that noise. Oh dear. Sorry.
I think,
yes.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah.
Sorry, Jesse. What did you think of South of Midnight? Talk to us.
As a big supporter of what We Happy Few became over its development, I always had the faith because I saw a very tiny team that made something interesting but janky. That by the time that third DLC hit, I was like, I understand why they were bought. And I don't know because obviously it wasn't a part of Game Pass. But I bought the gold edition and I played it to review and friggin' fell in love with it by the end. I think I only gave it a 7.5 in total for that gold edition because it is rough getting through. But you always saw the talent there. And then as they went through their DLC, you saw that talent just explode. And seeing something like this is not shocking because all the support, like so much of the issue was money. And they are another one where I know people are like, I don't want Xbox to buy anyone. It's like, no, these are the times where not having to worry about the money. And I think that was a big thing for Double Fine. You saw in their documentary.
And Obsidian, definitely.
Yeah. When you don't have to worry about funding all the time, because that's kind of what killed like Mimimi Games. They're like, it's just so stressful to go from budget to budget as we're trying to make these awesome games. Yeah, this just looks incredible. It looks like I wasn't shocked at the third-person action stuff. I thought we'd seen that before, as Ricky Ruiz has either upgraded or now pledged to $12 on the Patreon.
Oh my god!
So,
oh my god!
Keep it coming, people.
As Didact
real talk.
Didac BRHU3 has just pledged $17.50 via the Patreon. I believe that's an upgrade.
Amazing. He's XboxEra contributor from what I can see here, but it's worth saying there are 4,000 or so members on the forum, and there's about 1,000 people in the Discord, and like we hate asking for cash. Like, it feels gross. It's not how we were brought up. It's a weird thing, but it's simple math. If just 500 people went, yeah, I can give these guys a Starbucks a month,
Ricky
it
Ruiz
materially
upgraded.
makes
Thank you,
a
Ricky.
complete difference to our lives. Like, in terms of being able to run it as a business. It sounds so silly, but it's so crazily true, because it gives us stability, and that is, frankly, the scary thing when it is your whole job. So, bottom of my heart, thank you for letting us realize the dream.
We have hit the cap.
Anyway, sorry.
I've cut everyone's name short, and we have hit the cap. So, at his insistence, I am going to remove Torn Raptor from there, because he already is always there. He's always there in the bottom left. He never goes away. He's got his own animation.
He's Grand Benefactor, baby.
Yeah, so... Yeah, it's gotten so big, I'm going to have to figure something out in between the next show, because you guys are knuckin' futs. Thank you.
One thing I think I'll say about Compulsion's game, South of Midnight, right? And I think this showing right here puts to rest so much of the, in game or in engine doesn't mean anything, blah, 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 blah. No, it means something, right? I remember I argued, I think, with Nick about this last year when they showed Compulsion's trailer and it was in engine. Oh, that's just CGI. That's all it means. No, it doesn't. It means the game that you eventually see will look similar, will look in this style of the game we get.
Yeah, we're making a statement with what the target is here.
Exactly. It's not Phantom Dust, which had a pure CGI trailer, or Crackdown 3, which had a pure CGI trailer, and the actual game is completely different. Or even Avowed, for example, the first trailer we got, right?
Yeah.
In-engine means a lot more. And I think I'm hoping as we go forward, people realize that as well, you know?
Yeah. I just love the whole idea of a modern fairy tale.
Yes. Yes.
I just think it's such a unique setting. I love all the voice acting. I think the main character looks cool as fuck. The combat and everything that we actually got to see in this gameplay trailer looked great. Like, imaginative and fun. Mm-hmm. It's just oozing vibe that I cannot wait to get my hands on.
They've been going in a lot of stuff on Twitter, as we got another $30 donation on the PayPal.
Oh, damn.
4109 now. Jesus Christ, man. This has been... It's one of those things where it's like, it's so much, it's almost overwhelming, the level of support. It feels good. Especially at a time where the idiots who do the grifting to try and make money are going all in on saying, oh, you gave Destiny a 7, you're a piece of shit. It should be a 10. You're PlayStation tax. And it's like, no, that's just, I mean... You're a phony and a fraud. No one actually believes anything they're saying when they're in that. And we have tried to not be that and actually grow through hard work and a focus on positive, but not ignoring the negative. And it feels extremely rewarding and humbling when you guys give that support. Unlike what John is about to say about how much he hates you.
I don't. I love them. I love them all. But you're absolutely right in that, we could have gone. There are brands and creators and personalities out there that could have gone the console warrior route.
It's the only way to grow on
drama.
YouTube. It's the only way you can easily grow to a point on YouTube. You can't get you can get a career out of it if you're one person who's on a lot of meth, but it's it's not a thing that's sustainable for wanting to be a company that actually has a good community. We don't ever have to look at our community and go, it's just, don't worry about them. They're just a bunch of crazy
Just ignore the shitheads.
Nazis.
We don't have any shitheads. That's the beauty of it. Every single one
I talked John into it, by the way. Awesome. He used to be like, just leave them all up. And it's like, no, it really pushes away the good people. You need to properly prune the not the negative or not the critical Like, there's tons of critical and negative things about us in the comment section. It's just when people get, when you attack and when you're
Personally abusive.
when you're only there to stir the pot and just be a shithead to like upset people, that's when we just go, see you later, because we have this community that is fantastic.
As you interact with other communities, with streamers or even other Xbox-focused communities, you realize a lot of the community didn't do the same thing. So it's just full of a lot of just like useless and frankly just not productive or just in general.
There's one guy I watched and I really liked his stuff. He's very into Souls things. And so I watched it. There's the Fighting Cowboy on YouTube. And at one point in his stream, people just like boring. And he just fucking goes off on him. Like, no one cares if you find this boring. Let me watch my fucking trailers. Like, just Jesus Christ. Just no one gives a shit if you find this one particular thing boring. Who do you think you're talking to? And like, that's always been my philosophy is, it's that whole don't yuck in my yum thing that I always hear people say, but then they do that. They just freaking do that all the time. And it's like, no, I don't give a shit about World of Warcraft anymore. I used to, but like when that trailer comes out, I'm not going to go, oh, boring. It's that whole thing of like, you can let other people enjoy stuff, but with that, the anonymity of being online allows people to be way shittier than they are in real life, as John can tell you. Like, you meet people in real life, like Alyssa Mercante, he met her and she was lovely, and
she's lovely. She's a lovely lady.
Yeah, it's like it's very different online and real life, and people always forget that.
Fun anecdote. I did mention this during headlines or whatever show I was on before this one. Alyssa Mercante, she rocks up. I introduce her to my partner, and they're chatting, and she goes, "I was going to wear a more revealing dress, but I realized I couldn't let Phil Spencer see my butt." Now, Alyssa, you could still see your butt. I'm just saying, if it, like I saw it, Phil saw your butt. All right. And if that was the objective, you failed. People saw your butt. But it was fine. It was a lovely dress. These people that attack others online and throw vitriol out and anger and hate, it's all just a grift and a load of crap. Ignore them. Find the people you gel with, find the people in the communities that vibe with you and stick with them, because it pays off. Like, I fully expect us within a few years to be having our first ever community meetups in the US or in Gamescom.
And John
and
can give
like
all of you COVID.
Yeah. Yeah. Couple of super chats. Soiltech 199 super chat with a pleasant reminder for the entire community watching right now. Hit that thumbs up button. Thank you very much. And Alvin following up says, everything Jesse said is why we sub. Can always count on XboxEra to be genuine.
Outside of Nick. I kid. Nick is Nick is genuinely dumb, but he's genuine.
Nick never hides anything. Like,
no, he's extremely consistent.
About who he is.
Like, he has said Astrobot's going to get a 10 from him, and no matter what that game is, it's going to get a 10 from him. He's very consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, South of Midnight looks fantastic. We've got the last
next
5
year,
now.
25.
We've got Fallout 76 Skyline Valley got its big reveal,
which you were not invited to go see, unfortunately.
I was not, even though I live in the UK. I was not invited. Thank you, Bethesda. I'm sorry about the Starfield article. Okay. I was not invited, but it looks great if you're a fan of Fallout 76. You get to play as a ghoul. Yay. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Skyline Valley is this already out? Yeah, already out.
I think it's...
Yeah, it was the 12th, and then Ghoul is early 2025. I believe they said, which looks real neat.
I mean, that's clearly, linked to the TV show and the sheer incredible popularity that got. Like,
yeah. Very cool.
Everyone will be Walter Goulgans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gorgons. And then we saw an interesting indie diversion for the variety points in the Microsoft Showcase with Winter Burrow, where you're a little mouse trying to find your auntie mouse and the bridge is down and you've got to survive and you've got to like look after your little mouse house, and then you find your auntie and there's an evil owl and it took her away and ripped her flesh from her small corpse.
Picked her clean immediately.
Looks cute and interesting and nice enough. Again, probably not for me, but it's cool.
Except it will be you reviewing it because our mark is gone. It's got to be someone British.
Yeah, I miss Harmy.
Me too.
He's a nice dude as well. He's just very busy. He's got to focus on what he wants in life.
Well, the way you say focus really sounded like something else to me.
But Winterboro looks nice. Looks like a
DayZ.
nice little game. Definitely gave me a Watership Down vibe.
Yeah.
And Watership Down scares me. So
And these games
I'm
have
gonna
a
classify
big
it as a
audience.
horror.
These like light survival, cutesy
like,
indie stuff.
Don't
They're-
Starve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very interesting.
Yes. Then we got a very dark,
Oh my
evil,
God.
sinister, disturbing. When her arms came apart,
Ugh,
I
God.
was like noping out in the
And they
showcase
said
floor.
they edited around part of it because it was so intense. Like,
Really? I did not
yeah,
hear-
they,
oh
they
my
held
God.
things back because it was so much.
But yes,
And-
Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred got
Vessel
a
of
trailer.
Diablo
It
4 right
looks
now,
horrific.
best
on
Diablo's ever
fire.
been for me. Like that
Fantastic
season of loot update was so good in just nailing everything I wanted from the grind, in a way that is as good as Destiny as a Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls made everything over time. The only thing they don't have like the sets stuff, but I understand why, because then people only ever wore them. But yeah, no, that boy, and it's a thing. Oh, there was no gameplay shown. It's like, well, I mean, it's
Diablo.
Diablo.
You know what Diablo is?
Yeah, and the new
It's
class.
fine.
It was weird. They talked about the new class, the Spirit Hunter, I think is the name of them, but they didn't show it there. And I think it's going to be revealed at a later date. So, and they have said they hear the people yelling about the sword and board. They want their paladin. They want the big tanky boy. So, I wouldn't be surprised if that was
bro.
next at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was fantastic. Blizzard once again showing everyone why they're the kings of CG animated trailers. Like,
Yeah, it
without-
was really good.
As far as I know, somebody said they don't do motion capture for that. It is all
what I heard
hand
too.
Oh,
animation. Yeah.
Wow.
Which is insane.
But then
That's really cool.
I've seen clips of the Battle for Azeroth trailer where they showed someone doing
It
mocap
might
for
be
him.
it might be referenced too. I'm always curious. It might
Yeah.
be it is hand, but then it is motion, but then they hand touch it up to make
Yeah.
it look perfect.
I can see that.
Because you know some, especially smaller productions when you don't have Blizzard's time and budget. If you get this good data, you're like, that's really good. I'm going to touch it up where I can, but they just have people go crazy because they get a lot of time and money.
These people are always like, I'd watch a whole movie like this. All right, cool. I'll see you in 15 years. Because it took
Yeah.
6 months to
3
make
months.
that 2-minute trailer, guys. Like, John, what was the reaction in the friggin' crowd when the arm friggin'
I think that there was a
man.
general recoil.
Ugh.
I recoiled. Like I was like, "Oh God, no! That's horrible!"
Because
Like,
they showed the arm split, but they cut away from everything else splitting because you see it all at the end. Like every part of her has split
Yeah.
into
Real
these tendrils.
Cronenberg.
Yeah,
it was so grim. Ugh.
Yeah, it was like that Cronenberg hurt yourself in the future because
Like-
you can't die anymore movie.
So the funny
Yeah.
part of that, the funny part of that trailer was Matt Booty coming on before it, and kind of doing a mid-show wrap-up in a way. Where he's
Yep.
like, I showed you this, and this, and everyone's like, "Bro, what?
It's always
There's no
funny
people
hearing
yet."
a corporate executive say "vessel of hatred." Like,
Yeah.
Green?
Oh man, it was
no.
good. It was good.
Really good.
Last three. Age of Mythology Retold. It's coming out same month as Aura
September-
History Untold.
No, it's September 24th.
yeah, they're both coming out September.
Yeah, which is an interesting choice for
I do think
a very
very
closely
aren't they
aligned
quite-
genre.
Very different games.
They're
Not even-
very so they are in the same strategy, like real-time
Yeah.
strategy, but one is like a big city builder over incredibly long periods of time, and the other is the build-up. Isn't Age of Mythology is more build up your thing to go fight?
Okay, so Age of Mythology is a normal RTS like Starfield.
Yeah.
Sorry, like StarCraft, right?
Mhm.
And Aura is Civilization. It's a
Yeah.
completely different.
Yeah, it is in the grand scheme. I just wonder if there's going to be some audience crossover there.
I guess. I mean,
And
Age
one
of
is
Mythology
just a
going off-
remake versus a brand new
Exactly.
thing.
Age of Mythology is going off of nostalgia. Also, it's launching on console day one. Aura is not.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Well, Aura is going for that. Like, for example, we had probably one of the biggest reveals at Summer Game Fest was Civilization 7, right? Being revealed, not shown or anything, but you already got like kind of that Civ hype getting there. And then you get a
Yep.
Civ, basically a Civ game being released by people that have worked on Civ. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yes,
think
yeah,
so,
there
yeah.
are some Civ devs.
Yeah, like it has a chance of really kind of not necessarily blowing up, but carving its own niche into it, at least until the next Civ
Mhm.
releases. You know?
Chat, he did correct himself. He said RTS like Starfield, I mean StarCraft. So
Yes.
deep
Sorry,
breaths.
sorry,
No,
sorry.
Starfield is not an answer. Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you can really mod it way more than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
Age of Mythology is a real-time strategy game. You use your units, you go attack other things. Civ is you don't need to do combat in Civ if you don't want to, right? Like,
Yeah.
I bought Civ 5 or 6. I played 13 hours of it on Steam. That was one game, and I got my money's worth because I bought it on heavy discount. I'm like, I'm okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Man, my
But yeah, so
Starfield
that's-
reviews playing and thinking of the Starfield. Like, I want to play more Starfield.
Oh, hey, Starfield is there too.
Speaking of Starfield, Shattered Space, we got its first look at the big expansion from Bethesda Game Studios for Starfield. I mean, what more is there to say? I think it looks really good. We get to get a deep behind-the-scenes look at the House of Varun, which was utilized in the game, but kind of spoken about in shadier overtones, and we never really got to
We just
see
fought
what that was all
random
about.
zealots and stuff. Yeah, we didn't get a
Yeah,
ton.
so
Yeah. That should
This
add to
looks-
the story a fair bit too, I feel.
yes, I have a feeling we're going to get a lot out of this particular
And very
piece of
bespoke,
expansion.
specifically made things, which more of that, which I think people were happy about. And we
Yes.
got the shadow drop, which was creation kit,
Batman
Yes.
in Starfield.
and people losing their mind that there are paid mods, which I mean,
Oh my
it's a
God.
Bethesda game.
What
Heaven
was that?
forbid.
So
$7 for
there's one
mission. Bro,
issue.
do you
So
want modders paid or not? Come on.
there's one issue where they messed up, where there's two tracker, the new tracker quests, and one that's free is way better and longer than the one that costs money. They messed up that somehow and maybe got it backwards. Other than that, like the trailer looked awesome. I love the
Yeah.
game, so I know it's always one of those funny things. You see the if you watch reactions and chat just immediately starts shitting on it, and then you see some people say, I don't know, I liked it, I loved it.
Yeah.
I've got 700 hours in it. It's like,
You got to be like cautiously saying when.
or
only when
that
they
game
like
was a
the game.
giant failure, and it's like, no, it was. I mean, you might not like
It
it, but
really
it was
wasn't.
really successful.
Ignore the haters.
It's weird. It's a weird one. Well, not weird.
When you
It's
get
a
to
sad
the
one.
more casual, like the more casual reactions, ones that aren't super tuned in, then you start seeing like even the chat say, "Oh, Starfield, nice. I want to play more Starfield. Yeah, sure, I'll play it." Because
Yeah.
we weren't like locked into the stuff we're locked into. Good trailer. Very horror centric.
Yeah,
right?
very
Yeah,
pretty.
definitely. There's a lot of mystery to unpack there and some ominous overtones, but definitely keen to see where they take the story of
I
House
really
of
like the
Varun,
color
'cause-
palette.
Yes.
Yes, definitely a little
And
bit more
Bethesda, please, you can
sci-fi
trust-
fantasy.
You can trust me with a review code for early access on that. I won't tell John a thing. No articles will come out.
Fair enough. And then the last game that we're going to talk about that was shown on the Xbox Showcase is Life is Strange,
Oh,
Double
yes.
Exposure.
Yes.
The next adventure with the original Life is Strange character, Max Caulfield. Which I think is a smart move from a marketing perspective, because I have to admit, I've not really bothered with Life is Strange outside of the first one, which I really enjoyed.
I remember, so 2 took too long to come out, which killed it, like in between episodes, and then people really liked True Colors, the third one.
Yeah, I've not played True
Before
Colors.
the
Did that
Storm-
have Max Caulfield in it as
No,
well?
so the other one was Before the Storm, which was
Yes.
a prequel, but was done during an actor strike and a writer strike, I think. So it did not have the same voice actors. Still liked, but not as loved. So it's like everyone holds 1 up highest, and then really like 3 and Before the Storm, but then 2 goes below those just because it took so freaking long in between episodes. It was
Yeah.
and it was
People
like a
like
little
True Colors.
rougher. But yeah, this one I yelled Max immediately because
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
because I was like,
I was
because
like,
my
"Oh, I
wife,
recognize you."
my wife and our kid really loved those games and played the shit out of them. So I knew it from looking at that TV all the time when Amanda was playing it.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was the showcase in a nutshell.
Big nutshell.
I
as long
mean,
as the showcase-
it was a solid, it was an absolutely solid
Yes. Yeah.
9.5, if not a 10 for,
Exactly.
for
I gave it a 9.5. It's just
our show. Like I would, the only thing I would say is I just wish the games I know are meant to be coming this year had actually got a solidified date. That's the one criticism I can really levy. But I also understand not boxing and giving your developers some wiggle room where necessary. Fine.
I mean, the way I see it is there's no benefit anymore for giving
Yeah.
hard dates 4 or 5 months in advance. I mean, it's a
What's the
digital
point?
age. People, they don't need pre-orders anymore, right? You have Game
Yeah.
Pass. A month or two before the game releases, you have another marketing beat called the release date trailer, right? Comes out. Hey, here's a date. Our marketing just started ramping up. Play it in 4 weeks.
It's great. It's great. Now, I'm conscious we are 3 hours into the show.
Yeah, I put other news in there. You don't have to touch any of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch on too much. I will just briefly touch on out of everything because we talked about a lot of games. I'll talk a little bit about Star Wars Outlaws. It's got some previews. A lot of criticism that they were very gameplay we've played 1,000 times before. But I'll give you an anecdote from a good friend, Ains, who I got to meet from over at Season Gaming. For his preview, he was like playing and he kind of just went to a speeder bike and went to get on it. And he was like, go and explore the open world. And someone from Ubisoft went, I'm sorry, that's out of scope for this demo. You're going to have to put the speeder bike down, sir. We're going to have to ask you to leave the premises. So he didn't get to go and do that. So rightly or wrongly, they've made a choice to just scope in for this particular preview. But the team that have developed it, I think, are going to have done a good job. So I wouldn't worry too much about the initial previews. Like, give them time. The game is going to get
I would say this. Ubisoft Massive, who made The Division 2, and Avatar Frontiers of Pandora have not missed. They made me care about an Avatar game. I don't like Avatar. I dislike those movies. I dislike the lore and everything behind it. And yet they made a game I loved. Like, I really enjoyed that game. I gave it an even higher score than Destiny 2, The Final Shape. That's how much I liked it.
Dun, dun.
But yeah, Star Wars Outlaws looks awesome. I think it's going to be a bunch of good, maybe some great parts. Like, the dogfighting looked fine. Graphically looks good. The scope, I think it's 4 planets. Like, it's not too big. I think, and their engine is just the best. I love that friggin' Snowdrop engine. Really they do it. Yeah. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is still one of, if not the best looking giant games. Like, huge scope, yet everything still looks so high quality and runs so well.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So performant.
Yes. And then they also said after this game, their next project, after reviving The Division 2 and doing a new expansion next year, as well as new content that hit that day, The Division 3. I'm so fucking excited.
Yay. Yeah. It's good times. Good times. And the last thing I wanted to touch on before we move on with show content, Ryan McCaffrey, who I also got to meet while out in LA, very humble gentleman. Who is not big-headed and full of himself. He's just, I think someone said, like, does it freak you out getting people come out to be like, hey, Ryan? And he's like, I'm just privileged to be able to do what I get to do. So, humble guy. He got to interview Phil Spencer for IGN Live. And it was a good interview. I think...
I really liked the interview, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I thought it was just... the tweets are super corporate sounding, but then when you actually listen to the interview, it was...
It was their stubs for articles. They were pretty much essentially just setting up what they were going to type, because it wasn't a sit-down, hard-hitting interview. It was one PR event, IGN Live, interviewing another PR event, Xbox Game Showcase, essentially, with some questions, but not huge follow-ups, because it's just not the type of thing you're going to... It's not that type of thing. It is IGN as a giant corporation working with Xbox to bring things in for more publicity in the end. It's just what it is. It
isn't the case that, Ryan's like, I don't care what PR have said I can ask about. I'm going to ask the hard-hitting question. He did ask. He said, hey, look, we can't not talk about it. Talk about the studio closures. Phil gave, frankly, a pretty standard PR-type response of, I have a business to run, and that's sometimes a shitty decision I have to make. The end. And that is putting a finer point on it. I know the industry in general are like, you are bad, Microsoft. It's weird to me that they don't point at, and I'm going to pull this example out of my arse, but Astrobot, look how great PlayStation is. Look all the PlayStation honorifics we've got in Astrobot. But let's not talk about London Studio. Why is it always one rule for one team?
Are people going to... I'm just curious, like, it all sucks. They should all be drilled. But are people going to be drilled at, say, Crystal Dynamics when they start talking about Tomb Raider? Because no one has sold off or shut down more people than Embracer. Like, I know that Microsoft as a giant evil corporation is a very lucrative, easy target, and I'm fine with that because they suck as a company. They're not good. But the actual division, and especially when you're interviewing developers and stuff who you support, like putting them in that position.
Seeing Don Matthews get pushed and quizzed when he was trying to promote Hellblade 2 about how he feels. Man. It's just like, why are you asking him this? It's not relevant. Stop it. Yeah, it's you're not cool for doing it. It's
not the question that has to be asked when it's someone at that level. Always ask Phil and the rest of them. They get paid bajillions of dollars to do that. Yep. That's a major part of their job, is setting public expectations and shit. Push them all you care. I don't care. But the actual devs and people, no.
Even with Phil, right? After every year of not E3, he's usually almost always at the Giant Bomb couch, right? That's been a tradition for years at this point, if not more than like 5 years. This year he wasn't. And if you go back and watch last year's Giant Bomb couch, you had that weird, Phil, show me what gameplay actually, be real with me. What's like, is it going to be game, like, you know what I mean, right? When he questioned the Fable gameplay. Like, it's just, you don't got to go that far. You don't got to spin your own narrative in every single thing you talk to. It's...
Yeah, it's weird, but
it was a good interview. It was a really good interview.
The biggest piece of the interview was obviously the quizzing on handheld, and the key pieces of information we got were, no, I don't want it to be a cloud-based online-only device. I want it to be local play is important, native gameplay, and it's pretty much confirmation. Yes, we're going to make a handheld.
Yep.
More news to come. And it just, when are we talking here? Are we talking 2026?
That's the rumor.
Are we talking
right? I mean,
another dual SKU approach? Like, what's the plan, Microsoft? When are we going to see it?
In the showcase, we're hard at work at the next generation of Xbox. Again.
But when's the next generation of Xbox beginning for Microsoft? Is it 2026? Is it 2025?
Sure. It has to be 2026 minimum, right? I mean.
Does it?
Technologically, most likely, because it's so much of it's going to come down to how do you have a handheld Series S, because that's what they have a ton of games for. And if you have to have a handheld, it has to at least be able to be a Series S that can run games for a couple of hours.
Yeah,
and to do that right now, this thing's going to be this big and mostly battery. Like, it's going to be fucking enormous and have a huge cooler
and like a 2-hour battery.
To clarify for chat, when Phil talks about local, he means that it's playing on the device. The game is being run by the device you're holding, not being run up in the cloud and downloaded to the device like
it
a
might
G10.
be enhanced by the cloud, like Call of Duty is going to be with textures if you're online. But local compute, not a G cloud where it's all cloud.
Another major, at least I think it's a major drop he said in the interview, right? Which no one's ever running with because it's not super negative. Other than we're going to see more games shipping where it makes sense. Well, either way.
More multi-platform games was
more games on more platforms than ever before.
Yes, which is fully expected.
Which is also not committing to anything. It's just we're going to have more games on more platforms, because I could even just count. We've got a bunch of games, and some like Doom are going to be on PlayStation. Doesn't mean
some
new.
Are going to be on TVs.
It does most likely mean new, but it's that corporate thing of I have a line that sounds committal, but is actually not.
Also, we're living in a world where the entirety of Assassin's Creed Mirage is playable on iPhones. So I'm just saying, we're getting started there too. But he mentioned something, which I guess a lot of people just kind of take his PR spin or something, where he says specifically, we have more specifically console players than we've ever had before in the history of Xbox.
No, let's focus on the sales and talk about how Xbox is doomed.
And then, if you want to ignore the sales, we sell more than ever. Since Game Pass has started, we sell more. We sell more games than ever. It's like it has not eaten sales the way people think.
Corporate speak, obviously, right? Like, it's PR, blah, blah, blah. But because it's corporate speak, because it's a major executive of a giant friggin' company, they cannot just blatantly lie in public, guys. That's not how
and that's works. One of the things when we see, they haven't hit their targets, and people are like, so they're doing bad. It's like, no, they're making an insane amount of money. They just want to make more. That's what those targets were. Those targets weren't, we can exist. Which is what so many people in gaming coverage seem to think, which is like, well, they're doing really bad. Like, and you see the shitheads that got banned on Twitter after going after Jez, saying, I hope Xbox dies because I hate him and I don't want to see him around. So it's like, I love the devs, but please fire 20,000 people. Yeah, but also it's like,
more than 20.
They're not dying. They're just not hitting targets to make insane amounts of money. They're missing targets and making insane amounts of money. Like they're still, it's not a Sega thing where people are like, oh, they're going to be gone. It's like, no, they make too much money. That's their whole thing. Yeah. That's the reason things were closed, not because they're running out of money. They want to keep making more and more. And so they cut. And what do you cut in America especially? You cut workers. It's the easiest thing. So,
and trust me, you don't want to live in a world where Microsoft isn't a player in this industry. You don't.
Games coach would be dead. There'd be nothing to talk about most of the time.
You would be so bored. And this week, PlayStation have said nothing, and Nintendo are really quiet. Join us next week on the podcast for, you would just be so fucking bored.
A lot of those shows end up becoming lists and talking about old stuff because there's just not enough
nothing new to talk about.
Yeah, there's
and that's
smaller
why you see so many
third-party
Xbox
stories,
podcasts.
but yeah.
I feel like they had they had many, but one of the major tasks Microsoft had this showcase, right, was to convince not necessarily the Xbox faithful, but the ones that have Xbox hardware, convince them, hey, this hardware is worth keeping, and don't worry, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I think they did that.
They did it. They definitely, coupled with Phil's comments and the fantastic showcase, which no one can objectively say was a bad showcase. If you objectively say this was not a good showcase, you're not arguing good faith. You're not talking good faith. It's not even worth listening to you.
Well, at that point. 4 out of 10. Remember this tweet.
Well,
remember it because it's gone.
I can't remember it because you deleted it. Yeah, fucking plonker.
You have to remember it. There's no other way to see it.
There has been a shift. We're seeing a lot of people who were going after the show afterwards, and their audience is like, I normally agree with you, but on this one, I don't. Yep. And that was like hundreds of super popular people. So there's hundreds of people responding. Like, I don't understand your pessimism about this one.
People are still sticking with the usual. They know Xbox usually is a negative slant, and that gets a lot of people going, yeah, Xbox sucks, blah, blah, blah. So they stick with it even now.
Goodbye, microphone. Hello, microphone.
They have to.
John, myself, and Ursula eventually, if we get super rich. Get rid of these shitty old Yetis and get some nice Sures.
Oh, the Shure microphone is very nice.
Yeah, I'd like one.
But yeah, anyways, they did their job. They set out what they had to do and they did it.
Yeah, I agree.
And the point where, before showing into the showcase, right, we knew Doom was going to be there, essentially. I mean, we did. And we knew it was going to be multi-plat. And before going into it, I was fully convinced that the only talking point coming out of the showcase is going to be, look, Doom is multi-plat. Xbox is doomed. Pun intended. Not really. Either way.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. Even though Doom was multi-plat, the show was just good enough that it's like, who cares, bro?
Who cares?
We're playing it next year in Game Pass. Like, who gives a crap?
Exactly right. I think they've done a really good job. And chatting to Microsoft folks before and after the show, they were very quietly confident before the show. And after the show, they were just elated that so many people had resonated with what they'd shown, and celebratory about how much hard work across so many different teams had gone into putting the level of that sort of thing together. Yeah. And I loved being there in person for it. I can't guarantee I'd go to LA every year for something like that, but it was
maybe just
a very cool experience.
Ping an email to Phil and be like, "Is it worth coming out this year, Phil?"
Yes, and it will be it's the best show we've ever done every year. But it was really cool. It was really, really cool. Yeah. Chat, we hope you enjoyed going through these game reveals with us. We went through every single one of the showcase. Whew. I think it was worthwhile doing. It was nice for me to relive it. I've been watching the trailers while we've been chatting as well.
And we can do it again next week when Nick comes back, and then he'll want to talk about them all.
He's had his time. Are we doing Name a Game?
We are doing what year? Because I tried so it's going to pretty much come down to whenever I try and think of a topic for Name a Game. First, if I can come up with something good, I'll do it. I had a really struggle. Fair. I hadn't done it by the time the friggin' live stream was happening yesterday, and I was like, I don't have the energy to come up with a good one.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, let's play a little bit of What Year, My Dear, before we wrap things up with a few community questions. There's not a lot, and we'll let you guys go. Hit the button.
And we are back.
All right. Now, in case you have never watched the Xbox Era podcast before, we do a game show pretty much every week. Sometimes it's name a game. This time it's What Year, My Dear. The premise is Nick and I, Nick's not here, but we choose some Patreon members.
I chose some.
Patreon is super important to us and we love our patrons very, very much. If you want to become one of those legendary heroes, head to patreon.com/XboxEra. And Nick, or in this instance, Sol, and I will act as a champion for that Patreon member. And if we win, that Patreon member gets to pick a game from Jesse's bucket list of games codes that he has, and they get a little benefit, a little perk, a little woo, thanks very much for playing. So that's what we're going to do. So Jesse, what's the?
I've said I'm not
the year.
So, like it's too restrictive, I think, to have a category for this one. If I'm being honest, so this one it's just a bunch of games from different years, which I think makes it a little more dynamic and exciting. Because otherwise, it's a little. I don't think we need the category for this one, but both of you do need your calculator open on your phone or some way to write.
Oh yeah, and the phone is what we did.
Okay.
Yeah, phone's easy.
Open it on a computer.
Nick always writes on this little notepad that does not go in focus, which is very annoying. But also make sure you're right in the middle, because I'm looking at you through OBS, so I can only see the middle of your camera.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Like
So
this.
it's throughout the last 30 years, essentially, for this game. I'm not going into the 80s that often.
Oh, flip. I'm so screwed. All right, let's do this.
But yeah, it's a mix.
Okay, I'm ready.
See, John's old. His memory's failing him. I think I can do this.
Number
You'll
one
probably beat me, mate.
in this What Year, My Dear, is the game Pokemon X and Y.
Ooh. Crap. X and Y's after Black and White. But before
It's a
Sun
mix,
and Moon.
John. Something's for you, something for Ursula. All right.
Your stuff.
Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2006, 2018.
2018.
The winner is, by being a little closer, Soul Blazers, as it was 2013.
13.
Fair
Damn it.
enough.
My initial
So-
name was 2011.
Rules: 1 point if you're closest without going over, 2 points if you nail it.
Fair enough. It's worth mentioning as well, I actually forgot this bit. This week, Soul Blazers is playing for Paul Barry, and I am playing for Zachary Fuller.
I'm
I
pretty
grabbed
sure
a couple of
last
new
time
ones
we
because
said-
I don't know the people who have already been played for. Nick has all that.
Fair
enough.
enough. My calendar.
So we have a list. I'll make sure Nick gets these names. We try to go through and make sure everyone's been played for. And with all the new names, we got a lot of new people. So, all right. Number 2. What year was Horizon Zero Dawn released? And I go fast on these because we play a bunch. Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Getting this wrong. Yeah, I was 7.
The winner is nailing it. Ursula Mechanico.
Damn
John
it.
got
It was 17. I had a feeling. I played a little safe.
Yeah.
16 was
Damn
when they
it.
showed everything off that then came out over like the next 3 years.
Yes, you're right. And the PS4 Renaissance was 2017.
Original or remake. Getting close.
The fact that that's a question. Original
Yeah.
Horizon or the remake? Like, what?
Gentlemen,
Oh, dear.
what year did Mario Kart 8 come out? Not
Oh, fuck
Deluxe.
you.
Wii U.
Oh.
Mario Kart 8. Now, also, the Wii U wasn't out that long. You don't have that many years to choose from.
Okay, I think I'm
Gentlemen, give me your year in 3, 2, 1.
Wait, one second.
Nailing it is Soul
damn it.
Blazers, Ursula Masudi,
What?
2014.
No way.
ready.
Are you serious?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought for sure I got that wrong. Holy crap.
Well played.
Nick, John, you gotta step up, bro.
You fucking stop.
Gentlemen, what year was Diablo 3 released?
Oh, okay.
I should get this. Come on.
I'm
I was
just
really
guessing.
playing WoW at the time. Like,
I'm just guessing.
On the Xbox 360, PC, and PS2, 3. By the way, hint, hint. Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3,
I'm off by 1 year.
2, 1.
okay, John, I'm closer, but I'm off by
Nailing it on the year was once again John. Ursula, Soul Blazers.
Yep.
Oh, what?
You were on Cataclysm, and it had they gave you like Diablo for free if you bought a year of WoW at the time. So I remember that.
Wow. Damn.
Pulling away.
Getting
All
honed.
right, we got to do the 70s games now. I'll just. What year did Blade Runner come out?
That's mean. That's a mean thing to say, and you should feel bad.
He's not Nick.
All right? There's nothing wrong with being old.
What year was the first
Gentlemen.
game? Oh.
What year did Terraria release?
This is an
I
interesting
don't
one. It's an old game.
know.
But it came out.
Show me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think I'm off by a year.
Nailing it once again
Yes. Okay.
is Ursel Soul Blazers Masudi.
I knew Minecraft was 2009. I knew it was a couple
Wow.
years after that. Yeah.
I'm getting wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. Painful.
Called in my ringer to take you and Nick out these last 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. tell
Gentlemen,
me about
what
it.
year was Borderlands 2 released?
I don't know.
On the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC. I might have been PC back then, actually. I don't remember.
I don't know.
Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's just 9. Flip. I had to select it
Winning
too.
by being closer without going over is Ursel Masudi.
Wait, was it 2011?
It was 2012.
2012?
Oh, this is killing me. This is killing me.
Crap, I thought it was older. Oh my god.
This is a fix. God damn.
Gentlemen,
Wow.
what year was Rock Band released?
The first one? Oh, flip. Okay, I know this. Guitar Hero 3, I played a bunch in elementary school.
Give me your year in 5, 4, 2, 3, 1.
It was 07, wasn't
Nailing
Oh,
it
don't you be closer
was
again.
John the Mechanico.
it? Yeah.
Nailing it at 2007.
It was 07. I had a feeling. It came out just 1 year after Guitar Hero 3. That's crazy.
Okay.
No,
I feel
it was
good.
just 5.
I feel good.
Gentlemen, what year did a game that got a movie from Uwe Boll and its lineage, Dungeon Siege,
Never
release?
mind. What?
The original Dungeon Siege.
Wait, Bull made a movie on Dungeon Siege?
Yeah,
The original Dungeon Siege.
yeah, it
released on
wasn't
what
a
platform?
King's Tale, a Dungeon Siege story or something like that with Statham.
Yeah, but what platform are you talking here?
PC, I'd imagine. The very first ever release of Dungeon Siege.
Oh,
I got it.
God.
Someone's got it in the chat. Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 1, 3, 4.
Mine's starting
Zero.
with 1-9.
Winning it by nailing the year is one's John Sicka Mechanico Clark.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just got old, never heard of this game before, so I'm gonna just guess the year I was born.
I was feeling myself a bit on some of these ones being similar. There wasn't a category, but there were subcategories within. Because what year did the game Yakuza release?
The first one?
The very first ever release of Yakuza.
Oh, I don't know. Come on.
Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Winning by being closer but not
closer,
going over
yeah.
is Ursel Masudi, as it come out
Was it 03?
in 2005.
Oh, it's
Five?
1 year over.
Wow, it was way early. I should have lost that, to be honest. I was so far.
Yeah, you actually lost that. That is a bullshit rule.
Hell?
I was
Dang.
closer by a significant
Hey,
amount.
don't blame the player.
It was
I'm
on
blaming you.
Yell at Nick. He's the one who made it that rule.
I should definitely have lost that for sure. I'm so off.
Gentlemen,
crap.
what year did the game MLB The Show release?
Which year?
MLB The Show. Its very first release ever. 1892. That's when baseball came around. Gentlemen, give me your year in 7, 8, 9,
that's
2,
wrong.
1.
Uh,
You're both
Oh, I
wrong.
hate it when we're close like this.
2006. No points.
Oh, he wins again. Oh, yeah.
that was
No,
on PS3
no points.
Game, I'm not gonna lie. It came on the PS2? Interesting. I didn't know that. But
Gentlemen, what year was Dynasty Warriors released?
which one? The first?
The
God
first
damn it,
Dynasty
bro.
Warriors.
You know what? I'm gonna play a little on the safe end this time because I'm clearly under guessing everything.
I believe
Let's
PS1. Give me your year in 5, 4,
Wait, sorry, did you say PS1?
1.
God damn, whatever. At this point, I already.
No points awarded, both over. It was 1997.
Wow. Jesus. Okay.
Gentlemen, what year was Tomb Raider released?
The original?
You keep saying that. I'm just saying the name. That is the full name.
Okay. All right. I don't even flipping.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4,
flippin'.
3, 2, 1.
I don't flipping.
2 points are awarded.
I
2-1.
originally typed 96 as well.
Ursel Masudi. Correct.
Wait, that was exact?
Oh, I should have typed
No
96.
way!
I deleted 96 and typed 98. No!
That was
Son
yours
of
to
a
lose,
bitch.
Son. That was yours to lose.
Gentlemen, what year? Oh, God. I didn't release. Oh, there we go. I was saying that was way too long. It said the last game, then plus this game. Gentlemen, what year was Warcraft released?
The first one? Sorry.
Give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fuck's
2000.
wrong with 2000? Are you smoking
Are you
crack?
serious, bro?
No, World of Warcraft?
2001.
No,
it's
Warcraft.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a
Well,
World
then,
War
yeah,
Cup.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, Ursula gets the point. It was 1994.
94.
I yelled out 4. Did you catch my little hint?
I didn't.
No.
Okay, well, gentlemen, what year was the seminal classic and terrible video game Myst released?
Ooh.
I'm going to get hate
That's
mail for
a
calling
while
it
ago.
terrible.
Holy flip.
Gentlemen, give me your year in 9, 8, 2, 1.
I'm gonna stick with it. Oh, is it not that old?
1987?
I mean, he's closer than you are, or about the same.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No, don't do
It
that.
was released
Wait,
in
what year was it?
1993. The point goes to
Oh.
Ursel.
Oh, okay, all right.
Wow, okay. I've lost. I've lost this week.
You've
Okay,
gotten
it's done.
destroyed.
Absolutely
One last
wrecked.
one. Gentlemen, what year was EverQuest released?
Now my 1987 can show up. I'm joking.
Gentlemen,
Request the first one.
give me your John is incorrect answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
89.
Ursel has
got the
nailed
point.
it. 1999.
Yes, I knew it was
Man.
before World of Warcraft.
Utter
by like maybe a year or two.
destruction of 15-6. Wow.
Wow. Well
Excellent
played,
fight
mate.
Again.
Congratulations to Paul Barry for winning this week's What Year, my dear, with Soul Blazers stomping all over my face with his video game release date knowledge. You should contact Jesse on the forums or on the Discord for a free code from the list. That's discord.gg/XboxEra or forum.xboxera.com and just DM Jesse. Easy. All right, to wrap things up, one of the other benefits that our wonderful patrons get is every week they can ask some
louder.
community questions. And we will endeavour to answer them because we love you. And they can do that by accessing the Patreon Lounge, which is an exclusive area on the forums. There's also a version for Discord where they can ask questions every week. This week,
Before you
there's
start, real
not-
quick, I'm gonna be right back. 5-10 minutes. You guys keep going.
No, he really hates the
Oh.
patrons.
he hates
No,
the
no.
patrons. I didn't know that. He wins. He wins, and then he's like, I need to go take a shit. And these patrons have
Yeah, I
reminded
went to
me
go
of
click
that,
the
and I'm just gonna
Patreon
go-
video, and I could just see that hatred
I'm going
in
to
his
go
eyes.
poop. Yeah, that's what that's immediately what he thinks. But there's not too many questions, so
cake.
this will be a short one. We'll probably be done before Soul Blazers
know.
has wiped his ass. So let's dive in to the Patreon questions this week. First up, Jesse Brother. Salutations. You are all truly genitals and scallops, especially the Game Mess Mornings veteran, Jesse. As for the next time, the part-timer inevitably leaves said genitals vulnerable, and neither Ursel or Chaosante are available, I think I may have seen a solid fallback option. After seeing him on Double Barrel Gaming earlier this week with his classic mixer cap on, my boy Corkenstein would be more than serviceable as he handled himself well, even among Boom's typically overbloated cast. Just a suggestion. I got to meet Boom last week and Corkenstein, and I can attest
You
they're
made 'em both
both
sick?
lovely peoples.
You
His
nearly
question
killed
this
both
week,
of them.
I did nearly kill both of them. My question this week is for Nick.
I'll play the role.
Nick, when you do your thing where you repeat yourself multiple times, why do you slow your cadence with every repeat? Do you think it makes you sound more profound because it doesn't.
Listen here. Listen here. You fucking twat.
It sounds a bit more like diplomatic immunity.
If I do
than
myself
Nick.
some butcher, you know, what Nick wants to be with his little goatee. Yeah. But yes, I would say that is exactly why he does it.
Yeah.
I'd agree.
I think the classic Nick is, I don't know.
It's not a knife.
That's right, he doesn't.
It's
He doesn't
not a
know.
knife.
Next up, Hytham G. The Xbox showcase is cool, and when you gents got happy about no PlayStation logo at the showcase, I wasn't sure if you gents were serious or joking. But what matters is that the show was awesome. I'm pretty sure you guys were joking.
It
when you
was
were like, no
unbelievably
PlayStation logo.
obvious joking, I would like to think.
Okay.
Because we were literally just saying, and Nick was going, oh, look, no PlayStation logo. I already like it more. I don't even care about this genre because I only play 2 games. Well, what do you know? That's not a knife and that's not a PlayStation logo.
P.S. If you gents did see a PlayStation logo on the Xbox showcase, would you guys die uphill if that happened? Except if it was a Nintendo logo. You gents are cool with it and such. I don't think anyone would actually give genuinely a shit if any other logo appeared. If anything, it'd be like, whoa, cool. You know, they're changing the game. They're announcing things straight up. They don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't have much more to add than that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, he's back.
Cellblazers is back.
I guess he just really doesn't like Travis or
Did you
Hytham.
wash your hands?
I
Got to make sure you
did.
wash your hands, bro.
It did.
You did. Oh, so you did go for a poo. That's disgusting.
No, I did not. It was technically it's just hit Eid here. So even
Oh, okay. So you had to be like, "Woo, Eid! Rock on, my motherfuckers!" And then you came back in, and it was just like, and your parents are just sitting there like, "What the fuck is that boy smoking?"
Islamically, the days start at sunset, which is kind of
Oh,
the next
okay.
day starts again. So this is technically the holiday started for us, which is kind of cool.
Oh, okay. Well, happy. Hang on, what's the phrase? Eid Mubarak? Is that right?
Eid Mubarak. Is it?
Eid Mubarak. Well, there you go. That's
I-
I
question
made
that I made.
Barrick. Say, I love all cultures.
I love all cultures.
I never trust Brits when they try and learn about another culture because you're just trying to get in there and dominate and take over. Deny it with your
That was the
history.
past. Don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
hate
definitely
on
hit
me
up
'cause
Royal
of my
Museum, bro, and see
ancestors.
where they stole everyone's crap for sure.
I love it now. Hey, you stole this from our country. Can we have it back? No, it's in our museum
No,
now.
it's our unobtainium.
Fuck off.
At least they don't charge for it though. I
Yeah. Next up, Lee Layfield, XboxEra patrons. Hi guys, hope you all enjoyed the show. But where's Banjo or Viva Pinata 3?
Dead.
I'm very sad
Buried.
now. I guess Doom, Perfect Dark, Gears of War, E-Day, Fable, Age of Mythology, Expedition 33, Avowed, Indiana Jones, South of Midnight, and so on will have to do. Life just isn't fair sometimes. He was being sarcastic. To my Banjo bros, maybe it's a Switch 2 launch title, and that's why they couldn't talk about it. We're so back, and we can play Banjo on the go. Question: will either of you guys be getting a Switch 2 day one, and will it be scalped like crazy?
I don't. If my kids were into it, yes, but I don't think they are.
Instantly. I've learned the hard way that if you want hardware, pre-order the damn thing. Whether you want it or not, pre-order it because you're not going to get it for the next like 5-6
I
months.
pre-ordered a Steam Deck
Otherwise-
and I sold it for twice as much as I did.
Like even worst case, you want to scalp it, just pre-order the damn thing. Like
Yeah. I'm tempted to agree. I would want to see the software lineup, but
Yeah.
it's Nintendo, so they'll have some solid stuff to start from them.
and if it's fully backwards compatible and it runs games better, I mean there are still a lot of really good games on the Switch that look like trash and play like trash.
But what if they sold you new versions of those games that run better?
Ugh, God, then definitely.
By the way,
no.
next question is
sounds like a
Mr.
Nintendo thing
Egg. You got to jump down a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. I've already found it. Next question, Mr. Egg. Hey, guys, what did you think of the showcase? Not showing dates for some of the big titles. Not showing dates until they're confident it's ready. Could this be a norm for Xbox going forward? I myself would love it if they shifted away from dates. Let them cook. Toodles. Yeah, I think we kind of touched on that already, right? I think
There's no point until they've been burned so many times. Every publisher has been burned so many times by early dates. It's just kind of like once you're super confident, sure.
I mean, How often was Cyberpunk delayed? Like 4 delays? Yeah, it might have even been 5, to be
And
honest.
it's not even your own internal delays. It can just be, oh shit, there's a lot of stuff coming out on when we were thinking of doing it. Let's shift around a bit to what makes sense. Or, hey, this other internal company is ready. They're going then, so we'll push you back a month or two. Like, there's all those reasons too.
The leaked date for Avowed was November 12th. The leaked, I mean, like they had it in the thing, they deleted it afterwards in their blog post. November 12th is the day Assassin's Creed Shadows is playable through early access. You know what I mean? So why release it the same day? It's okay. Just don't tell nobody. Wait till you get a little closer. Pick a date that works for you.
Yeah, pick a date that's a bit emptier and win profit.
And don't tell nobody works, because it also means you're telling somebody, and that somebody is yourself.
Exactly. Yes.
There you go. Commander Buck. Hey, gents. I just wanted to say thank you for all you do. I loved the streams this week, even the extra long prediction stream. Yeah, 5.5 hours. You guys are
essentially
nuts.
6. We got here 30 minutes early.
Yeah, it was about 4.5 hours of Nick talking, then a little bit of in between him talking where he was breathing, and then Sol and I talked for like 20 minutes.
No, I talked a lot, and I feel.
I saw Rand turned up as well.
Yeah, he was on for
Fun
most
times.
of it.
Yeah.
Fun times. Why not?
God.
Thank you, Commander Buck. 99 Rukin. He says, hello, everyone. Hope you all had a great time. John, how was LA? LA is a horrible place, my friend. It was not pleasant.
Look,
I
if you don't like
Xbox
people and you want to
showcase
see
and
them,
stuff,
if you want to see them be miserable and have nothing, then it's still
the wealth
real bad.
disparity was an eye-opener. My question for today's show is, how does the Xbox 2024 showcase compare to the PlayStation E3 2016 showcase? Is that the E3 of Dreams one?
No,
I'm assuming
E3
it
of
is.
Dreams was 2015.
I thought
2016 is when they actually showed all the good-looking things. So 20.
Was that,
Oh,
was that
okay.
God of
Why the hell
War
did the
initial showcase?
Greek flag just turn on for you? That is really random. I don't even know where that is. There, turn that off. You're not Greek. But yeah, 2015 was the E3 of Dreams. 2016 was the E3 of showing all the big bangers they had for the rest of the generation, like God of War and Spider-Man and Horizon.
I think it was the one with the God of War music, and then like the stage was all like set up and crap, right? And Flute Guy, I think.
A lot of time. No, that was 2018. That was their last one. I thought. 2018 is when they went from song to song for 4 shows. Was 2018.
No, but I think Flute Guy was there in God of War reveal.
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
Initially.
Yeah. So it depends a lot on your taste. Like it's a subjective thing. What was better? So if you're really into those games that they had, that one's better. But if Microsoft ends up hitting really hard with the games when they come out, that one could be better. I think it's a very hard thing to actually talk about in any objective way. It's all subjective.
Fair. Yeah. Who do you think would have won besides the graphics for 16? Who would have won if you had to put the two of them together?
I mean, it's Xbox, and it's not even close for a few reasons, right? One is Game Pass. We're not journalists. I guess Jesse is in the sense that like he doesn't need to pay for a lot of things, but he's still like close enough to when he had to that you can still 100% feel that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For everyone else,
I don't have to pay for any of these.
exactly. For everyone else who's watching the show, and it's like gaming is getting pretty friggin' expensive, with games being $70 and Ultimate Editions and games as service titles being free to play, sure, but also having like a bunch of macro. You know what I mean? So like just knowing that the vast majority of what you see will be, I don't want to use the word free, but it's on a subscription. I'm already
Free with your subscription.
Yeah, essentially.
It's a fun phrase to use. People get really annoyed.
In something I already paid for.
And I'm already paid up for 3 years, right? So for me, it's just like I've already paid for this. I don't need to worry about it. And then NC's right. There's just the sheer variety and amount of games shown, and also not fake stuff. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we kind of forget that in the 2010s, a lot of what was shown was pretty fake. Even Ghost of Tsushima's first trailer was heavily downgraded for release. You know, like kind of how it goes.
Yep. Fair enough.
Xbox.
Fair enough. Side question: how does Sony respond to this killer showcase? Maybe they buy Ubisoft, like what David Jeff said to use.
No.
Even the media doesn't have an answer for Xbox.
They tighten the hold on
is
Square Enix.
Ubisoft is like 4 times the employee count of PlayStation as a whole. Like Ubisoft, the thing with Ubisoft is they are so flippin' enormous with the employee count. Then you have to pay all those employees. Like it's just it's a logistical nightmare.
Yeah,
I can't.
Like you'd choke. Doesn't matter what company you are.
It would like companies investing more and more, especially like from China and stuff, seems way more likely than just being bought. I don't think Yves Guillemot would ever want to give that up.
Like the short-term answer for Sony is pretty simple. It's you keep doing what you're doing. You keep money handling the games you can. You keep hammering home exclusive, and hope your audience just doesn't catch on to the fact that they're not exclusive anymore, like for a while, right? But long term, I don't know, man. Do they pivot? I don't know.
I think you'll see Sony stick to what they're good at and do more day and date PC releases,
Yeah.
and then they'll reassess in 4 or 5 years. But I don't know. Be fun to see. Interesting gen. Next person, good old Collingwood. Hello, John, Ursula, and Jesse. Wow, so Tina Amini really earned her wages for producing that great showcase. It's pretty unanimous that this showcase was the GOAT, at least for Xbox's standpoint, but I'm not sure why the others were considered bad. What was missing from the other gaming shows, considering they were also showing games and gameplay?
2020 is what people always go back to and look at, because that was COVID and a bunch of CGI and pre-rendered stuff. So people just always think of 2020, where the other ones have been a mix of like pretty solid to really good ones. Like last year was really good, but it's that whole thing. Xbox has to prove it. They have to actually have good games, because it's people who just truly believe in their heart of hearts that Xbox has not had a good game in 15 years. There are people, there are big people out there that really think that.
Yeah, we had a conversation with Nick about, hey, what's your favorite showcase, right? If it wasn't this one, he says my favorite is 2013, which makes sense. It's the reveal clearance and blah blah blah. But I personally think that the shadow of the Xbox One reveal has been kind of plaguing them, even up till now. Even you know what I mean? Whereas 2013 was one of the best E3 shows. Period. No one considers 2013 Xbox a good show because all they can think about is TV, 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 TV.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's very true. The Xbox One has been and continues to be an anchor, a noose around Microsoft's neck. And I don't think lots of people in the industry that are very serious about video games as an art form have ever forgiven Microsoft for threatening to take away their ownership, even though that's the way the industry has ended up.
Yep.
The fact that Microsoft came out and said they were going to do it just made people upset.
Also, do you know if Phil wants to buy Nintendo? It'd be a career-defining moment for him. How dare he?
Yeah. Oh, not my Nintendo, Phil. Get your mitts off of it.
Also, if you read that email, you realize he was just placating a couple of executives who thought it would be a really smart thing. But also, like, it's the thing Nick talked about, where the actual 2013 E3 was really great. Had a bunch of unbelievable games, but the damage was done.
Yes, it was.
Oh, hey, look, I'm playing footage from the review of Indica, a game John stole from our patrons.
I did. I stole it yesterday. Fuck all of you. But yes. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Next question. Assassin Entertainment.
Executive producer. Assassin Entertainment.
Hello to John, Nick, and Jesse. And Soul Blazers, obviously, is what he meant. That showcase was absolutely a 10 out of 10, showing amazing games and updates to games we've been waiting years for. Next year is stacked, and I have a feeling a lot more anticipated games are going to be announced for 2025 over the next few months. How can this year get any better? Well, Paris Lily says Xbox could have shown more stuff and that they're gearing up for a big showcase moment later this year, maybe at Gamescom. My question for you guys is, if they did have more to show, why would they cut it out? To keep the discussion around them as the year goes by? I'm very curious what you think we'll see later this year. If anything, thank you for all the hard work you do. Here's what I would say. Is Microsoft's first-party organization is of such size and volume now that they can and should sit on things if they don't need it. Like, yes, I agree with some, just go all out, show us everything. But if they're living in a world where at Gamescom they can roll out, oh, by the way, here's a Clockwork Revolution trailer and it's for 2025. And here's a trailer for Contraband and that's for 2025. And and they can do that, or they can do that at the Game Awards and just be constantly poking
you need to
the
give
industry.
time.
Like, look at us. Yeah.
So customers, especially when you've already got 30 things, you're verging on the realm of overwhelming most people, because they'll just start forgetting stuff because it's so much. And that's why they always say you can play over 100 games in Game Pass, even though it's like almost 500.
I never say 400.
Yeah, because people are like, Jesus Christ, I would never be able to get to all these in the month I want to spend on it. It's like, and then you go in and you let them naturally, organically grow into seeing all this stuff. Like, moved
away from that branding or that advertising of play more than 100 games. I think it's just played on Game Pass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so much of it is the value proposition now for new stuff. And by the way, there's also a ton of great stuff. But yeah, it is that marketing side of things, that it doesn't work on us because we're not the main target of it. Like they're going for the casuals way more than us.
I still say to you, Microsoft, and I said it to some PR folks while I was out there, saying play at D1 on Game Pass means nothing to the majority.
You would be surprised.
Absolutely.
It hit incredibly hard on a lot of people that don't follow Xbox.
It's been long enough, John, that people know what it means now. They have an idea, you know?
Yeah, like I still think they do within this industry. But for the average Joe out on the street, you need to be defining what Game Pass is and providing examples to the idiots of the world.
I do think a lot of that was this year with all the big things. When it was their big show, they were the only ones who had a good show, was massive. And you've seen a lot of people talking about it. Like it was GameIndustry.biz was like, Microsoft has understood that this is the biggest way to pull people right now for something, because people are so desperate for that E3 style presentation they got used to for a few years, because E3 wasn't that most of the time. It was a trade show focused at trade people, but it became that for like a decade or two, where it was this really big public focused thing, and then it died because of the public focus being too much. Like this year, by far the most I've seen really influential streamers and their audiences who normally just hate or don't pay attention to it at all because they're all PC, being like, Jesus Christ, all of this is just in Game Pass. How can that work? The whole how is this sustainable thing popping up non-stop?
Yeah,
because it's a bunch of people really seeing this for the first time and in a way I have not seen before.
I kind of feel you're, I don't use the word underestimating, because you cannot underestimate the average person ever, because they're awful. But when a trailer ends with play day one on Game Pass, right, and that's it, the initial response for someone's gonna be like, if they don't know what Game Pass is, like, what the heck's Game Pass? And they're just gonna
but equally, I have two kids, primary school age. I chat with mums and dads on the playground, and
British.
you know, video game, blah blah blah, and then I talk to them about, and they're like, wait, what's that? Oh yeah, it's a subscription service. It's like Netflix, and they're like, what?
Yeah, but you're in
I have
Europe.
to pay like 70, and I'm like, yeah.
Europe.
What they need is people, like in Canada and US, I've seen it a few times, is they'll have literally someone hired by Microsoft to sit in the Xbox area, like the physical discs, and they'll tell people about things when they're there, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, I feel like that's kind of fading away as physical fades away, but that's something they definitely need for that specific.
They're like, hey,
audience.
you want to sample a Game Pass? Like, oh, what's that?
Also, they
Free sample.
What they say now is play new games on day one, enjoy hundreds of high quality games on console, PC, and cloud. That's the phrasing.
Yeah. But there you go. Oh my goodness, it's 3
I hate
a.m.
the patrons. I got so bored talking to them. My God, John.
One last thing, because I feel like it is relevant, because we barely talked about it. If you go through the trailers on Xbox's channel, right? One of the games has just as many trailers as Age of Mythology, more than Avowed. And it's friggin' more than Gears, and the trailer's Age of Mythology. It's at 1.3 million views.
Yep.
It is
big PC game from back in the day.
Franchise that like people like us, me and you just I know, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yep. You never know what's big until suddenly you're like, oh wait, people are really into that.
Xbox.com, and I'm looking at the little Game Pass blurb. It's Call of Duty, and right next to it, Age of Mythology. Like, hey, I guess these games are really big, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Final question, and it's not really a question. It's just a congratulatory statement from new executive producer Terrin, who says, hey guys, I just want to say great Subathon. Was a great time watching throughout the day. And I think it would be an opportune moment to once again doff my cap to the wonderful Jesse Norris for pushing nearly 24 hours of solid gameplay, 20 or so, I think, in the end.
It was 19 hours and 45 minutes gone forever, thanks to YouTube's shitty
sadly,
upload policy.
They don't save the VOD, so we know now to limit those to 12 hours, and then we start a new stream.
I think locally record and then
like
re-upload in chunks. Well, if it's AV1 at a lower bit rate, if it's 100 gigs, but I chop it up, it'd be fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, but a big thank you again to everybody in our community for coming through. You helped us smash through half of the goal. So we had a goal of 8. We've smashed through 4K.
It's well more than that now, because it's 105 almost 50 members on YouTube as well, worth of revenue. It's crazy.
Nuts. You guys are legendary. I cannot overstate it.
And super chats.
We love you. Thank you for enabling us to do what we love to do. It has been an extremely weird week and a half, but it's ended on an entirely uplifting and heartwarming note. I am in awe and indebted to this community in a big way, and
that you
to
mostly
my
almost
colleagues
killed.
that get to work with us. But we love you guys for it. We really owe you, and we're gonna make you proud while we're out there. We're gonna be doing some seriously cool shit this year. Like, I am hyped as fuck to reveal and lift the lid on some things, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. But that is the end of episode 216 of the Xbox Era podcast.
Nice quick
to
one.
the chat, we thank you for hanging out and behaving yourselves, as always, being brilliant. Jesse, Soul Blazers, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, as always.
I wish I could say the same. I mean, what? It's been a pleasure.
We'll be back. We'll be back on Tuesday for another episode of Headlines. Maybe the industry will be quiet on Monday. We don't know, but we'll find out. But have we got any reviews hitting this week? What have we got hitting this week?
I have 2 reviews. I need to write one. Hashtag Blood, which is a like cartoon looking actiony, over the top game, and then Still Wakes the Deep, which will be coming to Game Pass, which we'll get to talk about on one of the headlines most likely. I think it's out by Thursday. Well, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah.
And Valorant console demo's out. Me and Genghis are playing it. We should get a beta, and it fully transfers everything going forward, which is nice. We should get some impressions coming out next week, how it plays in console for me, and I've never played Valorant, so how that plays.
Maybe John will do a little bit of work from what he saw at Summer Game Fest. Probably not.
Yeah.
But.
I have got some things to write.
I have a few codes for Valorant console beta. Keep an eye out on the Discord channel, the Patreon channel. Might drop them there.
Nice.
Right.
Nice. Well, until then, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I can't believe it's a 4-hour show. I can believe it. But it's been fantastic.
This is going to be a short one, guys. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
You know what
big
could
thank
be
you
is next week.
to both of you for the chit chats. I've loved going through everything again. We'll see you on Tuesday for headlines. Until then, keep it locked on XboxEra.com. We love you very much, and we'll see you next time. Ciao for now.
See you guys.